One of the great things about schools like Riverview is what could be considered a school of privilege, we believe to be a school of obligation. Rather than life just be an endless montage of experiences, we ask the boys to pause and consider deeply what those experiences are, and in that time is when meaning surfaces.
There's a sculpture in the library in the college, created by one of the school's old boys. And not only is inscribed, question everything, which is the starting point of any education.
It is then taken to what we would call a gospel level, where boys are asked to think about what role they have with the other. And so you've heard this term, men for others.
It's one of the most challenging maxims that I've come across. Go out and live a life that's at the service of the poor and the marginalised rather than the service of the self, and to use the gift of the education that you've been given to change the structures that keep the poor poor and the wealthy wealthy.
Every boy here needs to complete 70 hours of service. It might be aged care facilities, it might be homes for the disabled. We have a number of groups that go to the farthest regions of this country and live in Indigenous communities. Similarly, in Year 11, we have about half of Year 11 who go offshore.
I'd done an immersion in Cambodia. I was kind of wanting to keep up that promise to myself that I was going to continue to be a man for others in Jesuit terms. So From the Ground Up is an organisation which focuses on enhancing social impact. We've built schools, health centres, we've built a home in the community.
I think reflection and the importance of contemplation, that's what's unique about Riverview education, is the spiritual formation and taking time out of everyday life to pray and contemplate things.
Hopefully we're turning not just the heads but the hearts of young men.
Recognising everyone's own human dignity, I think that's the base level for me.
Well, I think the boarding school is the heart of the school. It's a community within a community. The boys learn to respect each other's differences and grow into independent young men, and that's what the parents comment on, how much their boys have matured.
The life lessons you learn when you're there, it's like they're stored, and you become that greater man when you're 45. And I'll see James do things and I think, that's what that's all about. You know, that's where that's come from.
As a boys' school, we have a responsibility to raise boys to be respectful men. This is not just for themselves, but also to be active witnesses to ensure that other men act and behave respectfully.
If they're going to be men for others, it's not automatically going to happen outside of school. It's got to happen in school. There is a direct relationship between pastoral care and learning outcomes.
There is always a place for a young man to feel that there is somebody who will listen and somebody who will care.
The fact that students respect each other, the fact that they care for each other, is all part of the whole spiritual paradigm of the college. We live by the credo of cura personalis.
Cura personalis, care for the individual. That is, I believe, inculcated in the culture. It's more than words.
We look to those who don't have a voice and seek to walk with them, helping them to find their voice. It is about becoming friends with those on the margins, accompanying them, empowering them, and learning from them. A Jesuit education is about educating students who share the perspective of the Trinity, looking upon the world and seeking to make it more loving and more just. This is the gift that Jesuit schools give to the next generation.
There are two key drivers in Jesuit education, faith and scholarship. That's where they've resided for the last 450 years, and that's where they will continue to.
And these are the things that I think extend the boys and manage to build that character that's sometimes a little indefinable and sometimes takes a while to develop and sometimes mightn't be evident until much later in life. But those aspects of Riverview certainly contribute to the all-round development of the man.
Lean on me when you're not strong, and I'll be your friend. I'll help you carry on, for it won't be long till I'm gonna need somebody to lean on.
A holistic education in a Jesuit context would have a number of different domains. The first would be a deep understanding of faith and of service, a commitment to scholarship, a concern for your fellow person, and a willingness to embrace all of those other activities that are part and parcel of this educational program.
You just call on me, brother, when you need a hand, 'cause we all need somebody to lean on. I just might have a problem that you'll understand. We all need somebody to lean on.
Many friendships here are forged for life, and I've noticed through my 12 years in the community and my probably 40 years of knowing Riverview men that those bonds are incredibly strong.
It's always been our tradition here to form boys who are thinkers, young men who will take all sorts of positions and assess them in truth and with integrity and come to a decision in conscience themselves and leave here with conviction. Ignatian spirituality is best summarised as finding God in all things, that God is not just locked up in a chapel like this. God is found in the everydayness of life. God's found in the other person.
Here, there is a load you have to bear that you can't carry. I'm right up the road. I'll share your load if you just call me. Call me.
So my message to the Year 12 boys is to make sure as you exit those front gates that you pause, that you look back over your shoulder, and make sure you know how lucky you are to have gone here, but make sure you look your parents in the eye and thank your families for choosing to send you here.
Just call me.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 138th Annual Gold Cup Regatta down here at St Ignatius College, Riverview. We're going to take you live now to the first race, the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 8. In lane 1, we had Loretto Kirribilli 14. In lane 2, Winona. Lane 3, Loretto Kirribilli 13. And lane 4, Loretto Normanhurst. At this stage in the race, it looks like Loretto Normanhurst in the outside lane, so lane 4 being the outside closest to the Longueville side of the river. Looks like they are in the lead, followed closely by Loretto Kirribilli 14 in lane 1. For those watching at home, the Gold Cup is characterised by a quite distinct dogleg turn. So Coxes do out halfway through the race will have to do a left-hand turn to then go to the final straight towards Cove Cottage and the Riverview Wharf down here. The Gold Cup has always been distinguished by this, and being the oldest regatta in the Southern Hemisphere, it seems that throughout this pandemic, there's only a few things that remain constant, and one of them happens to be the Gold Cup. So welcome. Thank you for joining us. Oh my God, look at this.
Give up. Oh, look at there, that's fine. They need to roll all 4 though. There you go.
So it's currently Loretto Kirribilli in lane 1, currently in the lead. Back towards Winona, then Loretto Kirribilli 13, followed by Loretto Normanhurst, who seem to have given up their lead through a clash of oars. Unfortunately, that is the nature of rowing. But the Loretto Kirribilli crew really showing their vigour and their technical prowess here. With about 300 metres to go, it'll be Loretto Kirribilli 14, followed by Loretto Kirribilli 13. Then Winona, and back to Loretto Normanhurst. So the winners of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 8, Loretto Kirribilli 14. That's Antonella Lacerdo, Henrietta Russell, Sophie Robertson, Isabel Craig, Nellie McKieran, and coached by Stephanie Preller. Congratulations, girls.
I've gone.
So now awaiting the start of the School Year 8 6 Cox Quad Scull, Division 2. In lane 1, we have City Grammar, lane 2, St Joseph's, and lane 3, Shore. But I'd just like to turn your attention now, ladies and gentlemen, to a little welcome. On behalf of Dr. Paul Hine, the Principal, the Rector, Father Thomas Renshaw, we'd like to welcome you here joining us live wherever you are in the world. Please feel free to interact with us on the YouTube, on the live stream chat. We'll be reading out your comments, if they're appropriate, all day and discussing some memories that you may have of the Gold Cup across the years. Like I said before, this is the 138th edition of the Riverview Gold Cup, and throughout a pandemic, face masks, QR check-ins, it seems that one thing remains constant, and that is the Gold Cup. So thank you very much for joining us here today, ladies and gentlemen. It's been fantastic so far with only one race taken out by Loretto Kirribilli 14, with much more exciting racing to come throughout the day. Now we're just awaiting the start of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 7. In lane 1 we have Loretto Kirribilli 12, lane 2 Pimble Ladies, lane 3 Roseville, lane 4 Loretto Kirribilli 11, and lane 5 Loretto Normanhurst.
No, not yet. We've got the times. Oh, wait, look, do I need a live chat? Nothing. Setting. Nah, they're on the line. Want to do the results?
Currently underway is the School Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 7. Lane 1, Loretto Kirribilli. Lane 2, Pimble Ladies. Lane 3, Roseville. Lane 4, Loretto Kirribilli 11. And lane 5, Loretto Normanhurst. It's looking as though two of the schoolgirl crews have had a little bit of a technical issue at the back of that race. However, for those following on at home and watching on the live stream, lane 1, looking up the river, is the right-hand side of your screen, closest to the Huntersill side of the water. And the higher lanes, so lanes 4, 5, 3, 4, and 5, are towards the Longueville side of the river, so the left-hand side. Currently, it's looking as though we have Pimble Ladies in the lead, followed closely by Loretto Kirribilli. I'll now turn to my colleague Luke O'Brien, a former Cox, which we'll get into a little bit later, plus coached here for many years, who give us the results of that first race.
Thanks, Josh. We do have the official results of race 1, the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 8. In first place was Loretto Kirribilli 14 in a time of 6 minutes 26. That crew was Antonella Osurdo, Henrietta Russell, Sophie Robertson, Isabel Craig. Nellie McCarran was the Cox, and coach was Stephanie Preller. And then second place we had Loretto Kirribilli 13 in a time of 6 minutes 30. Winona in third with a time of 6 minutes 34, and Loretto Normanhurst in fourth with a time of 7 minutes 01.
So it is the Pimble Ladies College here with a commanding lead. But I believe the real race seems to be in the battle for second. And that would be between Roseville and Loretto Kirribilli 11. Fantastic race being rode there. Fantastic program there over at Pimble Ladies. Every year, all the girls that come down and participate from every school show just how strong women's rowing is within Australia. And this is certainly an opportunity for a pathway for any girl that wants to, and for any sports athlete that wants to take their rowing seriously. The Gold Cup is a fantastic event, characterised by a famous dog leg, and you can see that the Pimble Ladies crew has made that turn, made a left-hand turn down towards the final straight with a commanding lead over Loretto Kirribilli and Roseville, who are battling it out for second. If you are following on at home, please feel free to comment, chat with us on the live chat that's on the YouTube live stream. We've got Hannah Russell tuning in from Gunnedah, supporting Loretto Normanhurst. Thank you, Hannah. But it will be Pymble Ladies College coming down here in first place with about 7 boat lengths of a lead. So a very commanding victory, looking incredibly sharp. The coxswain doing a great job there of controlling and steering the ship towards victory. Seems as though Loretto Kirribilli in second place have managed to pull away from Roseville in what looked like to be a tight affair in the middle half of the race. But the winning crew is Pymble Ladies. That's Evie Leahy, Zoe Lupton, Rachel Tyson, Abby Sewak, Nitasari Visanthawan, and coached by Alexandra Vaughan. My apologies, it looks like that it's the Loretto Normanhurst crew who's come in third there. Distinct lime green hats. And it is the Roseville College that's now coming up and finishing the race in fourth place. One of the Loretto Kirribilli crews did not start. Currently awaiting the start of race 3, the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 6. In lane 1 we have Loretto Kirribilli, lane 2 Roseville, lane 3 Pymble Ladies College, lane 4 Loretto Kirribilli 9, and lane 5 Loretto Normanhurst. And race 3 is now underway, the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 6. Lane 1, Loretto Kirribilli number 10. Lane 2, Roseville. Lane 3, Pymble Ladies. Lane 4, Loretto Kirribilli 9. And lane 5, Loretto Normanhurst. For those following at home who have just joined us, the Gold Cup's characterised by a famous dogleg turn, which you could probably see looking down the river when the camera pans to it. There's a flag that is on a pylon. The coxers have to turn left down towards the final straight, which is pretty much indistinct from any other turn they would have to make normally on a training day, but distinct in any race scenario. Usually it's a straight line race. So it's a bit of a challenge for coxers, especially in race scenarios. So usually we have lanes 3, 4 and 5 going outside the buoy that you may see in the middle of the river, and lanes 1 and 2 go inside closest to the pylon. So it makes it very difficult for coxswains, especially in these race conditions if they've never done that before. But as you see today, there'll be coxers that execute it perfectly and give their crew a fantastic advantage going into the final straight. here. There's 3 crews that are on the right-hand side of your screen, which seem to be battling it out for first place. Very tight race. Looks like a little bit of evasive manoeuvres coming from the Pymble crew. The Loretto Kirribilli crew seems to be pushing the Pymble crew off the course. It's looking as though we've had a little bit of an incident up in this race with 3 crews all coming off the river. With all crews now resuming and getting back onto the course. But we have Pymble and Loretto Kirribilli who've just crashed into each other, unfortunately. The marshals do a fantastic job every year of trying to control the crews and trying to make sure that the coxswains are in the correct line. Unfortunately, it seems like we've had a little bit of an incident here that has allowed Loretto Normanhurst to take a slight lead over the Loretto Kirribilli 11 crew, or the Loretto Kirribilli 9 crew, apologies. So this will make for a very exciting last 400 metres of the race, if all crews can regain and retake their position. But I believe it is the Loretto Kirribilli 9 crew currently in the lead. Seem to have had a little bit of an oar issue there. Their bow seat may have caught a crab, but has regained. And now rowing towards the end of the race. But the Pymble and the other Loretto Kirribilli crew are coming incredibly strong. So this will be a great finish to a race, albeit in what has been a disastrous start for some of the crews. Fantastic finish coming up here. The Loretto Kirribilli 9 crew currently in the lead. Back to Pymble, back to Normanhurst. The marshal doing his absolute best trying to keep all crews straight coming down to the finish.
That'd be the Kirribilli 10 crew.
My apologies, the Loretto Kirribilli 10 crew in the lead, who have managed to avoid all the kerfuffle that was back in the middle of the race, and it will be the Loretto Kirribilli 10 crew coming through to win it back to Pymble. And Loretto Normanhurst just looking like they're just going to pip Loretto Kirribilli 9. Very tight finish here.
Oops.
We're going to have to wait and see the official results there. But a fantastic finish to what was an incredibly tumultuous race. The Loretto Kirribilli 10 crew coming through and winning that. That is Chloe Stevenson, Louisa Warren, Phoebe Ahrens, Zara Strickland, coxed by Lola Hayson and coached by Frederica Gibbs. Congratulations, girls. The marshal has just told us that he had 3 crews off the course at one point. So fantastic race, girls. Great work given the circumstances. I know it's incredibly difficult, especially given the conditions and with the turn in the middle. So well done and congratulations to Loretto Kirribilli 10 who came through and won that race. I'll now throw to Luke for some results.
Thanks, Josh. So we have the official results of Race 2, the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 7. In first place, we had Pimble Ladies in a time of 6 minutes 10 seconds. That was Evie Leahy, Zoe Lupton, Rachel Tyson, Obi Siwak, Yit Yasri Viswanathan, and coached by Alexandra Vaughan. In second place, we had Loreto Kirribilli 12 in a time of 6 minutes 35. Third place was Loreto Normanhurst in a time of 6 minutes 45. And in fourth place was Roseville with a time of 7 minutes 46. Loreto Kirribilli 11, which were due to start from lane 4, did not start that race. And we also have official results from race 3, the race that just happened, which was the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 6. In first place, we had Loreto Kirribilli 10 in a time of 6 minutes 30. In second place, Pimble Ladies with a time of 6 minutes 36. In third place, Loreto Kirribilli 9 with a time of 6 minutes 38. In fourth place, Loreto Normanhurst with a time of 6 minutes 39. So very, very tight battle there for second, third and fourth. And in fifth place, Roseville with a time of 7 minutes flat.
So 0.61 of a second, just separating third and fourth. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is, yeah. Really,
Wow.
really tight finish there. And as Josh said, great work from the marshals there. Three of the crews off the course at one stage earlier on, and they've all managed to come back onto the course and actually finish the race, which, especially for the younger crews, if it's their first or their second time racing, is probably the most important thing, is to get that experience down, and especially over the longer 1,400 metres as well, to the usual 1,000-metre race that they compete in.
Well said. Race 4 now, turning our attention up the river once again. The Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 5. That is in lane 1, Roseville, lane 2, Pimble, lane 3, Loreto Kirribilli, lane 4, Loreto Normanhurst. We have Loreto Kirribilli and Pimble Ladies in first and second respectively, with both coxswains taking a bit of an unorthodox line coming up towards the turn here. Looking as though the Loreto Kirribilli crew has come off the course once again, but the marshals will once again deviate them back on to the course. Unfortunately, if the Loreto Kirribilli crew does not come inside that pylon, they may be disqualified. Or unfortunately for the Loreto Kirribilli crew, they seem to have hit that pylon in the middle there. And the Pimble Ladies crew coming up closely behind, hopefully does not do the same thing. Unfortunately, the Pimble Ladies crew as well have also gone inside the pylon, which unfortunately means that they will be disqualified from the race. The Loreto Kirribilli crew have had to straighten up their boat and are now coming down towards the finish. It's very good of all crews that are participating, despite any mistakes that were made, that are going to finish the race. So it will be the Roseville crew, currently sitting in third position, who will come through and win this race. Unfortunately for the PLC and Loreto Kirribilli crews, they both came on the incorrect side of the pylon. That being, they have to keep it on their left-hand side when coming down the river. So if they are on the right-hand side of that pylon, unfortunately, that means they will be disqualified. We've had a bit of a boat malfunction from the Loreto Kirribilli crew, unfortunately. The Pimble crew celebrating. In these situations, it is common for marshals to have a little bit of a heart and give it to them based on it is their first experience at a regatta. We'll wait and see. Very unfortunate for all crews involved. Regatta Kirribilli rowing a fantastic start of the race. Unfortunately, it can be incredibly difficult for a coxswain to navigate based on these conditions and based on the fact that it has a turn within the race. So it is the Roseville crew that will come through. We'll wait for the official results to read out the winner of that race based on the race we've just witnessed. But we will turn our attention now back up the river for the next race coming down, which has already started. And that is the School Year 8 6 Cox Squad Scull. And this is the School Boys racing now. In lane 1 we have Scots 1. Lane 2 we have Kings. Lane 3 St Ignatius 1. And lane 4 Newington number 1.
So we do now have the official results from race 4, the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 5. And all crews finished the race despite a few going off the course. And Pimple Ladies, who did cross the line in first place, have officially won the race now in a time of 6 minutes and 6 seconds. So that was Amelia Young, Alexandra Stansel, Latia McMillan, Iris Wang, coxed by Isabella Johnson and coached by Howard Goodall. In second place, we had Regatta Kirribilli with a time of 6 minutes 23. In third place, Roseville with a time of 6:39. And in fourth place, Loretto Normanhurst with a time of 7 minutes and 6 seconds. And a big shout out as well to Gilbert, who's tuning in from the UK, where it'd currently be about 9:30 at night. So great to have people all over the world tuning in on the live stream for today's Gold Cup.
Coming down the river currently, it is the St Ignatius crew in first place in lane 3. In lane 1, we have the Scots crew in second position, back to Kings and then back to Newington. Incredible row here by the St Ignatius boys, putting about 7 lengths on the Scots crew. Fantastic race. Great power coming through. Looking very composed, very relaxed as they're going to cross the line. In first place, that is St Ignatius, number 1. George Wormwell, Oliver Eisenhower, James Kroll, Timothy Dean, Zeki Chan as the cox, and coached by Thomas Benson. The conditions today, it's clear that there's a pretty large tailwind, almost a cross breeze coming across the river at the moment, which makes it incredibly difficult for coxswains as well to make sure that their crew can navigate the water effectively. So we will see times quicken up as the wind gets stronger during the day. But now if we turn our attention back up the river, the School Year 8 6 Cox Quad Scull Division 2 has begun. That's race 6. In lane 1 we have Sydney Grammar, lane 2 St Joseph's, and lane 3 we have Shaw. At this stage it looks like St Joseph's with a commanding lead back to Shaw, with Sydney Grammar bringing up the rear. As always, ladies and gentlemen, if you're listening in from anywhere in the world, please interact with us on the live chat. My name's Josh DeAngelis and I'm with Luke O'Brien here. We're both former rowers at St Ignatius College Riverview and then coached for about 5 years before taking up a sideline gig with the commentating. Very mediocre, I must say. But with the rain slightly coming down as well, adding another element to all the coxes' frustrations and all the rowers' frustrations, it is St Joseph's College with a commanding lead back to shore. The coxswain looks like he's about to bring up a lung with the amount of this screaming that we can hear from up in the commentary box, but That is the St Joseph's crew, barring any major catastrophe coming down to the finish line, will finish in first place. That's Julian Fiore, Jasper Dalton, Charles Neaty, Will Smith, coxed by Jack Ledden and coached by Massimo Fiore. The Shaw and the Shaw crew seem to have a little bit of a technical issue right at the end. Thanks very much to James Leary tuning in from New Zealand, saying go Scots, absolutely. Please show your support for all the schools, all the rowers that you might be watching in or tuning in to see. Great to have an international audience here for the Gold Cup, the oldest regatta in the Southern Hemisphere. Turning now up the river again, race 7, the School Year 8 6 Cox Squad Scull Division 3. In lane 1 we have St Ignatius 2. In lane 2 we have Newington 2. Lane 3 we have Scots 7. And lane 4 we have Scots 8. We have St Ignatius currently leading back to Scots number 7. The reality is for a lot of these younger school boys that don't row in the head of the river, which is a Year 10 and GPS rowing event, is that this seems to be the final race where they can get a prize, a physical prize, for their season. The Riverview Gold Cup is synonymous with giving out silver oars to those that win their races. So boys and girls who have rowed in any race today, if they come first across the line, will go home with a silver oar. Of course, later on, if you're still tuning in to the university in the men's open races, which is contested by schoolboys as well as clubs and universities, their winning prize will go to the women will compete for the Women's Gold Cup, and the men will compete for the Gold Cup, and they will also go home with gold oars. Also a very old tradition dating back to the first edition of the Gold Cup, and now we are in the 138th edition. Thankfully, La Nina has been very kind, and there's not much of wild weather today. Pretty good conditions for rowing. The last thing you really want within rowing is heavy wind. There seems to be a cross breeze coming towards the right-hand side of the screen, but turning our attention back now to the race, it is St Ignatius 2 in lane 1 with a commanding lead over Scots number 7. And it is St Ignatius College who will come through in first place in lane 1. St Ignatius 2, that's Luke Delaney, Angus Menegazzo, Boston Kirkby, William DeVos, Cox by Christian Camus, and coached by Ned Power. I'd say Scots 7. That is the Scots 7 crew coming over now in second place, followed closely by the Scots 8 crew, and then followed by the Newington crew, bringing up in fourth place.
plenty of people watching in and tuning in from right around the world, which is once again great to see. We had Gilbert, who said earlier he's tuning in from the UK and he's supporting his nephew who's at Sydney Boys Grammar. So not entirely sure which race he's in, but we'll definitely be making sure to keep an eye out on that. William Patterson says he's been watching the Head of the River his whole life, and I feel like, although Josh and I are relatively young, it feels like ever since I started Review my whole life, it seems as if it's been a constant fixture in my life every year, and I'm sure it will be touch wood for years to come. And we've also got Peter, who is tuning in from Hamburg in Germany and is cheering for the Pimble Year 10 Div 4, which should be happening if I look at my race program. The Year 10 schoolgirls are racing... Oh, that Year 10 race, that's race 35 at 10:15 local time, so we'll definitely be keeping an eye out on that one as well. And we've got someone who goes by the name Casual Potato, who's barracking very, very loudly for sure, who, of course, have a very, very strong rowing program and have had a very strong rowing program over the years. Juniors right the way through to the GPS races.
Dankeschön to Peter, tuning in from Hamburg. Thank you very much. An international audience for the Gold Cup. COVID, amongst many things, has probably, made a few things constant in our life, that being mask wearing, the overuse of the word unprecedented. But it's given us an opportunity to really broadcast this event and make it the global event it deserves to be, the Gold Cup, the 138th edition, the oldest regatta in the Southern Hemisphere. And it's fantastic to see everyone that's tuning in, either in person, on boats, on pleasure craft, across the river, as well as live on the internet watching via YouTube. So please keep the comments coming. We'll try and keep you entertained and abreast of everything that's happening here out on the river. Currently around 22 degrees and overcast. Very good conditions for rowing. The wind or the rain may pick up. La Nina seems to have a mind of her own at this point. But we'll now turn our attention back to race 8, which is the School Year 8 5th Cox Quad Scull Division 1. In lane 1 we have Scots, lane 2 St Ignatius, lane 3 Newington and lane 4 Kings. For those watching and want to get an idea of when races will start, you can go to the Rowing New South Wales website and look for the Gold Cup Regatta on there. You'll be able to get live results as well as the draw. It's currently being broadcast as well as live results of timing, which we're reading out periodically. But at the race that's coming down currently, it is the St Ignatius crew in first place. Back to the Scots crew in lane 1. With another race following following closely behind. Given that we are a little bit behind time in terms of how we've started these races, the Schoolboy races will probably be starting a little bit quicker than anticipated. So we'll try and keep you abreast of all that's going on here currently. But it is the St Ignatius crew. Followed by the Scots crew. About 6 lengths of distance. They won't catch them towards the finish line. But a fantastic row by the St Ignatius crew. That is Noah Carter, Charlie Lund, Patrick Welsh, Hamish Walker, Hugh Gatchatua, and coached by Thomas Benson. Congratulations, boys.
Scott's crossing the line here in second place in that race. We've got plenty more comments coming through on the live stream, which is always great to see. And it's a big, I know Josh and I get a big kick out of it, seeing everyone tuning in from right around the world. It really is a shame that we can't have people down here on the foreshore on the banks of the Lane Cove River to tune into the race. But through the power of technology, people are able to watch. So it's great to see that. People tuning in once again right over the world. We've got Olivia Marshall tuning in from Ireland on gap year to watch my brothers. And I can relate to that. I spent a year in Ireland on gap working at Clongowes, so big shout out to Olivia there. Chris, who's going for the Shaw Year 8 5th crew, which I believe, yeah, they'll be racing next. So we'll be keeping an eye out on them to see whether they can win their race. We've got Auntie Jo supporting Newington Year 8 from London, so plenty of people over in the UK. Shirley as well, also in the UK, watching her grandson race for Sydney Grammar School, saying go Hugo. We'll keep an eye out on him. So plenty of people tuning in, which is, as I said, great to see.
Turning our attention, and as I said before, these races do start very, very quickly behind each other to try and catch up at the time. The School Year 8 5th Cox Squad Skull, the Shaw School in lane 2 have just come through and won that race, followed closely by the St Joseph's crew in lane 1, who are about to finish the race, then back to Sydney Grammar. So that's Shaw School crew, the Year 8 5th Cox Quad Skull Division 2, Shaw. Liam Kennedy, Hugh Riley, Lachlan McIntosh, Alex Rogan, and Mitch Bowen is the Cox. Well done, gentlemen. And the mighty St Joseph's crew coming in second place there.
Yeah, sure. Turn, that's on. But yeah. Are you? And we can see now in race 9, the Year 8 5th Cox Quad Skull. So we did have Shaw in first place, St Joseph's in second. And Sydney Grammar now just about to cross the line with about 50 metres to go. They've had a few technical issues, but they are going to finish the race, which is, as I said, especially for these younger crews, is always great to see. I know, speaking from personal experience, I didn't get to finish my first Gold Cup race, so it's always great to see the crews complete the full 1,400 metre distance compared to the usual 1,000 that they race. But turning our attention back up the course now, race 10, the Year 8 4th Cox Quad Skull Division 1 is well and truly underway as the crews start to approach the dogleg turn. And it looks to be a very close race between St Ignatius in lane 1 and Scots in lane 4 as they both turn together. But because of that dogleg turn, the coxswain for St Ignatius has done a great job there to use the inside line. And his crew have just upped their stroke rating now to start to push away from that Scots crew. Got about a 2 to 3 length lead there. They've used that inside line really, really well to their advantage to start to push away from this Scots crew with about 200 metres to go. And then slightly further back, we have Newington in 3rd and Kings in 4th. You can hear the coxswain there for St Ignatius really spurring his crew on here with about 150 metres to go. Holding that lead, even extending it out now to about 3 lengths over Scots, who definitely aren't out of it, but they are running out of water. And St Ignatius once again picking up the rate. Really easy to lead a race. Losing the balance a bit there, but they've got it back. And are going to row through the finish line to take first place and win the School Year 8 4th Cox Quad Skull Division 1. So that's St Ignatius crew. Andrew Bigg, Alexander Briscoe, Edward Ruddick, Joe Massara, coxed by Henry Rose and coached by Rayan Bowditch. A big congratulations to them. Scott's coming through in second place. That's Max Berkeloo, Aston Venclovis, Saltine, Henry Dixon, coxed by Angus Morgan. And we've got the battle for third place here. Newington with a 2 to 3 length lead back to Kings in 4th. So that Newington crew, William Gray, Jared King, Jasper Pattinson, Hugh Edmondson, coxed by Mitchell Smith, crossing the line there. And King's about to cross the line now in 4th place. So big congratulations there to all crews. Some fantastic racing early on this morning in both the School Year 9 crew, in the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Skulls, and now the Year 8 Schoolboys Cox Quad Skulls.
Turning back now to some of the comments that are coming through. Virginia Shearer supporting your nephew Archie Oxenham in Riverview Year 8 second quad crew. He'll just be up next, Virginia, so please keep your eyes peeled and your ears peeled for that. Gregory Holland coming in from up north, Gladstone, Queensland. Great win by Iggy's. Congrats to all competitors. Great commentary. Thank you for tuning in, Greg. And Liz Phillips, absolutely right. Joey's cerise and blue. Absolutely, the colours are popping on a dull grey day. And then Camilla McIntosh, go Lockie from Shaw, race 9. Well done to all competitors. Thank you all who are tuning in. I'll now hand it back to Luke, who will take us through the next race.
Thanks, Josh. And we've got a very exciting finish here lined up for race 11, the School Year 8 4th Cox Quad Skull Division 2. And it's going to be a very tight battle between Shaw in lane 2 and St. Joseph's in lane 1. And then slightly further back, we have the Sydney Grammar crew that might have had, I wasn't paying attention, but it looks as if they did have some technical issues. But as they approach the final red pylon now, the Shaw crew holding on to about a half a length lead back to St. Joseph's. Coxon just needs to straighten up there, keep that boat straight so his crew can build the run. Joey's trying to claw back the distance, but they've just had a little technical issue there with the bow rower, which has seen Shaw extend their lead out to about a length now. With 20 metres to go, it'll be Shaw to win the race. That's Angus Motteram, Christopher Young, Rupert Forrester, Oliver Paris, and Cox by Eddie Brooks. And St. Joseph's a length behind in second place, Ned Jackson, Angus Bowen, Connor Hopkins, Jed Holgate, Cox, Zachary Taylor, and coached by Jack Lewis. Some great racing there. A big congratulations to Shaw and a great effort from St. Joseph's there in second place. And we've got the Sydney Grammar crew now that'll finish third, just taking the turn now. So they've got about 300 metres to row.
I'll now read out some results from the earlier races. That is race 8, the Schoolboy Year 8 5th Cox Quad Skull. In first place with St. Ignatius, in lane 2, they won that in a time of 5 minutes 38.39. Second place we had Scots with a time of 6:04.22, and third place Kings with a time of 6:34.43. The Newington crew did not finish. The next race, race 9, Schoolboy Year 8 5th Cox Quad Skull. In first place, we had Shaw with a time of 5 minutes 55 seconds.62. Second, St. Joseph's with 6:35.16. And third place, Sydney Grammar with a time of 7:28.98. And then the final race that we've got results for currently is the School Year 8 4th Cox Quad Skull Division 1. First place, St. Ignatius, 5 minutes 32.74. Scots with 5 minutes 44.23. Third place, Newington with 6:06.94. And the King's School 6:16.25. Luke, I might just quickly turn back to your time rowing and coxing. When it comes to the Gold Cup, what's something that coxers need to look for in regards to the turn? Obviously, we've spoken ad nauseum probably about the dogleg turn within the Gold Cup race, but being a cox, what do you think are some tips that coxswains could use today to give their crew an advantage to win a Gold Cup and win a silver oar?
It's something we talk about every year, and I know as a coxswain and then as a coach, it was something that was always repeated to me, and then I tried to pass on that knowledge to my crews that I then had as well. But I guess the most important thing, no matter what lane you're starting from, is, and obviously having gone to St. Ignatius, having the advantage of rowing on the Lane Cove River 2 to 3 times a week helps a lot because you've got home ground advantage. But it's all about picking a point on the bank of the Lane Cove River. So as you're coming down before that turn, you want to keep that boat nice and straight, pick that point of the distance that then gives you the best line to take that turn. Whether you're in lanes 1 or 2 and you're turning inside the turning buoy and you've got that inside advantage, or whether you're in lanes 3, 4, or 5 and you've got to go around the turning buoy on the outside closest to this Lane Cove side. It's all about picking that point in the distance, keeping that boat nice and straight, and then minimal use of the rudder as you take that turn, using your rowers as well, and making sure you're only using that rudder when the blade's actually in the water to not upset the balance of the boat. And trying to find that perfect balance of not taking the turn too tight and killing a lot of that boat run, but then not also taking that turn too wide and making your rowers row an extra 20, 30 metres that can be the difference really between first place, winning a silver oar, or finishing second, third. So those are the things that I always was taught to remember.
Thanks, Luke. Absolutely important lessons that we learned the entirety of our rowing career. As you could probably notice on the live stream, there was a boat that was going up the middle of the river. We'd ask that any pleasure craft that comes here probably stays off that line and sticks to the right-hand side of the river, so to stay off the course. But I'll now return back to Luke for the commentary of this race coming up now.
Thanks, Josh. So we've got race 12, the School Year 8 Third Cox Quad Scull Division 1. We've got 4 crews in this race. We've got Newington in lane 1, Kings in lane 2, Scots in lane 3, and St Ignatius in lane 4. And all 4 crews have started this race, and all 4 crews have moved right over to the left-hand side, what would be the left-hand side of your screen, over to this Lane Cove side of the river, despite Newington and Kings in lanes 1 and 2 respectively being able to turn inside that turning buoy and try and get to that. You want to try and get to that pylon pretty much as close as possible. But we've got Scots in lane 3 with a clear lead here. Back to Kings and Newington, and then St Ignatius slightly further back. And despite this Scots crew in lane 3, they're supposed to be going around the turning buoy. They're supposed to be going to the left of that turning buoy on your screen. They've actually gone inside that. I don't think the marshals are going to pull them up on it, though, because they do have such a commanding lead. I don't think the Kings crew or the Newington crews are just slightly further back. I don't think it's really going to affect their race all that much. The Scots crew hasn't cut off their line at all. They have gained a slight advantage, but I don't think it's enough for the marshals to pull them up on it. So with about 200 metres to go, Scots crew with a commanding lead here of about 3 to 4 lengths. Back to the Kings crew in second place. They turned together with the Newington crew, but they've just put a push on now and have extended their lead to about 1.5 lengths, 2 lengths to really consolidate that second place there. And then the St Ignatius crew back in 4th place, just taking the turn now. But turning our attention back to the Scots crew, looking very strong here. Cosson just looking behind him to see where the other crews are, but they're not going to get caught from here with 20 metres to go. A very impressive row from this Scots College crew. And I believe it's their first race of the day, first win of the day in the Year 8 Cox Quad Sculls. So Scots will take out the race. Oscar Tremlett, Xavier Jones, Hamish Wiseman, Oliver Milling, and the Cox is Nick Panos. Back to Kings in second place. Sam McLean, Harry Irving, Harry Robinson, TJ Bradford, coxed by Campbell Ritchie and coached by Charlie McKenzie. And Newington in third place. Isaac Trepanovsky, Nicholas Toscas, Liam Mitchell Zancanaro, William Will Gillespie Penny, and Ethan Gregory is the cox. And St Ignatius in 4th place. They've just picked up their rating now. Might have had some issues earlier on. I think they're a bit disappointed. Cox with his big crab there. I think they've had a few technical issues during the race. There's a bit of wash on the course as well. It hasn't made it easy for the rowers. But they are going to finish the race here. I think they're going to try and dig that oar out. So they can all row across the line together. Very hard when you get one of those boat stoppers, Josh, to try and dig that oar out.
Look, it can be the difference between winning and losing sometimes. My first Gold Cup and only Gold Cup win came when a Joey's crew caught a major crab coming down the last 100 metres of the race. Obviously, absolute ecstasy and jubilation from the Riverview crew that I ended up winning with, but disappointment and heartbreak for that Joey's crew, who ended up beating us in the head of the river, so I think they won the better prize in the end. But nonetheless, great to see that throughout all the adversity, all the crews are finishing the race. We've had none non-finishers as of yet.
Sun's starting to come out now, which is a bit nice as odd. Some darker clouds over on the Hunters Hill side, but we are hopeful that the rain will stay away, or if it does come, it'll only be very light and in frequent showers. Hopefully that wind will calm down a bit as well, make it a bit easier for the rowers, especially the junior crews.
As always, please keep interacting with us on the live stream if you are there. The Year 9 quads will start around about 9:25. And we've got Pat Curry showing his support for Riverview. Thanks, Pat.
Race 13 well and truly underway now. This is the School Year 8 third Cox Quad Scull Division 2. 3 entrants in this race, and all of them have started, all making their way down the course. They've got Shaw in lane 1, Sydney Grammar in lane 2, and St Joseph's in lane 3. And it's St Joseph's in lane 3 with about a 2 to 3 length lead at the moment over the Shaw crew in lane 1. But of course, this Shaw crew isn't out of it with the inside turn they've got. And hopefully it should set up a very exciting finish with some great racing. Joey's Coxon just taking the turn a bit wide. He's starting to now, might want to start narrowing in now, starting to straighten up for that home finish. To not give that Shaw crew too much of an advantage on that inside line. And he's starting to take that turn now. He's done very well there. And the Joey's crew taking the turn have now straightened up for home. With about 350, 400 metres to go. Shaw definitely not out of it though as they start to take the turn. Closing that gap ever so slightly, but I don't think the Joey's Coxon's given them a chance there to make a huge advantage of that inside line that they've got, courtesy of the draw. And you might be wondering, for the crews that start in lane 1 and 2 that have the inside line, they'll actually start further back from the crews in lanes 3, 4 and 5. So the idea is that hopefully with the advantage the outside crews are given on the start, it should all even out once they take the turn. But with 200 metres to go, it's the Joey's crew with their very distinctive pink fluoro caps and their cerise suits that are rowing very well here, maintaining a 2 to 3 length lead over the Shaw crew in lane 1. Looking very strong. And let's not forget about the Sydney Grammar crew either now, back in 3rd place, so they're just taking the turn now. With this St Joseph's crew looking very strong. The Coxon telling his crew just how long they have to go. Starting to look towards the finish line. They know they've got this race. So big congratulations to the crew from St Joseph's. That's Lachlan McRae, Thomas Curran, Noah Chirawa, Jack McCarthy, Jack Garhan is the Cox and coached by Jack Lewis. Shaw crossing the line in 2nd place. Ben McHutchinson, Matt Goddard, Billy Blaze, George Scammell and Oscar Miller is the Cox. And back to the Sydney Grammar crew, which will finish in 3rd place. They've got about 150 metres to go in their race. So once again, a big congratulations to all crews involved there. And a special congratulations to St Joseph's for winning the race.
So as Luke was saying before, distinct 1400 metre race at Gold Cup is the start is staggered. So the crews that will come down in lane 1, whilst on the face of it does seem to have an advantage, but they will start further back than the crew that would be in lane 5. So based on the intense calculations of all the officials, we've ascertained that if all crews were exactly the same and will row exactly the same race, they would finish exactly at the same time, hence giving no crew an advantage. However, a coxswain can greatly increase those chances, being the variable factor there. So thanks very much for everyone that is joining us online around the world. Please keep the comments rolling in. Let us know where you're tuning in from, who you're supporting. Fantastic to see that even throughout a pandemic, we can still stay connected by the power of the internet. And I'll now throw back to Luke, who will take us to the next race.
Thanks, Josh. We've got race 14 now, the School Year 8 2nd Cox Quad Scull Division 1. We've got Kings in lane 1, Scots in lane 2, St Ignatius in lane 3, and Newington in lane 4. And, excuse me, it is the St Ignatius crew in lane 3 with a very commanding lead here, looking very strong. Back to the Kings crew in 2nd, Newington in 3rd, and Scots in 4th. And as is often the case, all crews racing here getting very strong support, not only from the spectators we have in the pleasure craft over on the Hunters Hill side, but also the other crews from their schools that have just finished their race, cheering on their year mates and their rowing mates, which is always great to see. But with about 100 metres to go, St Ignatius crew looking very strong here, very relaxed, as they would be with the lead, the sizable lead that they have. Able to see the crews behind them. Sitting very tall, rowing very well together in time. And they will take victory in race 14, the School Year 8 Second Cox Quad Scull Division 1. That St Ignatius crew, Archie Oxenham, Julian Carr, Ben Walker, Theo Turner, coxed by Thomas Poynton and coached by Zachary Noble. Great effort there. King's crew coming through in second place, Charlie Camilleri, Emils Galvins, Henry Hazlitt, Lockie Rogers, and coxed by Tom Yabsley. And both the Newington crew in third and the Scots crew coming through in fourth have both had some technical issues there. That Newington crew having a big crab, but they've managed to get back together and row together to take third place. That's Guinness Devlin, Evan Gralakis, Charlie Auld, Nicholas Trethaway, and coxed by Tristan Holmes. And the Scots crew in fourth place. It looks as if the second seat there has lost one of his oars. Both his oars, which is a big shame there. But congratulations to them for finishing the race. Zach Sperring, Hugh Merriman, Lachlan Connolly, Felix Pope, and coxed by Nick Phillips. And as Josh was saying, we've got, trying to make up some time here. We've got race 15 just about to finish now as well. This is Year 8 Second Cox Quad Scull Division 2. And St Joseph's are going to take out this race with a very commanding lead back to Shaw and Sydney Grammar. So St Joseph's, big congratulations to them. Daniel Stewart, Charlie Wall, Bryn Whitaker, James Fredrickson, coxed by Jonathan Yates, coaches Michael Lane and Jim Lloyd. And then a very tight battle for second place here between Newington and Sydney Grammar. Going stroke for stroke here. Shaw crew just picking up their rate here as they start to pull past the Sydney Grammar crew. That's a great effort there from them because I think they were slightly behind. But that last 150 metres, they've lifted their rate and will take second place by about 3/4 of a length back to Sydney Grammar in third. So a great effort there from all crews.
Thank you to Andy Mulders, who's supporting Joey's from Leichhardt. Only about 5 kilometres away as the crow flies from where we are now. Unfortunately, you couldn't be here in person, Andy, but thank you very much for joining and supporting schoolboy and schoolgirl rowing across in the Sydney region. I'll now just go through some of the results from the last couple of races. The School Year 8 4th Cox Quad Scull Division 2. In first place, we had Shaw in lane 2 with a time of 5 minutes and 41 seconds, .32. St Joseph's in second with a time of 5:47.22. And Sydney Grammar in third with a time of 7:35.52. The Schoolboy Year 8 3rd Cox Quad Scull Division 1. Scots with in first place with a time of 5:47. Kings with a time of 6 minutes, .21. Newington with a time of 6:11.14 and St Ignatius with a time of 7:09.6. The School Year 8 3rd Cox Quad Scull Division 2. Joey's with winning that with a time of 5:45.65. Shaw coming second with 5:55.93. The School Year 8 2nd Cox Quad Scull Division 1. St Ignatius in first place with a time of 5:37.5. Kings with a time of 5:58.42. In second place. And then Division 2 of the School Year 8 2nd Cox Quad Scull. In first place, we had St Joseph's with a time of 5:40, back to Shaw with a time of 6:13.17, and Sydney Grammar in third place with a time of 6:16.51.
Thank you, Josh. Race 16 now. Year 8, the Year 8 First Cox Quad Scull Division 1. In lane 1, Ignatius. In lane 2, Kings. In lane 3, Newington. And in lane 4, Scots. All 4 crews having taken the dogleg turn, heading for home with about 300 metres to go. And it is St Ignatius in lane 1 who have used that inside line very well to give themselves about a 2 to 3 length lead back to Kings in second place, and Scott's not far behind in third, and Newington slightly further back in fourth. Approaching the final red pylon now. St Ignatius maintaining their lead over the King's School in second and Newington in third place. And with 100 metres to go here, it doesn't look as if anyone's going to be able to catch this St Ignatius crew in lane one. Rowing very well together, sitting up nice and tall. The timing looks really good in that boat. Rating slightly higher than the King's crew in second. Scott's putting on a big push here to see if they can take second place off King's. But I think King's will just hold on. St Ignatius there crossing the line in first place. And a very tight finish for second. Not entirely sure he got that one. I'll leave that one to the marshals. And Newington going across the line in fourth place. But that St Ignatius crew that took out that race: Alexander Kerr, Archer Hartman, Thomas McClintock, Patrick Delaney, coxed by Oliver Alsop and coached by Zachary Noble. And then, yeah, a very tight finish there for second place between the King's crew and the Scott's crew in lanes 2 and 4, respectively. And then Newington slightly further back, crossing the line there in fourth place. So we will wait for the official results there for the minor placings. But a great effort there from all crews involved. It looks like we have the official results now. I'll hand over to Josh to read those out.
So confirmation, the School Year 8 First Cox Quad Scull Division 1. In first place, St Ignatius with a time of 5 minutes and 20 seconds flat. In second place, Kings with a time of 5:26.76. And Scott's in third place with a time of 5:27.55. 0.79 seconds separating those two crews. So a fantastic race for second place. Congratulations to all crews involved.
Thank you, Josh. So race 17 now. It's the final race of the Schoolboy Year 8 Cox Quad Scull. So this is the first Cox Quad Scull Division 2. We've got 3 entrants in this race. We've got St Joseph's in lane 1, Sydney Grammar in lane 2, and Shaw in lane 3. We were supposed to have a St Augustine's crew according to the program, but they have been scratched earlier in the week, which is a shame because it's always great to see the St Augustine's crews down here for the Gold Cup. They always make a great effort of it and often do very well at these races because we don't see them at many of the other GPS races during the season. But unfortunately, they're not taking part. But as the crews start to make their way towards the turn now, it is the St Joseph's crew in lane 1 with a pretty sizable lead back to the Shaw crew in lane 3. And then slightly further back, we've got that Sydney Grammar crew in lane 2. But this St Joseph's crew taking the turn now very well. Great job there from the coxswain to navigate that turn. And it is a lot easier as well when you don't have other crews around you. He's got plenty of water around him to make the most of that turn, to keep his crew in the lead with a very sizable lead back to the Shaw crew in lane 3 that have turned inside the turning buoy, but I don't think it's going to matter all too much. I don't think they're going to catch this Joseph's crew or be caught by the Sydney Grammar crew slightly further back. I think this race was decided a lot further up the river. And a great work there from that Joey's crew to take such a sizable lead so early on. And then not only maintain it, but then extend it over the course of the 1,400 metres. So with 100 metres to go, it will be the crew from St Joseph's who take out the final Year 8 Cox Quad Scull race of the morning. The first Cox Quad Scull Division 2, so the St Joseph's crew: Samuel Spork, Austin Short, Abe Race, Joseph Lane, Lachlan Moulders is the cox, and the coaches are Michael Lane and Jim Lloyd. Bit of colourful language there from the Joey's crew. Very excited to win the race, but definitely not on. I just had a stern telling off from their coach and from the marshals as well. and rightly so. I'm not sure if any of our mics picked up that language. I don't think they did. But they're sure finishing in second place. Harrison Frape, Will Powell, Lawson Armstrong, Henry Roxburgh, and Cox by Tony Cochrane. And the Grammar Crew slightly further back in third place. They are rowing off the course. I'm not sure if they're going to make their way back on. But they should cross the line in third.
So we're now going back to the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Sculls. They've already begun back up the river. Fantastic to see schoolgirls here. Unfortunately, last year they couldn't be with us due to some of the code restrictions, but this year we're very fortunate to have some fantastic schoolgirl races to bring to you live broadcast throughout the world. The state of rowing in Australia is that the women's rowing is incredibly strong, and so is the male rowing as well. But in particular, it's fantastic to see that so many young girls are getting involved within the sport at such a young age and doing so well and being so successful. So thank you very much to all of those who make rowing possible, but in particular female rowing possible. An incredible sport that teaches you incredible lessons in life, and it's great to see that they can all get involved and be part of such a great event, being the 138th edition of the Gold Cup Regatta. So we'll now turn back to race 18, which Luke will give you the call for.
Thank you, Josh. So race 18, we're back with the schoolgirls, as Josh said. We've got the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 4. We've got 5 entrants in this race. I'm only seeing 4 boats come down the course, though. We've got Roseville in lane 1, Loretto Kirribilli 6 in lane 2, Pimble Ladies in lane 3, Loretto Kirribilli 7 in lane 4, and Loretto Normanhurst in lane 5. It looks as though the crews might have gone a bit mixed up with their lane numbers. I'm not entirely sure. But it is the Pimble Ladies crew in lane 3, currently holding down first place. Back to the Loretto Kirribilli 6 crew in second. Roseville in third. And Loretto Kirribilli 7 in fourth place. I can't see that the Loretto Normanhurst crew has started this race. But the Pimble Ladies crew from lane 3 looking very strong here. And despite the best efforts of the Loretto Kirribilli 6 crew and their coxswain, it'll be Pimble Ladies who take out race 18, the School Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 4. That's Isabella Stanley, Scarlett Miles, Melanie Tan, Phoebe Handley, coxed Jasmine McCauley, and coached by Matilda Pennington. And the Loretto Kirribilli crew having some slight issues, but they will cross the line in second place. Madeline Burgess, Lucy Sexenian, Sahara Carter, Audrey Ross, Lola Hasten is the cox, coached by Federica Gibbs. I believe that's Roseville. Roseville in third place. They've got the number 2 marker on their boat, but they were supposed to start in lane 1. That's Roseville, isn't it? Yeah. That is Roseville in third place. And then back to Loretto Kirribilli 7 in fourth. And it doesn't look as if the Loretto Normanhurst crew started that race, unfortunately. I'm not sure what the issue was there, but only 4 crews taking part in that race. So it was Pimble Ladies that won that race. And a big congratulations to them. But turning our attention now to race 19, the School Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 3. We do have all five crews entered into this race starting. Pimble Ladies in lane 1, Loretto Kirribilli 4 in lane 2, Roseville lane 3, Loretto Kirribilli 5 in lane 4, and Loretto Normanhurst in lane 5. And it's going to be a very tight race here for first between Pimble Ladies and Loretto Kirribilli 4 in lanes 1 and 2 respectively. Both using that inside line there very well. But it is the Loretto Kirribilli 4 crew with about a half a length to a 3/4 length lead from where I'm standing, back to that Pimble Ladies crew. And then Roseville, Kirribilli 5 and Normanhurst all battling it out for 3rd, 4th and 5th respectively. This has been some great schoolgirl racing. But with about 150 metres to go as they pass the final red pylon, it is the Kirribilli crew holding about a half a length lead and just looking to see off this final push from the Pimble Ladies crew. And this Kirribilli crew is doing a great job, not just to hold off that push, but now to start to extend away and extend that lead out to over a length now, as they will take race 19, the schoolgirl, Year 9, Cox Quad Scull Division 3. Your winners, Loretto Kirribilli 4, Juliet Better, Emily Champ, Lydia Clarkin, Grace Woodward. Jessica Bruce is the Cox, coached by Phoebe Halley. Pimble Ladies, about a length and a half back in 2nd place. Millie Cullinane, Sienna Novak, Scarlett Ollison, Genevieve Harton, Deanna Addingner is the Cox, coached by Eliza Entwistle. And then Roseville in lane 3 will take 3rd place. Alice Betich, Claudia Berger, Saskia Grutke, Eloise Jones, Grace Thompson is the Cox, coached by Alex Brown. Loretto Kirribilli 5 in 4th. Ava Hatsides, Charlotte Madsen, Coco Butcher, Amelia Charlson, Imogen Donahue is the Cox, coached by Hannah Potts. And then Normanhurst, we've had some technical issues there. The stroke seat losing one of her oars, unfortunately. But they will cross the line, and a great effort for them to finish there in 5th place. Madeline Woods, Ellie Wentworth-Brown, Emma O'Brien, Tara Gambrill, and coxed by Morgan Tyrrell. I'll now hand over to Josh, who will call race 20.
So race 20 coming down the river right now is the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 2. In lane 1 we have Loretto Kirribilli number 2, lane 2 Pimble Ladies, lane 3 Loretto Kirribilli 3 and lane 4 Loretto Normanhurst. And we have Loretto Kirribilli once again showing some incredible prowess on these waters of the Lane Cove River. That's Loretto Kirribilli number 2 crew, who are currently dominating this race. Fantastic row from those girls there coming through, looking very, very relaxed as they're coming over the line. Fantastic boat run at every stroke. And that will be the Loretto Kirribilli 2 crew of Rachel Risby, Ava Charles, Elise Hutton, Kate Whitson, Annabelle Peel, coached by Lara Rainwhite. But the real race is going on for 2nd place, which is the Loretto Kirribilli 3 crew, currently back to Loretto Normanhurst and Pimble. Fantastic finish here. It will probably be the Loretto Kirribilli number 3 crew coming through in 2nd place, with Loretto Normanhurst just pipping Pimble right at the end, but we will wait for official results regarding that. So that's a 1-2 for Loretto Kirribilli 2 and 3. Fantastic race by Loretto Kirribilli crews during that race, and we'll just wait for official confirmation to who came 3rd within that race. Great race, girls.
Once again, great to see all the comments coming in from all of you tuning in. Whether you're here in Sydney, right around Australia, or anywhere right around the world. We've had people tuning in from the UK to Germany, to places right across Australia and right across the state. A really nice comment here from Annie Moulders. I just want to echo what she said. Amazing racing from all the boys in their first year of rowing. Well done to all your 8 quads who participated. I think that's a really nice comment and a great effort, as Annie said, from all the year 8 crews, especially in their first year of rowing, to go from the usual 1,000 metre races that are, as Josh said, straight line course races to this 1,400 metre race, the extra 400 metres, and then you add that dogleg turn as well, makes it an extremely difficult race for those young men. And we do also have the official results from race 20. It was a very tight race for second, third, and fourth. So it was the Loretto Kirribilli 2 crew that finished in first with a time of 5 minutes 44. Second place was the Loretto Kirribilli 3 crew in a time of 6 minutes 13:01. And then Loretto Normanhurst took out third in a time of 6 minutes 16.22. And Pimble Ladies in fourth at a time of 6 minutes 16.67. So 0.45 of a second there, so, separating third and fourth place.
So we now turn to the final race of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull divisions, the race 21. And that is the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 1. In lane 1 we have Pimble. In lane 2 we have Roseville. In lane 3 we have Loretto Kirribilli. In lane 4 Loretto Normanhurst. Once again, a fantastic race. Looks like coming down the river. It will be the Pimble Ladies crew with a slight advantage coming over the Loretto Kirribilli crew, who have taken the turn around the same time. So a good finish coming up here. The Loretto Kirribilli crew would have started in front of the Pimble crew, but the Pimble crew having the advantage of going round the inside of the pylon. So this would be a grandstand finish here for all these schoolgirls involved. Just got a slight lead over the Pimble crew. As I said before, the Pimble crew had the advantage of coming through the inside of the pylon, making a great finish. But it will be the Loretto Kirribilli crew who are putting a little bit more length on this Pimble crew. A fantastic row by the Pimble crew. Their coxswain put them in the best position, but the Loretto Kirribilli crew too strong at the end of the day. That is Chloe Allsop, Ella Chidgey, Georgia Moran, Mabel Oxenham, coxed by Ruby Kozub, and coached by Frederica Gibbs. Congratulations, girls. Great race. And the Pimble Ladies crew coming in second from lane 1. But as well, the last 2 crews, Roseville and Loretto Normanhurst, battling out for third place. It will be the Loretto Normanhurst crew coming in third place, with the Roseville crew coming in fourth place. Fantastic race from all those girls involved. The standard of the rowing that we've seen today has been particularly fantastic. It's great to see such young prowess in a sport that can be applied to an Olympic level. I'd like to remind those that are watching at home and those that are watching from around the world, please keep interacting with us within the chat. Tell us where you're watching from, who you're supporting. It's great to see that even though that we can be socially distant and we can be apart, that we can still connect with each other. In a world of constants and inconsistencies across the board, that being mask wearing, social distancing, QR code check-ins, it's great that we can finally connect and be a part of something so special here today, and that is the 138th example of the Gold Cup Regatta here at St Ignatius College, Riverview. If I take you back now to Tokyo 2020, held in 2021, the Olympics, the Australian rowing team got 4 medals, 2 in the men's and 2 golds in the coxless quads, the men and the women's, and 2 bronzes in the men and the women's coxed 4. fantastic to see that these rowing programs that are instigated at these schools and at these clubs is flowing through to success at the top level. So I'd like to thank all the parents, all the coaches, all the marshals, all the officials that have made this day possible on behalf of Father Thomas Renshaw and Dr. Paul Hine. We'd like to thank you for being a part and participating in the 138th edition of the Riverview Gold Cup. An event like no other, 1400 metre race, a sprint for those that are usually doing 2000, and a little bit further for those that are usually used to 1000 with its famous dog leg turn. There have been many mishaps on this course regarding that dog leg turn, but today, thankfully, we've had no major incidents, just some of the coxswains trying to navigate their way around, a little bit more unorthodox than you'd assume. And now we are now waiting for the start of the Year 9 Cox Quad Sculls. And as we reiterated before, this for many of the Year 9 crews is their version of the head of the river. That being that they only row in this regatta, but they don't actually go out to Penrith and row in the head of the river, being the ultimate prize for any rowing crew in Year 10, Year 11 and Year 12. So this for them is very important. It also brings the added benefit of having a little prize that you can take home, that being a silver oar, synonymous with the Gold Cup. It's very common to see crews eating ice cream with their silver oars after they've won a race, especially on a hot day. But if we turn our attention back up the river, we're just waiting for a start. So we have this race here, which we're waiting to start, and there's a little bit of and it's very good of the King's School to do this, but we've got one of the King's Crew who has a broken rigger who's still going to row against St. Ignatius. Shaw, unfortunately, did not start, and St. Augustine's have been scratched from earlier in the week. So this will be quite an interesting race for those tuning in at home. That is the School Year 9 7th Cox Quad Scull, race number 22.
Plenty more people commenting in from commenting on the live stream from right around the world. Once again, great to see. We've got someone says they're watching from Cape Town, South Africa, supporting the Year 9 Shaw Year 9 quads. And I've just had a look at what the time is in South Africa. It's midnight midnight there, so great effort to stay up to watch the Gold Cup, to support. I don't know whether it's your son or your nephew or your cousin, whoever it is, but a great effort there from that person watching from Cape Town to stay up late and to tune into the Gold Cup.
We're incredibly lucky here at St. Ignatius to be blessed with an incredible rowing facility of where we're watching from, but as well as the fact that the boys can row out of. And across the board, we'd probably just like to say, once again, thank you to all the parents and friends of the rowing community at Riverview for making this event possible. A lot of the marshals, most of the people that are setting up this race is all done through volunteer work, and without their tireless efforts, events like this couldn't be possible. So the School Year 9 7th Cox Quad Scull has started. So that's the St. Ignatius and King's School rowing in this race. The rain has actually just started to fall. But thankfully, it looks like it will be passing. I believe we'll probably see this most throughout the day. And in actual fact, it seems like the wind direction has changed to a full-blown cross breeze. It was a cross tail, but now it's full-blown cross breeze coming across from the right-hand side of your screen to the left-hand side. So it makes it particularly difficult for coxers who are trying to control their boat coming down the river. It's been fantastic to see all the great quality of racing so far. Hopefully we can see some blue skies later in the day. But as the rowing inevitably gets faster with the higher and more experienced crews starting to row, we will start to see the races go quite quickly. So apologies at home if we are switching in between very quickly due races and not getting to everyone and getting to everyone's names. So it is a pretty tight race. I can't seem to see who's in front at this stage, but even Kings, who we've been notified of rowing with a broken rigger, are still taking it to St Ignatius. This will be a fantastic row by the Kings crew, despite all the odds of having broken equipment, which is synonymous with rowing. It can be very common for a crew's equipment to have an equipment malfunction, especially in a race. You do all the preparation, all the good work, try and get everything set up, and then all of a sudden something breaks. It can be very disheartening, but the Kings crew have sort of thrown that out the window and have seemed to have been taking it to St Ignatius. I will say now that it looks as though that St Ignatius are in the lead, but congratulations must be given to the Kings School for the fantastic row despite having a broken rigger, some pretty poor equipment. And it looks as though they've actually stopped in the middle of the river there. Inevitably, if you are rowing with a broken rigger, something worse may happen. It's very common, like driving a car with a check engine light. If you push it too hard, it can all of a sudden just stop working. So it will be the St Ignatius crew who may finish this race. The Kings crew may retire based on the fact that they have some broken equipment, but a great effort to even start and even attempt the race. Great spirit. It's what rowing's all about. Doesn't matter where you come, it's how hard you went, and if you're proud of that, then you should be very proud of the way that you've conducted yourself. Congratulations to that King's School who have rowed despite that broken oar. I might just give a shout out to the name of those boys: Rory Crocker, Charlie McKay, Abe Wilson, Nicholas Bayer, coxed by Chase Scott and coached by Archie Stacey. Well done boys from that King's crew. It looks as though they're retiring from that race, but it will be the St Ignatius crew who are now rowing their own race, who will come through to win this race. Matthew Marinovich, Lucas Gontarczyk, Xavier Brown, Samuel Brooks, coxed by Lachlan Cashian and coached by Patrick Johnson. Similarly, the race behind has started as well. It's looking as though either the Newington or the St Ignatius crew did not start. There only seems to be 2 rowers in this race. In the next race, that is. But the St Ignatius crew in race 22 just come through the line there. The School Year 9 7th Cox Quad Scull winners of St Ignatius. And race 23, which is currently up the river it is Kings in lane 1, Newington in lane 2, and St Ignatius in lane 3. As I said before, it looks as though one of those schools did not start. And it looks to be the Newington crew that did not start. So St Ignatius being in lane 3 will have to go outside the buoy and Kings will come inside. So it's pretty much a sprint between both crews. Looks fairly even at this point. St Ignatius crew maintaining their lead that was given to them at the start, but the Kings crew will have the advantage of coming around the pylon if their coxswain can take a good line and giving them the best advantage in the last 400 or so metres.
Plenty more people commenting in on the live stream, which is great to see. we've got the person going by the name Casual Potato, clearly an alias, who's watching from Cape Town, South Africa, says he's watching for his nephew Ollie. And if I had to take a guess looking at the program here, I'm going to assume that's Ollie Harvey in the Year 9 5th Cox Quad Scar, which is coming up in about 2 to 3 races' time. We've got Karen Peters supporting all the Joey's crews today from Dubbo. Well done to all the boys, girls and coaches. Carmel Tui supporting Paddy from Riverview. Not entirely sure which Paddy she's referencing. I'm sure there's a whole heap of Paddies throughout the program. And Claire Courtney supporting Joey's from Lade Vale Gunning in New South Wales. And supporting Harvey O'Kane. So thanks for commenting in. I'll hand back to Josh for the finish of this very exciting race.
Yeah, it's an absolutely cracking race coming down the river right now. About 250 metres to go. It is neck and neck between the Kings and the Riverview crew. I'd probably say that Kings are slightly ahead of St Ignatius at this stage. It will be an absolute sprint for the finish line. Hopefully this kayaker that is currently out on the river will vacate and get out of the way and not disturb any of the boys' finishes. But it is the King School slightly ahead of St Ignatius by about a half length. And it will be the King School who will take this over St Ignatius by about half a boat length. The King School, that's Tommy Tutel, Ryan Rahmi, Charlie Morgan, Hugo Firth, coxed by Max Small, and coached by Archie Stacey. Well done, gents. Fantastic row there from the King School. Coxed to perfection, as you witnessed just then. Despite the early lead that St Ignatius have, the King School managed to take the inside line, giving themselves a big advantage coming into the last 500 metres and just maintaining that distance from St Ignatius with that advantage. Fantastic work, boys.
Apologies to Casual Potato. He's not supporting... What did I say? He's not supporting Ollie Harvey. He is supporting Oliver Edwards, who is racing in the School Year 8 4th Cox Quad Skull Division 2 race, which is going to be up in 5 races' time. We've got Olivia Marshall commenting in a club in Ireland, but still tuning in for my brothers, the Marshall brothers from Shore. So I'm assuming she's been watching the racing on her phone at a club somewhere in Ireland. That's a great effort from her.
No doubt a few lemonades deep. But we're going to turn our attention now to race 24, which is the School Year 9 6 Cox Quad Skull Division 2. Just waiting for that to start at the moment. There may have been a slight error. I mean, given the fact that we discussed the wind before being now a full-blown crossbreed, turning into what looks like a bit of a headwind, the place that the crews are starting from is quite a gully of wind. Therefore, it can be incredibly difficult for the marshals to start. So as soon as they have a line, they will just start calling it. So as the wind picks up, we'd like to remember our marshals who are doing the best they absolutely can to try and keep these crews on time. And it can be incredibly difficult to get a start when the wind is blowing your boat 4 metres to the right or left. So just to reiterate, as we said before, the Gold Cup, it's a 1,400 metre race. For the crews that are rowing currently now, the Year 9 crews, they're usually used to rowing around about 1,000 metres. So this is an upscaled race for them, with the added complexity of a dogleg turn, synonymous with the Gold Cup Regatta. Crews in lanes 1 and 2 will go inside the buoy, which you might be able to see from the inside as a little red dot that is to the left of the pylon with the flag on it. And lanes 3, 4 and 5 have to go outside that. The start is staggered, giving the crews in lanes 5, 4 and 3 a little bit of an advantage coming forward, so that negates the advantage that the crews get in lanes 1 and 2 from going inside the pylon. The race can be won from any lane. And the reality is that a great coxswain and a great rowing crew can win from anywhere. So I believe we've got a start now, and that is the School Year 9 6 Cox Squad Skull Division 2. In lane 1 we have Sydney Grammar, lane 2 Shore, and lane 3 St Joseph's. So lane 1, just a reminder, being on the Hunters Hill side or the right-hand side of your screens if you're watching from home. And lanes 3, 4 and 5 being closer to the Longerville side on the left-hand side of your screens. Once again, I believe it looks like 2 crews that have started this race. That's the St Joseph's and the Newington crew, I believe. We'll get a clearer picture once my binoculars come in view, once the boys get a little bit closer. It would probably be the Shore and the St Joseph's crew. Apologies. St Joseph's being in lane 3 and Shore being in lane 2. The Sydney Grammar crew appears to have not have started. So St Joseph's with a comfortable lead here over the Shore School. Looks like their coxswain has done an incredible job keeping that line as tight as possible towards the boy they have to go around. The reality is that if the Shore School coxswain can impress upon his crew the importance of this section of the race, that he may be able to put his position in a position to win this race. But it looks as though St Joseph's with a comfortable lead over the Shore School may come around the boy a little bit in front of the Shore School and be able to maintain that throughout the rest of this race. Fantastic. You can see here, this is his textbook of how you'd want a crew in lane 3 to take that boy, but it looks as though the St Joseph's crew have actually gone inside the boy. The marshals may have something to say about that a little bit later, but seeing as there is only 2 crews in this race, sometimes the marshals can be a little bit lenient, given the lead that St Joseph's seem to have. So it will be the St Joseph's crew back to the Shore School, coming through in the School Year 9-6 Cox Squad Skull Division 2. And the race behind has also started. That is the School Year 9 5th Cox Squad Skull Division 1. But it is the St Joseph's crew with about 4 boat lengths between them and the Shore School. Fantastic row. Fantastic coxing by the coxswain. And it will be the St Joseph's School of Xavier Bandiera Dunn, Patrick Georgakis, Matthew Reeves, Robert Sciarcia Jr., Peter Prentice is cox and coached by Darcy Adams and Benjamin Kearney. Fantastic row there from both schools. But now going back up the river to the School Year 9 5th Cox Squad Skull Division 1. In lane 1 we have Newington, lane 2 St Ignatius, lane 3 Kings. Coming down to almost the halfway point of this race. It is the St Ignatius crew in first place, who have come from lane 2. And it seems as though the Newington crew have seemed to swap lanes with the St Ignatius crew. So the St Ignatius currently rowing in lane 1 and Newington in lane 2. As it happens, sometimes the marshals will just elect to start crews in different lanes given the fact that they can get a good start line. That may have been the case in this race. So it will be the St Ignatius crew who will come down and hit the pylon first, but the King's crew not far behind, the coxswain making a great turn. So it is the St Ignatius crew back to the King's School with a not unobtainable lead by St Ignatius if the King's School really get their rate up and possibly. But it will be probably St Ignatius who will come and take this home. That lead that was attained by the coxswain through that turn, too much for the King's School to probably catch up with. And it will be St Ignatius who are going to take out the School Year 9 5th Cox Squad Scull Division 1. That is Will Peterson, William Van Rijwick, Angus Nicol, William Irwin, coxed by Ethan Francis and coached by Ned O'Rourke. Congratulations, gents. And the King's School a very valiant second. Seems as though the next race has started as well. So turning our attention back up the river, it's the School Year 9 5th Cox Quad Scull Division 2. It's race 26. Lane 1 we have Shaw, lane 2 St Joseph's and lane 3 Sydney Grammar. So it's the Sydney Grammar School. Once again, only 2 crews have started in this race. And it looks as though it's the Sydney Grammar School leading the Shaw School. If the Sydney Grammar School can hold on here, it would account for their club and their school's first win of the day. Fantastic row here by the Sydney Grammar School. Up here in the commentary box, we can hear the Grammar coxswain telling his crew that they're at the final stretch. Fantastic row here by the Sydney Grammar School, back to the Shaw School. A wonderful display of rowing from the Sydney Grammar School. The Sydney Grammar School probably outrating the Shaw School by about 8 or 10 strokes per minute, which is just allowing them to just keep picking up their boat speed. The Shaw School, whilst rowing powerful, their rate probably could be pushed a little bit higher, which would allow them to enter the water a little bit more quickly. When we talk about the stroke rate, we talk about a metric that's used in rowing to describe strokes per minute. So how fast the boys are coming up the slide and putting their oars in the water after they've taken them out of the water at the finish. So when we talk about stroke today, or the stroke rate, we are referring to that action. Usually you'll see crews row from about 30 and to the higher crews in the 8s and the larger boats to around about 40, which can be quite tough if you're doing it very quickly. But the next race that's on currently is race 27, which is the School Year 9 4th Cox Quad Scull, Division 1. In lane 1 we have Scots, lane 2 St Ignatius, lane 3 Kings, lane 4 Newington. That race has begun. An incredibly tight start from all crews involved. It seems as though they're very bunched up together in the middle of the river, as I can see it. It would be incredible to see what result comes from this race, given the fact that all crews are so close together. So we've got Scots and St Ignatius who will be on the right hands of your screen, who will have to go inside the pylon. So keep the pylon on your left, on the right hand side of your screen. And then the Kings and Newington School have to go outside the buoy, which is a little red mark you can see probably in the middle of your screen looking down the river. Just a reminder to those watching at home, please feel free to interact with us on the live chat. Tell us where you're watching from, who you're supporting, any memories you've got of rowing. We had a few great memories when we did this last year of people rowing in tubs, as they used to be called, now quads, or of different memories on the Lane Cove River, throwing coxswains into water and so forth. All great fun, all great memories that are had in rowing crews. Some people dedicate their life to this sport, and we're very fortunate to have Mr. Dan Noonan as the MIC of rowing here at Riverview. 3-time Olympian, world record holder for the men's coxless quad, a fantastic champion of schoolboy and schoolgirl rowing. And it's incredible to have the support of fantastic, fantastic people. But it seems as though currently there's a boat that's just entered the river and come onto the course. This may prove problematic for some of the crews that are coming down. I believe it's probably a mistake by that big boat, but we'd just like to remind anyone that does know anyone on those boats, please, if we can reach out to them and tell them to stay off the course. It can be incredibly dangerous for crews coming down and also incredibly problematic and ruin a race. So please, if you are out there on Pleasure Craft and listening to this live stream, please make sure that we're adhering to the river rules. It's very common to see a maritime or a police boat come down and inspect what's going on. Seems as though Scots and the Riverview crew have had a bit of a clash of oars in the middle of the river, which has basically opened the way up for the King's School to take a handy lead back to Scots, back to Newington, mind you, sorry, and then back to Riverview, then Scots. So it will be Kings who are going to come round the pylon first, and Newington who are also coming down, and it will be a very tight race for first place and even second and third place. You can hear the raucous of the King's boat. And it looks as though Kings have maintained a lead over the Newington crew. However, with about 300 to 250 metres to go, it could be anyone's race here if the Newington crew can pick it up a little bit. And the Scotch crew are now putting it back on the Riverview crew in their fight for third place. And it is the King's School with about a boat and a half length in front of the Newington College crew. Fantastic row. And it will be the King School who come out to take this race. A great race. Seemed like there was a little bit of technical difficulties experienced by some crew in the middle of that race, but the King School have managed to take that one out. Fantastic row. Back to the Newington crew, followed by will be St. Ignatius and then the Scots College. So that King's crew being Tyler Mitchell, Oscar Todd, Rory Rangaswamy, Jet Thomas, Hazaifa Abbas, Cox by Hazaifa Abbas, and coached by Tom Wickham.
Great to see plenty of comments coming through on the live stream. Plenty of people watching in from right around the country. A lot of comments in people supporting Newington. Sally Simon is supporting Riverview from Coffs Harbour. Fiona Markwell, shout out to my cousin Aston, race 28 for Joey's, which is actually the next race, row hard. O Fanua supporting, saying Go King, supporting Isaac Fanua. Someone asking how can we re-watch a race? Will they be posted? You can go back through the live stream to re-watch the races. So if you bring up the page on YouTube, you can go back in time. I don't think they're going to be time-stamped, but you can kind of scroll your way back through, and you should hopefully be able to find the race that you're looking for. So that was Camilla Quiddington asking that question there. Sorry, the races are labelled. You will see the super at the bottom of the screen, so that'll let you know.
And it seems as though the boat that actually was on the Riverview was a Riverview boat. You'd think they'd know better.
You think they would, all the years we've had. It's always great. As we said, we can't have spectators down here on the banks of Lane Cove River, but plenty of spectator craft as always. And there's a few boats you always pick out that always come down every year. The big King supporter craft always makes its presence felt. Plenty of support on there, plenty of cheering there in that last race, which Kings took out. So might have spurred them across the line to victory there, that big King supporter vote.
Mm. Looking back up the river now, we've got the School Year 9 4th Cox Quad Scull Division 2, St Joseph, Sydney Grammar and Shaw. It looks as though that Shaw has maintained a comfortable lead over St Joseph's, who have an inside line, and the Sydney Grammar School also coming very, very close behind. But the St Joseph's crew seem to be making a little bit of ground here on the Shaw School. They've upped their rate, certainly put a bit of extra pressure through their oars and through their rigger. Fantastic row here by the Shaw School, though, looking incredibly comfortable. You'll often see that crews that look like they're doing it very relaxed are often the crews that are rowing the hardest and the best out there. Valiant effort here by the St Joseph's crew, but it will be the Shaw crew who are going to take out the School Year 9 4th Cox Quad Scull to Division 2 from Lane 3. It is the Shaw School. Great. And that's Oliver Edwards, Daniel Wright, Ben Hocking, Jasper Holstead, and Cox by Jethro Chapman. Back to the Joey's crew of William Pickthall, Oliver Moore, Aston Liebler, Archer Crawford, Giancarlo Mirabella as the Cox, and coached by Anaya Bahindi.
More comments coming in on the live stream. We've got Carolina saying shout out to Lucas from Ewington from Auntie Carol. Kerry O'Kane saying good luck to Harvey O'Kane from Auntie Kerry in Canberra, watching on there. Alejandro shouting out Lucas for Loz in race 29, which is the race now. So I'll hand back to Josh for the call of this race.
That's it, race 29, the school year 9 third, Cox Quad Skull, Division 1. In lane 1 we have Kings, lane 2 Newington, and lane 3 St Ignatius. It looks as though it's the Kings School in lane 1 who have got a sizable lead back to the Newington College, then St Ignatius. Kings School looking incredibly comfortable, very relaxed. It's often the crews that you see that are looking very relaxed, very powerful throughout the water that are doing it the easiest, but they're the ones that usually are coached, very drilled, very well. So this Kings crew, coached by Tom Wickham, fantastic outfit here, and that's the Kings School of Charlie Robinson, Rick Estons, Archie McMurdy, Ashton Tregonning, and coxed by Jack Gall. Congratulations, gents. A great race from there. Followed by the Newington crew in second place, and then back to St Ignatius. A little bit of rain spotted around the river currently. But all in all, pretty good conditions. The best rowing conditions are often when it's nice and cool, no wind. Today there's a little bit of wind that might make it difficult and may pick up later on in the day. But currently the conditions are pretty good, make for pretty good racing. So we're now turning to race 30 up the river. That's the school year 9 third Cox Quad Skull Division 2. Lane 1 we have Sydney Grammar, lane 2 Shaw, and lane 3 St Joseph's. As we've said before in the live stream, lane 1 is the closest to the right hand of your screen, that being the Hunters Hill side. And reminder that lanes 1 and 2 have to go inside the pylon and inside the buoy that you can see in the middle of your screen there. Very tight race here. Coming up, we've got the Shaw and St Joseph's crews battling it out here for first place. The Shaw School just having a little bit of a better inside line. The Joey's taking it inside the buoy. I assume the marshals will let that one slide, given the fact there are no other crews in the race. But it will be a sprint for the finish line between the Shaw School and St Joseph's. The Shaw School looking incredibly strong. All of their catches, all of the blades going into the water at the same time, looking very powerful, sitting back and rocking together, making the boat and trying to maximise the amount of length they've got throughout the water, the amount of boat run that they've got. St Joseph's there in the cerise with their very, very recognisable pink fluoro hats, rowing very valiantly, but unfortunately the Shaw School too strong at this stage. Looking very powerful in the water. Every stroke they take looking like they're gaining even more speed. And it will be the Shaw School that will come over in first place. Hamish Wade, Sam Wiley, Charlie Francis, Jasper Holstead, and coxed by Callum Zoo. Are you going?
So do you get a view of the start?
We don't. I'll just turn the light. So now turning to race 31, the School Year 9 second Cox Quad Skull. Division 1. In lane 1 we've got Kings, in lane 2 Newington, in lane 3 St Ignatius. And once again we've got the Kings crew with a sizable lead back to Newington and then St Ignatius. The Kings School having great success in the Year 9 quads. Fantastic row from all involved here. But it will be the battle for second place, which might be the closer finish here. The Kings School seem pretty comfortable out in front, looking incredibly good with their blade work and their power. Fantastic work. It will be the Kings School who will maintain a lead back to Newington, then to St Ignatius. But the battle for second and third place looks to be set for a grandstand finish. The St Ignatius are just up in their rate in the last 100 or so metres. Very tight. Newington slightly ahead at this stage, but Riverview just taking over. I think it will be St Ignatius who will come through into second place. Fantastic row by the St Ignatius crew. I'll leave this one up to the marshals to get official confirmation of results. But congratulations to the King's School taking that race out. That is Luke Fleet, Riley Lee Coxcall, Edward Woodhouse Badak, William Buckley, coxed by James Harrison, coached by Lauren Fornasaro. Fantastic row there by the King's School. We've only got a police boat that's currently on the course just inspecting, but we might have to ask them to vacate very quickly if a race is coming behind. But once again, they're respecting the road rules, respecting the water rules, sorry, I should say, and not leaving any wake for the rowers that are coming behind. The next race is the School Year 9 second Cox Quad Skull Division 2. In lane 1 we have Sydney Grammar, lane 2 Shaw, and lane 3 St Joseph's. Seems as though the Shaw School currently slightly ahead of the St Joseph's and Sydney Grammar School, which are going to battle it out for second place once again. Fantastic row here by the Shaw School, but the Sydney Grammar School coming pretty hard at them, and the St Joseph's crew. That'll be a fantastic finish once again. Two very exciting races, two cracking races. Looking forward to the first Year 9 quads coming down soon, but it will be the Shaw School currently in first place, back to Sydney Grammar, then to St Joseph's. St Joseph's may be able to lift here and just pip Sydney Grammar. The Sydney Grammar rower just getting a crab and with a broken oar as well. That may just give St Joseph's the win for second place. Unfortunately, Sydney Grammar may be forced to give up second place here. Fantastic row by the Shaw School there, but I believe Sydney Grammar, due to some technical failure within their boat, one of their 3-seat looking like they lost an oar, it looks as though St Joseph's may have pipped them for second place.
So it might be hard to see whether that little shed is... Yeah, the broad one.
So that's Shaw crew being Anderton Stock, William Kellett, Ethan Nam, Henry Sherrington, and coxed by James Gray. The next race that we're coming down at the moment is the Year 9 first Cox Quad Skull Division 1 for the Colonel Digger Joyce Memorial Trophy, currently held by Shaw. And it's looking as though the St Ignatius in lane 2 have opened up a commanding lead back to Kings in lane 4, and then Newington in lane 1. Scots appear to not have started this race. And this Riverview crew with about a 3 boat length lead back to Kings, looking incredibly powerful. Their blade work very precise. That boat coming through, the Riverview crew rowing in the Marie Mar. Shout out to Marie Mar, great servant of Riverview rowing throughout all her years. And that's Maximilian Burke, Montague Hiles, Jack Ward, Harrison Davis, coxed by Louis Taylor, coached by James Benson and Jackson Garrels. Back to the Kings crew, then back to the Newington crew in lane 1. Final race of the Year 9 First Cox Quad Scull, Division 2, race 34, coming down the river now. Lane 1 we have Shaw, lane 2 St Joseph's, lane 3 Sydney Grammar. This will be the final race of the schoolboys and schoolgirls, the Year 8 and 9s, before moving into the schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Sculls and the women's B grade Cox 4 later on.
Thank you to Shelley for commenting in on the live stream. She's saying go view, and she's supporting review today from Malaysia. So once again, people tuning in from right around the world, whether it's the UK, Germany, people in country New South Wales, or even here in the eastern suburbs of Sydney, right the way over to Malaysia as well. So great to see a real international audience, a real international flavour to today's Gold Cup Regatta.
The Gold Cup has gone global, which is fantastic to see. Please keep the comments rolling in. We'll be answering them all day. Fantastic to see everyone from across the world, as Luke's just reiterated, tuning in and supporting.
Good friend of the review rowing program, Michael Mars, commented in. Mum's stoked about the shout out and thanking Josh. Thanking Josh for the shout out.
I will say, Michael, sorry about that. I did misspoke. It's actually not the boat that's named after your mother. It's named after Paul Brogan, another servant of Riverview Rowing. I'll be sure to point out your mother's boat when he comes out. That's right, Paul Brogan, a very good dentist as well. Kirribilli Dental. So the Shaw School and the Joey's crew battling out here for first place back to the Sydney Grammar School in lane 3. Shaw will have the advantage once again of coming down in the inside line throughout the pylon, which you'll see on the right-hand side of your screen. The Joey's crew will also go in the inside line, and their coxswain maybe taking a little bit wider here so they can get a more straight run rather than the big curve that the Shaw School, the big turn the Shaw School will have to make coming through on the left-hand side. Two very prestigious and great rowing schools coming down and battling it out here for the School Year 9 First Cox Quad Scull Division 2. We'll be Shaw, who will seem to start their turn a little bit later than the St Joseph's crew, setting up for a grandstand finish here. It's a great race coming down the river here. If you're watching here from home, it's the Shaw and Joey's crews. Fantastic finish here to the Year 9 schoolboys. The crowd that's watching from Pleasurecraft and the other rowing boats cheering their respective schools on. It seems to be the Shaw School probably about a half a length ahead of the Joey's crew. Seem to have maybe had a bit of a technical issue there with one of their oars. The Shaw School, the stroke lifting the rate. Fantastic row here by the Shaw School. Very valiant effort there by the St Joseph School amid some technical issues they seem to have, but it will be the Shaw School coming through in first place. Back to St Joseph's, then back to Sydney Grammar School. That Shaw School crew being James Bestix, Charlie Galligan, Charlie Armadi, Joshua Frape, and Cox by Jamie Gandy. Congratulations to the Shaw School on that race. So So that wraps up the school year 8 and 9 schoolgirl and schoolboy events for today. As we said before, the added benefit of rowing in the Gold Cup for these crews is that they don't row in the head of the river, but they will go home with some silverware, that being a silver oar. So congratulations to all crews who raced so magnificently today. And please go home and enjoy your silver oar.
Nice comment here from Sarah Lees saying, "Go White," stroking the first 8 today for Scots. Mum and Dad watching from Barella, New South Wales, and Sally from the Tractor. And we will have the heat of the school first 8 race with Scots featuring, and I can see White's name there. That should be taking place at about just after 10:30. I think we are running about 4 to 5 minutes behind at the moment. So the marshals have done a great job there. I think we did start slightly late, and we had a few issues with some of the schoolboy and schoolgirl races, with crews going off the course, a bit of delayed starts with the wind, but the marshals have done a great job there to get us almost back to time.
Two schoolgirl in race 35, the schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Skull Division 4 is coming down. We have lane 1, Roseville, and lane 2, Pymble Ladies. This is the only schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Skull race that's going to be happening before the women's B grade Cox 4, and that will include clubs. Seems as though Roseville has a slight lead over Pymble Ladies. But with over 3/4 of the race still to be rowed, it'll be a very interesting prospect to see who comes out on top within this race. As we said a little while ago, last year we were unfortunate not to have any female rowers, any female schoolgirls, rowing at this event. It's great to see all the schoolgirls from every school come down and row in the Gold Cup. A fantastic sport that can cater to any ability as well as any gender or sex. It's fantastic to see that the girls are being so successful, especially even at a national age, with a bronze and a gold medal at the Olympics last year. So it looks as though the Roseville crew over the Pymble Ladies crew coming down at the moment. Fantastic row from the Roseville crew in the schoolgirl U10 Cox Quad Skull. The Roseville crew with a sizable lead over the Pymble Ladies crew, about 6 lengths. Noting the Pymble crew are all going in together once they've come to the top of their slide and coming out together. Very, very easy when you've got such great technique to come and just row. Very relaxed, very easy with a lot of power, as the Roseville crew are doing right now. Fantastic rowing girls. The Roseville coxswain yelling to try and keep her girls confident moving forward to the finish line. A great row by the Roseville College here. Fantastic row. And that will be the Roseville College of Amelia Irby, Grace Butler, Scarlett Ridley, Alexandra Ells, coxed by Grace Thompson, and coached by Alexander Smith. Fantastic row. The marshals just making sure the pinball crew maintain their line towards the finish. A very valiant second place. And it will be the pinball crew coming in second of that race.
And Peter, who was tuning in from Hamburg, Germany, cheering on Mary there, who was the cox of that pinball ladies crew that just crossed the line there in second place. Race 36 now, the women's B grade coxed 4. We've only got 2 entrants in this race. We've got UTS in lane 2 and Sydney Rowing Club in lane 3. The Mossman crew in lane 1 was scratched earlier during the week. Both crews starting to approach the turn now, and it is the Sydney Rowing Club crew in lane 3, holding about a 2 to 3 length lead back to UTS in lane 2, who will look to use that inside line to their advantage to try and claw back some of that gap and hopefully set up an exciting finish of racing. About 250 metres to go here. And the Sydney Rowing Club crew maintaining their lead over the UTS crew in this women's B grade coxed 4 race. Bit of a cross breeze blowing across from the Hunters Hill side. Both crews just lowering their rate slightly so they can keep the balance through that cross breeze. But with about 100 metres to go, Sydney Rowing crew that really held that lead from the turn, and they're going to take this race very comfortably, about 2 to 3 lengths back to the UTS crew. So big congratulations to Sydney Rowing Club, Neve Tierney, Liesl Page, Laura Cypher, Freya Neville, coxed by Hannah Cowap. Back to UTS in second place, Holly Garner, Louisa Stocks, Paige Critchlow, Taylor Kerpiniotis, Anna O'Hanlon is the cox, coaches Hallie Chapman and Natalie Leggy. Race 37 underway now, the Women's Masters 8. And this is one of the great things about the Gold Cup in comparison to some of the other regattas that we have on the calendar here, is we go all the way from our youngest rowers, who would be 12, 13, 14 years old in the schoolboy year 8s, all the way up to these Masters races in both the women's, and we've got the men's a bit later on, with people rowing well into their 50s, 60s and 70s. I've got the ages here next to every single rower. I'm not sure if I should or shouldn't read them out. I don't think I will. But as Josh said earlier on, rowing really is a sport for all genders, but also for all ages as well. Whether people who pick it up as schoolboys or schoolgirls while they're at school, or people who pick it up later in life, or people who pick it up in school and then continue on right through their life. Rowing really is a sport for all ages, and it's great to see so many of the rowing clubs around Sydney holding learn to row programs for people of all ages who want to get into the sport, whether they've had experience before and then they're coming back to the sport later on in life, or whether they are just coming to the sport new later on in life. It really is a great sport for all ages. So we've got 5 entrants in this race. We've got Leichhardt in lane 1, North Shore 3 in lane 2, Mossman in lane 3, North Shore 2 in lane 4, and North Shore 1 in lane 5. And they are graded B, C, D, D, E, respectively.
Just turning now back to the comments on the live stream. Please feel free to keep interacting with us all day. We'd love to give you a shout out and show you support for who you're down here watching. We've got Kate Heilman, who says, "Go Norma, good luck to Lizzie Heilman in the schoolgirl Cox Quad Scull." That'll be on right next, and they'll be rowing out of lane 2.
From the looks of what I can see, it looks like we only have 4 starters in this race. I'm not entirely sure which crew hasn't started the race. But as is the case with these Masters races, the crews all go off at different times depending on their grading, and that grading is done based on the average age of the crew. So the North Shore 1 crew in lane 5 went off the starting gun. And then the North Shore 2 and Mossman crews went after 5 seconds. The North Shore 3 crew going after 11 seconds, and the Leichhardt crew going after 15 seconds. And the hope is that with that staggered start, we should have an incredibly close finish at the end because of the way the race has been started due to those average composite ages of the crews.
Luke, I know we didn't want to mention the ages of all the crew members, but I will just tell those that are viewing the oldest age of one of the rowers that's rowing in here, and that's 62. That's shared by a couple of people, but a 62-year-old currently rowing in these races. So if you're looking to take up rowing and you're a little bit trepidatious based on the fact that you may be a little bit older than a couple of these schoolboys or schoolgirls that you're seeing here, don't worry about it. We'll have you. It's a great sport, great way to keep active, keep fit, and these crews that are coming down are a testament to the fact that rowing can be done by any age, any gender.
Couldn't agree more. And so turning our attention back up the course now, we have all 3 North Shore crews racing, and from the looks of it, we've got the Leichhardt crew in lane 1, which means I can't see the Mossman crew in this race. I think. The Women's Masters 8. So with about 250 metres to go, it's going to be a very tight race between the Leichhardt crew in lane 1 and the North Shore crew in lane 3. So these are the 2 crews with the youngest average age, and they started later than everyone else. So that Leichhardt crew had a 15-second, started after 15 seconds, the North Shore 3 crew going after 11 seconds. And they are going stroke for stroke here. This is going to be set up a very exciting finish with about 150 metres to go. I can't pick it at the moment. Both crews rating very well, looking very tidy. Starting to lift the rate now with about 50 metres to go. Stroke, I'm not going to be able to call it from up here. I'm going to definitely leave it to the marshals. But I can see that North Shore 3 crew with the line they've got, and with the way the race finishes, I think they might just have it by about a canvas back to that Leichhardt crew. But I will definitely leave that up to the marshals, and I'll check in with Josh once we get the official results. And definitely don't want to forget the other crews in this race. The North Shore 1 crew in lane 5 are going to come through to take 3rd. And the North Shore 2 crew in lane 4 will come through to take 4th. So from where I'm standing up here at Cove Cottage, it looks as if that North Shore 3 crew took it out by about a canvas back to that Leichhardt crew. But we will wait for the official word from the marshals, and we will give you that official result and those official timings and the margins when we get them. While we wait for those official results, we will turn our attention now to race 38, the Schoolgirl Cox Quad Scull. Supposed to have 4 entrants in this race, but I can only see 3 crews at the moment. So it was supposed to be Sydney Girls 2 in lane 1, Loretta Normanhurst 1 in lane 2, Sydney Girls 1 in lane 3, and Loretta Normanhurst 2 in lane 4. And we do have the official timings from the Women's Masters 8, so I'll hand over to Josh. He can tell us these official results and official timings.
So the official results for the Women's Masters 8, race 37, in first place was North Shore 3 from lane 2 with a time of 5:32.4, and second place was Leichhardt with a time of 5:32.77. 0.037 of a second was what separated those crews. Incredible finish, great race, well done.
Thank you, Josh. And so race 38, the Schoolgirl Cox Quad Skull final. It is Loretto Normanhurst 2 crew in lane 4. They've taken the turn very wide. And you might not be able to see them. They might just be appearing into view now on your screen because the mangroves might have been hiding their true position. But they've got a very strong lead back to their fellow Loretto Normanhurst crew in lane 2. And one of the Sydney Girls crews. I can't tell if that's the Sydney Girls 1 or Sydney Girls 2 crew, but only one of those two crews started the race. Sorry, my apologies. I complored this completely wrong. It's the Sydney Girls. It's not Loretto Normanhurst leading the race. It's the Sydney Girls 1 crew from lane 3. Lauren Teo, Mia Vinci Guerra, Charlotte Steele, Zara Greenwood, Delina Gamage is the Cox, coached by Matteo Villani. So my apologies there. It is the Sydney Girls 1 crew in lane 3 that have taken out the Schoolgirl Cox Quad Skull. Back to the Sydney Girls 2 crew in lane 1. And then one of the Loretto Normanhurst crews started. I'm not entirely sure. I think it would have been Loretto Normanhurst 1 in lane 2. So great effort there from all involved.
We're now just going to hand over to Peter Vocchio and Michael Dodd, who'll take us through all the Schoolboy events and the currently up the Riverview School first 8 heat coming down the river.
Okay, just turn on.
No.
No, it is on.
All right. Morning all. Peter Beaucaire and Michael Dodd here, calling from the Riverview Gold Cup. We've got the first heat of the school first 8 in progress, first 2 through to the A final. We've got Kings in 1, Newington in 2, Grammar in 3, Riverview in 4. Riverview have taken the corner in first, holding out Kings there in lane 1, and that's where the race is absolutely developing. Two very good Schoolboy crews. This Kings crew won the New South Wales Championships last week, beating all comers from New South Wales and Victoria and Queensland. There was crews there. St Ignatius crew winning the Joey's Regatta a couple of weeks ago that Dottie and I commentated at. So, again, close between them. We've got third covered, Newington third, and then back to Grammar there in fourth. But it is the crew from St Ignatius here in the first heat of the Schoolboys first 8. They're holding around about half a length to Kings. They're rating around about the same. Low 30s, 31, 32. Kings have backed right off there, sitting at about 28, 29. They both know they're straight through to the A final. So the first heat goes to the crew from St Ignatius. Second, Kings. Third, Newington. And fourth, Grammar. So the A final this afternoon, the first 2 schools through, St Ignatius and Kings. Newington and Grammar will be in the B final.
Thank you, Peter, and good morning. Both those crews very impressive to get going. And what about the support across the river there in one of those pleasure crafts? Very much the home course advantage looked like it was working very, very well there. Great conditions, by the way. Not too hot. Water fantastic. And the other thing that's always a bit of a danger here is the odd boat slipping by and putting a really good wash across the course. So let's hope we don't get any of that as the day goes on. They're away in the next by the look of it.
Yeah, we have start their end of, they've covered about 500 metres of this 1,400 metre course. We've got Joey's in 1, Scott's in 2, out to shore in 3, as you look at it down the course. Right to left. So the Shore School should comfortably win this heat. I think the battle for second will be from St Joseph's and Scott's. Again, another very impressive Shore 8. Successful in some races earlier in the season, and they always produce a strong 8 there at Shore. And you can see now on your screen they've put quite a gap between them and Joey's and Scott's, who will battle out for the second spot in that final. So the Shore Screw is Lawson Banks, George Chapman, Henry Oxenham, Edward Nutt, Harry Scrambler, John Kenny, Corey Sloan, Will Clubb, James Smith the Cox, coached by David Jennings. Joey's is Oliver Maroulis, Tom Summers, Joe Mangelsdorf, Charlie Hine, James Fredrickson, Quinn Dickinson, Jackson Guernsey, Maxim Maloney, Harrison Tongs Coxing, and they're coached by David Geely and Charlie Rowe. And then the Scots crew is Ewo Ellis, William Jenkins, Jake Delminico, Angus Tremlett, Sam Breckelman, Mank Baldessari, Ned Houghton, Wyatt Lees, Zachary Howes the Cox, and they're coached by Jason Baker. So as they turn for the final 300, we've got the crew from the Shore School holding a comfortable length and a half back to St Joseph's and Scots. St Joseph's just getting the run through on the inside. And may just be covering, well, they are covering Scots there with about 300 metres to go. Shore Stroke hasn't backed off here. He's kept the rate nice and fresh up there at about 34 and 35, although I'd say he may back it down inside the last 150 as he has these crews comfortably covered.
Good go for second here, Pete. I think Scots will keep Joey's honest here. The lead bait looks good, doesn't it? You know, they're clearly clearing very well, and they're just good power through the water there. It's a nice boat.
It's like they tandem rig there.
Yeah.
Dotty in the 4 and 5 seats, both on the bow side, but that's Shore through to the A final, and they will be followed by St Joseph's and then Scots. So Scots will go to the B final with Newington and Grammar. The A final is going to be Kings, St Ignatius, Shore and St Joseph's, and that'll be later on today. They're slightly out of order because usually you'd follow this with another race, but as many of you are aware, a lot of these eights will also be in the men's open eight, so they're spacing the school's eights out on this program, so they get a chance to row in the first eights final, but also in the men's open eight later on today. So I can see your screens there. The next race down will be the school's Year 10 fourth eight. And we'll work our way through the Year 10 eights and then through the fours and back through to the second eight prior to lunch. Well done to Josh and Luke. Done an outstanding job since early this morning. Covered a lot of races. They're having a well-earned break now.
We've got a bit to work with here, Pete. We're coming off the long run here, and it's going to be a bit of a challenge to keep the standard going.
There's some technology here, Michael.
What about this technology? My phone's pinging. People I haven't heard from in years are pinging me through saying, "G'day, how are you? Yeah, got you." Yep. So we'll try and keep up. Yeah, it's quite entertaining here actually, and it's a beautiful setup, and I'm loving the Cove cottage as well. It's a really good arrangement here.
It's lovely down here, Michael. Some nice freshly brewed coffee and the odd cake or so. It's a step up from where we've been last time. So
cake, yes.
Hey, come back here every year. So, and there's and I guess you can see through your cameras. There's quite a big, I guess, flotilla of spectator craft on the Lane Cove side, or it's on the Woolwich side, and there's very few people here over the bank, so due to COVID regulations, etc. So the boys are well supported as they turn for home, and they can hear plenty of yelling coming from these very big boats, and their schoolmates, who are sort of loitered along the course in their boats heading back to the sheds. Crews are on the around about 500 metres down the course for the first heat of the school's Year 10 8, fourth eight. You've got St Joseph's in 1, Kings in 2, St Ignatius in 3. So lane 1, as you look at it down the course, is to our right, Coxon's left, and then lane 3, or the far side, is on the I guess on the Riverview side, which is left as you're looking down. So St Joseph's in 1, Kings in 2, St Ignatius in 3. Didn't see these boats up at the Joey's Regatta a couple of weeks ago, so no real form guide to go from. But it's probably St Ignatius in front by around about half a length to St Joseph's. And Kings, it's actually quite a keenly fought race here. Two inside crews, 1 and 2 are going to have to go on the Woolwich side of the little buoy. You can see little red buoy there in the middle of the course. The marshal's going to keep the third boat, which is the St Ignatius crew, out on the other side of that buoy. As you'd all be aware, this is a very unusual course, unique in the world as a with a turn in it, but really test the skills of the coxswains. And the Riverview Gold Cup sometimes is called the coxswains race because of the
really, that's
skill
a very good
required
point.
there.
Yeah, from where we're sitting here, you can just see that every now and then the coxswains don't quite have their line right, and I'm sure that the umpires in the boats and making sure that they hold their course and they don't get too close with one another. Also, good to see that the turning pole there is marked very, very distinctly, although the Joey's coxswain's just taken a beeline for it. So, it's quite,
there is some.
It's on here.
It's 1 and 2
Yeah,
are really having some issues.
Yeah,
here.
it could get
Joey's,
intimate here.
They're getting close. They've gone further away. They thankfully got around that corner. It was looking a bit ordinary there for a little while, but they've gone and they've straightened up. But that's allowed the crew from St Ignatius to move right away with this now.
Tight turning corner, very reminiscent of Moonee Valley for mine, Peter.
Without the camber. So it's St Ignatius in front, year 10, 4th 8. Joey's and Kings are going to battle out for second. So coming down with 150 metres to go, it is the crew from St Ignatius. Really enjoying the day out on their home track and moving away with every stroke. Very impressive row, straight in front of the spectator craft there who were delighted. But it is the crew from St Ignatius. They're going to cross the line first in the first division of the year 10, 4th 8. Kings and Joey's are really battling for second, and there's plenty of urging from the coxswains that you may be able to hear through your microphone. Joey's will just beat Kings there. So St Ignatius first, St Joseph's second, Kings third in the 4th year 10-8. We get a chance to run through the names in those crews. That's the Victoria St Ignatius crew: Patrick Ryan, Robert Boyd, Dominic Cobo, Frederick Stuckey, Finn Tyrrell, Sam Terry, Thomas Schell, Christo Blenky, Jack Henry's a coxswain. They're coached by Simon Kenderis. The St Joseph's crew: Archie Bruce, Harrison Ward, Grant Dyer, Oscar Kukansky, Lachlan Roach, Xavier Underwood, Cooper Buchanan, Max Kelly, Jordan Basher's the cox. That would be Jared Basher's son, Jordan Basher. Kings: Patrick Luo, Valami Vunapola, Charlie Mackay, Tom Santo, Johnny Zhu, Trent Rousseau, Charles Rowe, William Hurst, Jernu Manhinthan, and they're coached by Jamie McDonald. So that was the crews in the 4th year 10-8. We have got a start here in the first division of the schools year 10 third 8. And it appears they're going to have, this will be a row through, so they'll all come back again this afternoon for the final, because I think there's 5 crews down the river here. This will keep the marshal challenged. So we've got St Ignatius in 1, Kings in 2, Joey's in 3, Sydney Grammar School in 4, and Shaw School in 5. So this should be a keen race. Again, at the Joey's Regatta, it was probably the crew from Shaw had a good day out that day, as did King. So we're probably expecting the action coming from lanes 2 and 5. Shaw coxswain keeping them all out of trouble there out on lane 5, and getting some clear water as they run to the turn. It's pretty keen racing here, Michael, in this Year 10 Third 8. Crew from Shaw in front, but they haven't had it their own way. Crew from King sort of poking their nose through there in the middle of the course, and St Ignatius, of course, will have the advantage of turning the corner. Though the Shaw coxswain has gone a little wide here. He's going to really take a very safe route.
That'd be Tambourine Bay.
He's going into
it?
Tambourine Bay,
Yeah.
so he's confident in his crew. He's setting them up for a nice straight sort of run to the line, giving plenty of room to his inside boats. So we might see a little bit of catch-up here from Kings and St Ignatius as they come through lanes 1 and 2. Just back a little bit there to Joey's and Kings, and, Grammar.
Where are we on the tide at the moment, Peter? There's no chance that Shaw boat will run aground, is there?
I'm a bit fearful. They are wide. He's straightening up now, the Cox. He's
Getting
straightening
back
up
into
now.
the picture.
But it's allowed the Kings and St Ignatius crews come through there in lanes 1 and 2. This is going to be a very good finish as we come down.
That's got those crews back down on the bit, hasn't it?
It has, and
they've lifted nicely.
This Kings crew actually rode quite well a couple of weeks ago at Joey's, and they are holding maybe a slight lead to Shaw, who are now straightened up and now increasing their stroke rate inside the last 150 to try and challenge his Kings. But Kings have rode a very good race here, nice, even tempered. Holding around about a quarter of a length to St Ignatius, who are throwing a challenge inside to them inside the last 150. And Shaw clearly haven't gone away over here in lane 5, but it is Kings in front. They're holding around about a half a length now to St Ignatius. Shaw now just underrating the other two crews. Maybe he's saving a little bit for this afternoon.
Having a bit of a look out the side there, yeah.
Just saving a little bit. But Kings will go across in first. St Ignatius second. Shaw in third.
Barrier draw for the final this afternoon will make that a bit more interesting, I think.
It will be interesting, Michael. It will be interesting. They've had a good road through. St Joseph's will come fourth. And then back to Grammar in fifth. We've got the first heat of the school's second Year 10-8 coming down the course. Again, it looks like another strong showing from Kings in this race out there in lane 4. Kings crew in this race: Tulloch Salmon, Charles Whalen, Mac Mason, Cameron Schultz, Sam Camilleri, Grayson Odbert, Lachlan Jones, Daniel Payne, Fergus Lawson's the coxswain. They're coached by Angus Burrell. Newington crew: Alexander Armitage, Noah Kinleyside, Will Salmon, Oliver Sutton, Callan Rixham, Leo Grippy, Alexander Cosmos, Edward Phillips, Zachary Cooper, and they're coached by Zachary Scott. Scott's Harry Hill, Thomas Norgard, Edison Lowe, William Martin, Carter Evans, Ricky Dack, Jock Sides, Charles Brand, and Tom Pallins coxing them. And there was St Ignatius crew: Judah White, Christian Armstrong, Oscar de Pidcock, Jeremy Holmes, Hugh Kennedy, Angus Lynchen, William Hodge, Walter Walker, Harris Boonis is the cox, and they're coached by Gareth Deacon. So it is Kings with a comfortable lead in this first heat of the Year 10 second 8. First two crews through to the A final this afternoon. The other two crews will go to the B final. But Kings are home. I'd say the Cox and Stroke will probably work it out. They're a long way in front. They may ease down a little on the throttle, although they don't seem to be. They seem to be pushing it right out to the finish. They're holding a very comfortable lead. A really good battle, Michael, here for the minor players.
Gee, the lead boat's a good boat. They're rowing beautifully. Nice and controlled. Yeah, good go here. I think Scots can exert a little bit of pressure here. And if they can do that, my understanding is that side of the course to the line is where you want to be. It's very close. Gee whiz, we'll leave it to the marshal, but gee, I think Scots get him. Just Riverview surging there at the. Yep, wow, there was a bow ball between three boats there.
Very good finish there, Michael. You're right. I've got the feeling Newington may have just fallen in there for second. to Scots and then St Ignatius. But let's see what the judge has to say. It was very tight.
I'm still working this technology out, so we could get some results for you, I suppose.
Is it? Oh, technology, Michael. All right, we've got the second division of the Year 10 Second 8 looking to join Kings, at least in the final. Yeah, that crew for Newington's made that A final, just in front of Scots and St Ignatius. So Scots and St Ignatius will go to the B final there. It's going to slightly favour this side. On that end, it's going to favour this side because where the point is this side. So it cuts back because the Canberra starts the other way. So coming around the turn here in the second division of the Year 10 Second 8. It is Shaw comfortably in front of St Joseph's and then back to Sydney Grammar. Shaw crew of Lorenzo Cozzi, Aidan McFarlane, Rory Hall, Oliver Beater, Max Gillian, Jamison Line, Henry Connick, Nick Stacker, Charlie Walser Cox, and they're coached by Werner Pienaar. Holding a comfortable lead over St Joseph's, Daniel Taylor, Max Moore, Sam Basher, Thomas O'Brien, Ben Hannon, Jacob Goss, Nick Callanan, Jack Janney, Jasper Speeton's the Cox, and they're coached by Benjamin Wiley. And the Sydney Grammar School's Michael Hugh, Cameron Hoon, Terence Zhang, Matthew Kelly, Matthew Sanderson, Oliver Dudley-Smith, Wilbur Sproats, Luke Thurgood, and Taj Abdul Saeed's the Cox, and they're coached by Kenneth Major. So it is the crew from Shaw. They will comfortably win the second division, and they will go through to the A final. They will be joined in that A final by St Joseph's in the Year 10 Second 8, and then Sydney Grammar will be in the B final with St Ignatius and Scots. So the A final in the second Year 10 8 is going to be Shaw, St Joseph's, Kings and Newington. B final will be Grammar, Scots and St Ignatius. And we've got the first seed of the Year 10 first eights coming down.
I was going to say the pace of the regattas is picking up a little bit here, and the starters are getting them off the blocks a little bit quicker than earlier in the day. So I think we're running about 5 behind. So I think we might be picking that up as the day goes on.
Yeah, and with these more experienced rowers and these bigger boats, I think it would have been hard with the quads before to set them all up. So, although, gee, the King's crew is just sort of moving a little bit off the course there in the middle of the river.
Well, they're certainly squeezing Riverview out there, aren't they?
So they're pushing Riverview to the far side, whereas the Newington getting a sort of fairly clean run down here to the turn. And he can probably come in a little bit more, this Coxon, although he set himself up for a nice straight run at the corner.
What do you reckon? What are we looking at there? Is it a length on that bend?
Oh, close to it. Close to it.
Because look, 4 want to get past quickly.
So they've turned with under a full head of steam. This crew from Newington, their first Year 10-8. Back to Kings in second, but this is going to be a close run to the line.
Kings responding very well.
Back to St Ignatius. So Kings and Newington, they will both go through to the A final, barring disaster inside the last 150 metres. Two very good Year 10-8s. Kings have got some strength in their Year 10-8s this year, and
the kid in the 6th seat's about 14 foot tall.
That's a big crew, Michael. That is a big crew. So Kings.
Newington absolutely keeping them on a say.
Newington about a point under Kings.
Yeah.
And that's all it is. It's really only a little bit of rate inside that last 150.
Yeah.
Two very impressive U10-8s. The Kings will take the first heat. They'll go through to the A final, as will Newington, and then.
Ooh, what happened there?
There's a noise you heard come through the microphone there, maybe, was one of the oars hitting a plastic bottle in the water there. So it's only Ignatius in third. So that was a very good race. The Year 10 first 8. First division. Second coming down the course now. Will be Shaw, Sydney Grammar and Joey's. The second heat of the Year 10 first 8 coming down the river. It's Shaw in front, Alex Smith, Oliver Davies, Jordan Elliott, Piers Mendel, Liam McFarlane, Preston Scott, Ben Muffet, Alex Hosking, Mackenzie Foxer-Cox, and they're coached by Werner Pinar. St Joseph's in second place there at the moment. Liam Massey, Darcy Williams, Matthew Goff, Alex Negline, Matthias Maloney, Thomas Maloney, Finlay Mitchell, Gus Sesolka, Flynn Bruins, the Cox, and they're coached by Brian Payne. The Grammar crew, Thomas Cranfield, Oliver Au Yung, James Brew, Lachlan Smothers, Oliver Wang, William Ellis, Ben Fairbrother, Jonathan Lidgers, Paul Bradukas is the Cox, and they're coached by Stephen Tong. But it is a comfortable lead here to the Shaw School. This is a very good Year 10 first 8, as they generally always produce. Holding a comfortable margin back to St Joseph's, although Grammar aren't letting them get all their own way there in second and have turned the corner, and they'll challenge them inside the last 150 metres. Hopefully that big bottle's been picked up, because that'll cause some damage to a rudder or something. So I think they've just got them. Well done to the salvage crew. But it is Shaw in front. Still rating reasonably highly, although holding a very comfortable lead. They may get a little bit of a wash here, but it's not going to affect them. They'll go to the final a little bit later on today with full confidence. They've right back now. Great row by that Shaw Year 10 first 8. St Joseph's in second, and they'll also qualify for the A final this afternoon. And we've got Sydney Grammar in third. All right. Go in, boys. Do the next few races. Oh, yeah, you've got to do it here. The randomised exception.
Oh, okay. No worries. There's another one.
What's next?
This is the race 47. Do you know the program? Do you want?
I'll do it.
.47.
Turning our attention now to the schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Skull Division 3. Lane 1, Pimble Ladies seem to be dominating this race back to Roseville. Then to Loretta Normanhurst 1 and 2. Fantastic row here by the Pimble Lady girls.
This Pimble Ladies crew looking very comfortable, rowing very well. Stroked by Georgie Purcell. I'm going to take victory here. Looking further back, Shane, one of those Loretta Normanhurst crews, catching a big crab in the bow seat. They've lost that oar entirely, but they're doing a great effort. Great effort from them to keep rowing.
It looks as though, as well, coming down the river, the men's B-grade Quad Skull has started their race, and that's only UTS. So there was a Mossman crew due to start, but it looks like the UTS crew have rowing their own race here. But it will be the Pimble Ladies crew, Dimity Muller, Catherine Walker, Isabel Matasantos, Georgie Purcell, and coxed by Carrie Luo and coached by Alison Campbell. Great row girls. Fantastic win, back to second place of Roseville.
And then the two Loretta Normanhurst crews crossing the line in third and fourth place. I'm not sure which one was Loretta Normanhurst 1 and which one was Loretta Normanhurst 2, but those two crews, Anna Newsom, Josephine Egan, Mary Grant, Holly Gibbons, coxed by Jessica Lenahan, and the other crew, Alice Kingston, Grace Pembroke, Ribby Russell, Lara Wheelhouse, and Alana Quatami. And the UTS crew from the men's B-grade Skull crossing the line now as well. Got caught in a bit of the wash from one of the Marshall boats, but it won't matter, they've taken out that race. So they're the only entrant in that race after that Mossman crew was scratched. That's Jack Dawson, Jack Henderson, Adrian Freiberg, Marcus Delamata, and coaches Elliot Shackcloth Bertinetti and Alex Field.
Next race to come down is the men's Masters 8, and similar before to the women's Masters 8. In the program, or if you're looking online, they have the ages of all the entrants throughout these crews. The oldest age that I can see currently here, and I'm not going to name names here, is 77 from the University of New South Wales Composite. A 77-year-old man is rowing in the men's Masters 8. What a fantastic achievement for that gentleman.
Yeah. He used to coach me.
Yeah, call him out.
Yeah.
You got to call him out. Just doing it.
So this is the last race before returning back to the Schoolboys, so the men's masters age, race 49. We have University of New South Wales in lane 1, Mossman in lane 2, North Shore in lane 3, and Sydney in lane 4, and University of New South Wales Composite in lane 5. And the University of New South Wales Composite is also with some rowers from Sydney Rowing Club, North Shore Rowing Club, and Leichhardt. So all making up a crew to row in the Gold Cup today.
Neil, you don't have, you actually have to shut up to actually row, so.
Conditions have actually improved over the, it's gotten a little bit cooler, the wind's died down, so the racing towards this afternoon should be a pretty fantastic affair. We're incredibly fortunate to be in a bit of a sheltered part of the river down near the finish. Up near the start, it may be a little bit of a different story. But the racing this afternoon will be a great affair. And just a reminder, if you're watching from home or watching on the live stream, feel free to comment, leave us a remark, ask a question. We know we talk a lot within certain rowing jargon and lingo, certain vernacular that wouldn't be understood by the average layman. So please ask us a question. If there's something you don't understand, please feel free to drop us a line, and also let us know who you're supporting. Great to hear from you.
Happy to give a few shout outs that we might have missed earlier on. We've got Hugh Kennedy, disappointed to be missing out, but we can't all escape COVID, so I hope you're feeling well, Hugh. Olivia Marshall still dancing in the Irish nightclub. Great effort from her. Albert watching Riverview from Donnybrook in Western Australia, all the way over in the Republic of WA over there. John Holman supporting Shaw from Tamworth. Plenty more shout outs as well for Riverview, for Shaw, for a whole bunch of schools. We're at Normanhurst as well. Plenty of people watching on.
Shout out to Kate Walker there as well. Love your work. Thanks everyone for dropping us a line. Please feel free to keep commenting, keep letting us know how we're doing. Always interested in some constructive feedback. And it looks as though the Sydney crew, who went off on the 21-second mark, as Luke explained before, these Masters crew often have staggered starts. So the UNSW Composite will go on go, and then there's certain times at which the other crews will go. But it looks as though the Sydney Rowing Club crew that are rowing out of lane 4 are currently in the lead. Back to the University of UNSW Composite.
How good's that Composite doing? Average age of about probably 70 years old. And they've had the 20 to 30 second head start, and they're still holding their own in lane 5 here. What a great effort.
There's a UNSW crew out there with a member, I believe, who's in the 2 seat, running a bit short. Neil Peppert. Another great servant of Riverview Rowing, and the Krusty Krabs. Shout out to the Krusty Krabs wherever you are.
Former coach of mine when I was in year 10. Some very interesting coaching techniques.
He needs to, I think, just rock over a little bit more at the back and get his oar in a little bit quicker. You'll get there, Neil. But it is the Sydney Rowing Club crew being stroked by Stephen Graham. Fantastic row. Going off 21 seconds and have managed a substantial lead all of a sudden. But I must agree with Luke, the UNSW Composite, there's a member in the 2 seat who's 77 years old. Rolling back the years, a lot of these gents looking fantastic. And it is the Sydney Rowing Club crew getting some great support from a couple of the pleasure craft on the other side of the river. Fantastic row by all there. There's the Sydney Rowing crew with Charles Lord Jones, Jeffrey Raymond, Michael Wood, Ken Rickard Bell, Stuart Coap, Kyle Quitzow, Robert McNeil, Stephen Graham, and Cox by Jamie Mayberry. Well done.
Back to, was it Mossman in second place there?
Yeah, Mossman in second place, followed by
the Composite crew.
The Composite crew.
And then University of New South Wales and the North Shore crew. So once again, we've got, in that race, we had a rower as young as 30, all the way up, as Josh said, to a rower Was at 77 years of age from North Shore Rowing Club. Great effort from all involved. Absolutely fantastic effort. Once again, rowing's not just a sport for the young kids, it's a sport for all ages. Whether you started young or whether you want to get into it later on in life, it really is a great sport to get involved in. And I reiterate, I know a lot of these rowing clubs that are rowing down here today do run, if you are interested, you do want to partake, do run Learn to Row programs during the summer if you do want to get involved and give it a go. You will not be disappointed.
So a reminder for the next couple of races that are coming back on, it's the fours, followed by a couple of the GPS races. The heats are all randomly selected, and there'll be 4 in each race, 4 crews in each race. The heats that come in first and second place will progress to the A final, and the rest will progress to the B final. And that's the case if there was 5. So the first 2 will go to the A final, and the rest will go to the B final.
So we'll have the heats of these school 4s and the school second 8 and the men's open 8 races, and that'll take us up to around about midday, maybe just slightly after. I think we are running pretty much on time now. And then we'll have the lunch break of an hour and we'll come back for those finals of the school year 10-8s, the 4s, and the school first, second, third 8s, as well as the men's open 8 and the women's open 8.
If you are just joining us, we'd like to welcome you to the 138th edition of the annual Gold Cup Regatta. It's been a fantastic event so far, with some great rowing across the board on behalf of the Principal Dr. Paul Hine and the Rector Thomas Renshaw, SJ. It's fantastic to welcome you here, either virtually or in person if you're listening from one of the boats out on the water, to a fantastic day. We'd also like to take this opportunity to thank all the support staff and the marshals and the officials that are doing the great work they are today. Without that, and out the support of tireless volunteers across all rowing programs, be it Schoolboy and Schoolgirl, these events like these would not succeed. So we'll be handing it back over to Mr. Deld and Mr. Bocchier, who'll take you through the GPS races and the men's open 8 up to midday.
Thanks, Josh. Thanks, Luke. Doing an outstanding job as always here. Pete Beaucaire and Michael Dodd back with you again. We've got the first heat of the Schools 4-4. We're going to have St Ignatius 1 in 1, Newington 1 in 2, Kings in 3, and St Joseph's number 2 crew in 4. Let's just see how many are out there, Dotty.
Just while you're taking a peek there, Pete, I've just had a look at this live feed thing. This new technology is astounding. And an NFL icon pops up, and it's a call out to Benjamin Maurice Duddy, all the way from Tamworth. So that's nice to know. And we're also getting some input from Fly Fisher, and that's a big shout out to Go Kate Walker. And I don't know what happened with Benedict King, but that message was retracted. So
maybe it didn't quite make through the sensors.
Well,
there,
yeah, maybe
Michael,
that's the
knows?
way it works. Yeah. We're learning. We'll find out.
So we have got through crews in this race. We just don't have the St Joseph's number 2 crew. We don't have St Joey's crew in 4, so we've got Riverview in 1, Newington in 2, Kings in 3. The St Ignatius crew is Edward Kelly, Jack Mackin, Maxwell Whittaker, Connor Egger. Harry Kelly's a coxswain coached by Dave Dillon. Newington, Taz Meldrum, Daniel Maxwell, Tom Carlisle, Gabriel Collingwood. Christian Ilkadios is the cox, and they're coached by Stuart McDonald. Kings, Angus Smith, Thomas Engsel, Joel Bradford, Lachlan Wong, Thomas Seaton Cooper, and they're coached by Matthew Orpin. This St Ignatius 4 was very good a couple of weeks ago, and I presume they'll be doing the same today.
Of course, back in the day, Pete, when the head of the river used to be rowed on the Nepean River, the 4s were actually only rowed over the mile, and the 8s over the mile and a half. So the Riverview Gold Cup over the 1,400 metres was a really good guide, and traditionally it was a week or a fortnight before the head of the river, and that was right at the business end of the season. Whereas, what have we got, a month to the head of the river?
Still a month to the head of the river, 4 weeks today, I believe.
So it's a bit of a different calendar now, and obviously a different distance.
So this St. Ignatius crew stoked up nicely going into the corner and hitting it with relish. Detect a little bit of a head breeze out there at the moment, Michael. It's funny, isn't it? It's sort of, conditions changed ever so slightly. But Dave Dillon's done a great job with these Riverview 3rd and 4-4s. His 4-4 here is a good crew. They were very strong last week. I saw them, they were still racing up there at the state championships in other different places, and were very strong at the Joey's Regatta, winning both races a couple of weeks ago. And they're heading off to the A final. Plenty of support there from the big boat Morpheus there. They'll get a big cheer as they come past them. Do seem to be a lot of people on that boat,
Yeah,
Michael.
I'll tell you, as the review crews do well, it tends to tilt a bit, I think, to the starboard side.
It's like the evacuation of Dunkirk, mate. But and then back to Kings in second. They will go through to the A final, and the crew from Newington will be third. And they'll go into the B final a little bit later on today after the lunch break. So, St. Ignatius. Number 1 crew, Ed Kelly, Jack Mackin, Maxwell Whitaker, Connor Egar, Harry Kelly's a coxer, coached by Dave Dillon. Kings in second, Angus Smith, Thomas Egsel, Joel Bradford, Lachlan Wong, Thomas Seaton Cooper is the cox, and they're coached by Matthew Warpen. Newington now crossing the line in third, Taz McEldrum, Daniel Maxwell, Tom Carlisle, Gabriel Collingwood, Christian Ilkadios, and they're coached by Stuart McDonald. Apologies if the names are incorrect. They're only as per program, but I do know in rowing that late changes can happen day before, the morning of, a couple of days before. So forgive us if we do not get the name of those who you are watching closely for. We can just going off the program. Special call out to anyone watching in regional areas. The great advantage of some of these live streams is that grandparents or families that just can't get down each weekend for regattas get to see their lads and lasses out there on the water in this regatta. So call out to all you, and thanks for your support.
Just got a call in from Papua New Guinea. Angus Molkanoff, a shout out to Tom Galligan, all the way from Papua New Guinea. So, yeah, sure, it's a bit warmer there. It's getting a bit chilly here. I might have to go for the cardigan soon,
It's
Pete.
cool, Michael.
Yeah.
It is cool.
Risk.
Rules has changed. It looks like we're going to have a row through here, I think, for the A final. I can only see 2 boats out there. I can see Shore and St. Ignatius number 2 crew, is it, out there?
It's either going to be
in 3.
Riverview or Newington. I
Yeah.
think. Wide oars, that's
St.
Riverview,
Ignatius,
isn't it?
yeah. So this will be a row through to the A final. It'll be Shaw there in lane 1 and St. Ignatius number 2 crew there in lane 3. No sign of the Joey's number 1, 4-4, or the Newington number 2, 4-4 in this race. That being said, these crews won't waste the opportunity. Their coaches want them to go through their race plan, at various stages, and not waste the opportunity to go at race speed. Yeah, and there's plenty of effort going in there. The rate is sitting nice, quite high actually between both crews. Looks both of them are putting on an effort there around about the 600 metre mark. Well, it is St. Ignatius' number 2 crew. They're not letting the Shaw number 1 crew get away from them. Shaw probably holding about a length and a half as they come to the corner.
You reckon?
The Shaw crew of Peter Bennett, Blake Fight, James Collier, Tom Blackwell, Alex Bishop's the cox, The St Ignatius number 2 crew is Max Barnes, Leo Edgerton Warburton, Angus McCaffrey, Thomas Harrop, Archibald Deans, the coxswain, they're coached by Dave Dillon. So definitely some depth in these St Ignatius fours, right through the boat.
Two boats coming together now, aren't they? The Riverview coxswain's definitely taking it to the Hunters Hill side of the course here, and he's
taking advantage of that vacancy. Yeah.
This is not. This is closer than it. Yeah, they're going to make them work, even though they're both going to go through. Young men being young men, I think they like to be competitive. Doesn't matter what it is.
Oh yeah, they're both rowing it out to the finish here. There's Shore crew have really picked up their rate inside the last 5 or 6 strokes.
Yeah. Getting well forward there.
And just found another half a length there, Michael, and they've. As long as they avoid that big red pylon, which they just will, they will head comfortably to the finish line. Taking another half length there. Yeah. Crew from Riverview is now backed right off on the rate. They know they're through to the final. Just keeping it all together coming in. So it'll be the Shore first, their 4th. They'll go through to the A final, as will the Riverview number 2 crew. So the Riverview 1 and 2 crew will both be in the final, and they'll be joined in that final by Shore. And Kings. The B final will be Newington number 1 crew. Many left over there, was there? Newington number 1 crew.
So
it'll just be the Newington number 1 crew. Yeah. So maybe they might do an 1A final this afternoon, given there's only 5 boats. I'll leave that to the officials, Michael. So we've got the school 3rd fall coming down the river now. All are going to go through the final, so this will be a straight final. So it's a row through for Newington in 1, Kings in 2, St Ignatius in 3, Joey's in 4 and Shore in 5. And all 5 boats are on the course. Expecting another good row from the crew from St Ignatius in the middle of the river. They were quite dominant up there at Cirque a couple of weeks ago when Michael and I were up there. So Newington in lane 1, Stanley Martin, James Gestowski, Zach Foreman, Cameron Rennie, Stephen Nolopius is the cox, and they're coached by Stuart McDonald. Kings, Peter Zagas, Lachlan Smith, Isaac Rumble, Daniel Wall, Aidan Transer cox, and they're coached by Matthew Warpen. St Ignatius, Willie Ryan, Harrison Loiterden. Flynn English, Gabriel Turner, James Ray's the cox, they're coached by Dave Dillon. St Joseph's, Jackson Bashar, Luke Broughton, Massimo Farnese, Julian Fitzgerald, Benjamin Clark's the cox, and Shaw, Jock Fenwick, Remy Cameron, Max McAlpine. Cam Thurgood, Thomas Longstaff is the cox. I think Jackson Basher in that crew, Michael, his uncle is Seth Basher, who's the current president of St Joseph's Old Boys, long-time president of St Joseph's Old Boys. That means Jackson's, he's Jared's boy. Marshals are moving a few of these boats around in the middle of the race. They're sort of to give the coxswains their line as they head for the turn. Because although it may appear a long way from the coxswains' eye, that turn approaches very quickly in boats going between 15 and 20k an hour. So they need to be aware and be positioned for it. St Ignatius in front.
He's run a good course, the St Ignatius coxswain here. I think he's held his line very well. He's put good pressure on the Shore crew on the outside. Shore, by the way, won't give up on this. They'll be in the mix the whole way through. So that's where I think you'll see the winner from. In fact, they look well clear now, don't they? Those two. And
those two are clear. Yes.
Yeah. On the bend, Riverview should settle in front. And it'll just be up to whether Shore want to challenge them.
Kings and Newington will have a good run through here on the rails. They haven't given up on these guys, but it is Riverview in front. They're turned for home.
Yeah.
As I said, they were impressive a couple of weeks ago, and that form's continued, particularly on their home course. These Riverview crews grow even taller on their home course.
That was really, just as they rounded then, and then they settled, it's like a good horse, you know, that balanced up and then hit the go button. Really nice little surge from Riverview then, really impressive.
That they did. It's a well-coached crew. Shaw battling away nicely in second. Kings aren't letting them have their own way, but all 5 crews will go through to the final. But as mentioned earlier, these coaches don't like wasting opportunities to race, so they'll make sure that there's plenty of enthusiasm in this and that they row it right out. But it is St Ignatius in front. I can hear the St Ignatius drum.
What do you reckon, Peter?
On the far side.
Riverview finishing this off maybe a point, maybe a couple of points higher than Shaw.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah. But just good boat.
Yeah. So they'll fight it out this afternoon in the final, but it is St Ignatius first, Shaw second, Kings in third, Newington in fourth. Newington and Kings battled away nicely there, and St Joseph's in fifth. So we've got the second 4 on course. First heat thereof, Newington in 1, Sydney Grammar in 2, St Ignatius in 3, Kings in 4. I can only see Newington, St Ignatius and Kings in this race. No crew from Grammar. This race, so Newington in lane number 1 there, Jamie DeBott and Finn Grove, Matthew Potter, Angus, Costello, Oliver Lau, Aidan Smith's the coach, Sydney Grammar, Sydney Grammar only in the race, St Ignatius, Harry Grant, Liam Sullivan, John Ray, Fabrizio Antonelli, Oscar Dominks is the coxswain, they're coached by Pete Warren, Kings, James Davis, Axel Lindemann, Julian Burke, Sam Thompson, Henry Fagan's the cox, Robert Black's the coach of this Kings crew. So some experienced coaches in this race, Robert Black and Pete Warren there at St Ignatius, as well as being the head boatman, so to speak, at St Ignatius, looking after the shed, and as he did at Joey's for a long time.
Very handy, Pete. Very handy man.
He also coaches the St Ignatius first and second 4, and doing a good job with them. Although they're going to have their challenge to make this final here, because we do have a very good row here by Newington out in lane 1, and Kings on the far side, on this side of the river. In fact, I reckon Newington may have just turned in front. This is going to be a close.
This is a bit of a boil over this. I'd speculate that maybe there's a gear malfunction in that Riverview boat there, because we would have expected them to be right on terms here.
Compared to what I saw their form last week, but maybe Pete's got something up his sleeve, who knows. So you've got Kings out there in 3, have probably taken the lead now. Newington rowing a bold race there in lane 1. Riverview are now settled through the corner and increasing their boat speed, but it's a big chase from where they are to the 2 crews in front.
Don't think Wings could get them from there. So Newington on terms here. This will be a great game.
Newington Kings have picked up their rate. Newington are responding, although they're both through to the A final. Still plenty of competitive spirit between them. Kings in front is a very big crew, this Kings second 4.
Aren't they?
They'll hold around about a quarter of a length to Newington. They'll meet again in the final a little bit later on today, and back to St Ignatius in 3rd. So that Kings second 4 there, James Davis, Axel Lindemann, Julian Burke, Sam Thompson, Henry Fagan, coached by Robert Black. Newington in second, Jamie DeBotton, Finn Grove, Matthew Potter, Angus Coskella, Oliver Lowes, the Cox, coached by Aidan Smith, and St Ignatius in third, Harry Grant, Liam Sullivan, John Ray, Fabrizio Antonelli, Oscar de Minx, and they're coached by Pete Warne. Second division of the school, second four on the course, first two through to the final. And the Shaw School have a very big lead in this race at the halfway mark. Back to St Joseph's and then Scott's. That's Shaw crew, Hugo Patrick, Oscar Mulbauer, Benjamin Duddy, Jackson Bowers, Sam Warburton's at Cox. Joseph's there in second, Alex Quick, Joshua Rodriguez, Alex Courtney, Kobe Ashby, Henry Crawford's at Cox, coached by brother Anthony Boyd and John Reading. And Scott's there, Louis Moe, Matthew Gazard and Prideaux, Evan Williams, James Williams, John T. Tapper, Bruce Poons the Cox. So there's a fair bit of experience coaching that St Joseph's second four there, Michael. You know, John Reading and brother Anthony Boyd been coaching many years, of long association with St Joseph's shed.
Well, 50 years this year since John Reading was in the 7 seat of the Joey's 8 that was highly fancied going into the event, and many would argue they were beaten by lane 8, but that's your ancient history.
It's good history, and there's two men with long association. So these young men very lucky to be coached by such experienced mentors. But in this race, it is all Shaw School, and they are a long way in front. Turn the corner now.
Parade,
7 or 8 lengths back to Joey's, and then a long way back to Scott's. But again, as with some of the earlier short crews, they're not going to ease off. Coach would have given them a fairly strict race plan. Nice and bright. They're practicing for the final this afternoon, which they'll participate in. They'll go through to the A final. Long way back to St Joseph's in second. He'll also make the A final, and then back to Scott's. Just easing off slightly on the rate now inside the last 100 metres, Shaw. A very strong second four and rowing accordingly. Whilst there is a little bit of traffic on the course, there's some crossing there. Hopefully they're under the guidance of the marshal. We do have the first seat of school first four coming down the river. We've got 3 crews in this race. We've got Grammar in 1. We've got St Ignatius in 2. I can't see a King's crew, and there's Newington out there in lane 3 or 4. So Kings were supposed to be in 3, they're not there. There's Newington in 4. So first 2 will go through here. Scott's crew just finishing off here in the second 4. And as they turn for home here in the first heat of the school's first 4, it is St Ignatius in front. They performed very strongly a couple of weeks ago and last week at the state championships, and are rowing accordingly today. It's St Ignatius, Jack Bannerman, James McNamee, Jago Lambert, Matt Collins, Henry Burton's a Cox, coached by Pete Warne. Newington will run second in this, and they'll go through to the A final as well. Samuel Moresby, Angus Whiteman, William Chandler, Ryan Gleeson, Nick Wadlin's a Cox, and they're coached by Aidan Smith. And Sydney Grammar, for a reasonable way down the course, Charlie Balderston, Pavley Hornby, Charlie Slack, James Brew, Christopher Ledbury is the cocks. But inside the last 100 metres here, it is the St Ignatius first four. They will be the first crew through to the school's first four final this afternoon. And they're comfortably ahead. Newington will come second, and then back to Sydney Grammar in third.
Just a bit of relevance in those second four heats. Only 2 seconds between the two winning crews of Kings and Shaw. So we'll get some finals that are going to be much tighter than what we're seeing here in the heats.
I don't think Grammar just finished the course. Did Grammar just finish the course there, Dottie? Oh, they've gone on the fast one. It's like there was a steering issue in that Grammar 4. I mean, they've crossed the line, but it's on the other side of that pleasure craft. But something went wrong with their steering there. They did.
And under the rules of river racing, I'd imagine that's quite legal.
Young fella doesn't look too well there in the stroke seat. Hope he's okay. Just having a breather, I think. But yeah, they may have had a steering problem there, Grammar. Oh, he's up. He's up now. Okay, he was probably just a big gas. A little bit of light rain coming across the course, Michael. Always makes it interesting.
Well, do you reckon it's hitting Rose Hill as well?
It could be. It could be.
That was a 6 this morning, but most expecting it to get back to a 5, maybe even a 4. This could affect that.
We've got 3 crews in this in the second heat of the school's first 4. We've got Shaw and 1, St Joseph's in 2, Scott's in 3.
Woolwich is looking a long way away at the moment, isn't it?
Sure look like they've got a comfortable lead after around 400 metres. Battle will be for second for the other spot in the A final between St Joseph's and Scott's. A short crew of William Wolfe, Lockley Clayton, James McCready, Charlie Black, George Bishop's the Cox, St Joseph, Sebastian Castaldi, Henry Crawford, Kyan Trindle, Xavier Thomas, Gabriel Lucciarelli's the Cox, and they're coached by John Reading and brother Anthony Boyd. The Scots crew, Michael Geisler, Ethan Kligman, Noah Matani, Christopher Sassine, Archie Lowe is the Cox, but it is sure a long way in front. At the halfway point of this school's first 4 heat.
If you're watching the time there in that first heat, the review crew rode a 5:06, so some 10 seconds faster than the second 4s. The short time here will be the thing we'll be looking at as well. Peter, the rain, will that knock people around much? Will that affect the kids? Might affect this computer here because
it might affect the computer.
Starting to get a bit damp.
And it might affect the people on the pleasure craft, but I think the rowers will be happy, nice and cool.
It's still very much bow focused on the Morpheus there.
They'll be scurrying in for some cover, I suspect. Although it doesn't look too bad. It doesn't look too bad. But it is the crew from the Shaw School here. Another strong first 4. And although some of the gaps in these races look big for those watching at home, when they get to the finals, expect these to close up. There's not much time difference between these heats for the first couple of crews, so there'll be a lot more tighter racing in the finals this afternoon. And some of these lads, I suspect, will be conserving some energy for their row this afternoon. But it is Shaw comfortably in front. Quite a distance back to St Joseph's in second, and then a similar distance back to Scott's in third. Scott's might have been a little bit more forward today, though. Very strong showing at the state championships last week. But maybe there's been some crew changes or there's different schedule this week. But it is Shaw in front. Like most of their other crews today, they take it hard to about 100 to go, and they'll probably ease off now inside the shadows of the post.
Couple of solid young men there. You'd expect they'd be looking at the seats in the Shore 8 of 2023.
Oh yes, it's a
good rowers.
Big
Lovely
crew.
boat.
Very, very strong row there by the Shore School. They'll battle out with, I suspect, St Ignatius this afternoon for the school's first four.
I'll get that time for you in a couple of minutes.
Joey's first four will come second, and then Scott's in third.
A bit of a washout there from the Joey stroke, unfortunately. Just to hold their form into the line here.
And that'll be Scott's finishing off that race in third. So we've got a full field here for the school third, which is great to see. Shows us some depth in some of these sheds. St Ignatius in 1, Kings in 2, Shaw in 3, Kings number 2 in 4. So 2 crews from the Kings School, and that probably explains how strong their shed is this year. St Ignatius will be holding a slight lead there in 1. It's Arthur Webb, Maxima, Bambagotti, Angus Holmes, Rocco Rizzo, James Gooden, Samuel Fleming, Thomas Finlayson, Sterling Graham, Jack McConnell's the cox. They're coached by David Hogan. Kings there in the number 2 lane is Alexander Verzeas, Charlie Deacon, Oliver Bucknell, Andrew Chatfield, Ollie Andrews, Lachlan Prater, Lachlan Costello, James Byrne, James Hurley's a cox, and they're coached by James Tyree and Stephen Luca. Shaw School there, probably running second at the moment, Jackson Curran, Demetrius Garagunis, Edward Ellis, Finn Beachley, Tom Westwood, Adam Watson, Toby Campbell, Lachlan Watson, Lachlan Marchute is the cox. Kings number 2 crew, Tom Bell, Roel Bacall, Will Collins, Samuel Hill, Henry Cox, Thomas Boland, John Robinson, Lachlan Horn, Campbell Wilson's the cox, and they're coached by James Tyree and Stephen Luca. But it is St Ignatius in front and full of running as they get to the turn here in.
Coxon just redressed his line there a little bit, Peter. He was absolutely on the pole, and he just took it a little bit wide just over that last 50 metres. And the bend absolutely gives them clear water now to shore, doesn't it? That's they're sitting nicely actually.
So we'll see these guys again this afternoon, all these crews, because it's a row through for the final. But it is St Ignatius comfortably in front, probably pulling further away. So coming up with 100 metres to go, it is St Ignatius comfortably in front here in the school's third 8. They will go through the final, as will all these crews, but they'll go through with a little bit of a psychological advantage. Shaw in second. Kings in third with only 1, 2, 3, 7 rowers, Mark.
That's fairly
So
impressive.
that was an impressive row from that Kings crew.
Don't know what happened to the two-man. I hope he's not damp.
Hope he's still somewhere. Hope he's not on the course somewhere. But that's a great run with 7 men.
He decided mid-race to change to triathlon.
So hopefully, and that'll be the Kings number 2 crew in 4th. So hopefully Kings have a full 8 for their third 8 race.
Tends to help.
Their final this afternoon, that'll help.
Otherwise, Pete, they might be looking at you.
Got a good race developing here in the school second 8, Michael. St Ignatius in 1, Kings in 2, Newington in 3, Grammar in 4, all 4 starting. St Ignatius, Orlando, McDermott, Lachlan O'Brien, Angus McKinnon, Daniel Morris, Joseph Maguire, Thomas Goodman, Thomas Dredge, Lachlan Easton, Sam Carney's the Cox. They're coached by Dan Noonan and Gareth Deacon. Angus for Kings, Angus Wickham, Felix Douglas, Francis Waite, Nicholas Weatheridge, Ben McKenna, Cameron Webster, Tom Watts, James Farrington, Sebastian Clagnig's the Cox. They're coached by Jack Cook. Newington, Angus Dunstan, James Blakeman, Tom Chanter, Archie Gillies, Noah Tainch, Henry Taylor, Jeremy Webb, AJ Whitnell, Will Nicholas is the Cox, and coached by Jobo Kerr.
A lot of good pedigree there.
And the grammar crew, Todd Potter, Charles Balderston, Daniel Maynard, Finn Brownlow, Zerson, Oliver Wang, James Brew, Archie Osborne, William Polyer, Donald Chung is their Cox, and they're coached by John Russell. So this is going to be a good tight race here. So the last 400 metres is key. St Ignatius second 8 have taken the lead on the corner. It's going to be a tight go for us. Second between Kings and Newington. Gareth Teakin doing a great job with this St Ignatius second 8. Gareth, coach of the Sydney Boys High School last year, first 8, and has coached successful crews at St Joseph's over the years. So St Ignatius in front. The real battle is coming for second between Newington and Kings. St Ignatius in front. They'll go through the A final. The big challenge now is for second, and the charge is coming from the Newington crew on this far side, on our closer side. Closing up on Kings. Kings just in front. Newington are closing in. Couple of strokes to go. It's going to be very close. It's going to be very close. I would suspect it's just Newington.
Oh, the beeps went together. I think they'll go to the camera there.
Kings, they will go to the...
If the lie of the line is such that it favours the Lane Cove side, you'd put Newington in the frame straight away there.
Judges called for the photo, and it'll be Grammar in 4.
Wasn't that good racing?
It's a very well-run second 8, and that was a very good performance by that St Ignatius crew. We'll get a result on second there soon enough.
So do I.
So we've got the second division of the second 8 coming through down here. Shaw in 1, Joey's in 2, Scott's in 3, and Shaw with a very big lead already in this race. So the those waiting for the result there of that second 8, Kings have just pipped Newington there for second, so Kings will go through into the A final. 0.25, which is pretty much a bow ball.
That's racing. But again, Peter,
That time
using
of
racing
4:35.
parlance, I mean, given that that's 1400, you'd like the way that Newington boat got to the line.
It did finish well.
And in, you know, looking for further, we might say, in the form guide.
Yes. Back next start, as I used to say, Mark. So this Shaw second eight, this is a very good second eight. This Shaw second eight was in the made the final of New South Wales Championships last week. They were the only second eight in that race. Crews all around the country, so expect them to be dominant in this race, and they are.
Plenty of year 11 kids in that boat as well, I'm told.
They're a strong crew. Away they go. Nice controlled rate. Joey's haven't let them get out of sight. They're holding around 4 lengths on them inside the last 200 metres. Time here is going to be interesting.
Peter, I've said it before, but gee whiz, the grocery bill for these kids would be enormous, wouldn't it? Look at them. They are units out there.
That is a big crew.
Their appetites would be something very hard to say. Tom Hepplewhite there in the free seat rowing a treat as well. Very good control.
So Shaw across the line, winners
Nice
of
boat,
the
very nice boat.
second heat of the second eight. They'll go through to the A final. They'll be joined by St Joseph's in second, who have rode a very good race there, coached by James Allen, and then back to Scott's in third. So that Shaw crew,
What happened here?
Nick Matter, Noah Holt, Tom Hepplewhite, Hunter Shepherd, Tom Galligan, Charlie Marshall, Thomas Waite, Max Gill, Jeremy Warburton's the Cox, coached by Peter Costa. St Joseph's, Thomas Madden, Xavier Ball, Nicholas Newsom, Malcolm Deegan, Harry Dunn, Ollie Baxar, Jack Cullen, Matt Moulders, Patrick Grundy's the Cox, and they're coached by James Allen. Scott's, George Treffry, Bo McMaster, Trifun Stamboli, Hugo Hart, William Dimitroulis, Samuel Hughes, George Caligeros, Jacob Alcock, Cox by William Chang, and they're coached by Dustin Butler. So that A final of the second eight a little bit later on today will be Shaw, St Joseph's, St Ignatius and Kings. And the B final will be Newington, Scott's, and Sydney Grammar.
So I just wanted, yeah. There's a couple of changes in these boats. So in that one.
Coming down the river currently is race 60 of the men's Open 8. With these races, the fastest 5 crews across the 2 heats will progress to the final. So this is heat 1. In lane 1, we've got Kings, lane 2, Newington, lane 3, Sydney University number 1 crew, and lane 4, UTS. Obviously being the men's Open 8, this includes the top schoolboys crews from the schools that want to enter, as well as club crews. And usually this has been won by a university crew. This final, the final of this race, will go on to race in the race for the men's Gold Cup. At this stage, we've got Sydney Uni and UTS in lanes 3 and 4, who have to go outside the buoy that's in the middle of the river. Seem to be battling it out here for first and second place, with the Kings crew, who will have the advantage of coming around the pylon for the final stretch, potentially knocking one of these crews out. But as I said before, this is done on times rather than on placings. So any place is up for grabs, and it looks as though that the Newington crew did not start. The Masters are doing a very good job of controlling these 2 Sydney University and UTS crews. With both crews leading out here, it will be a very good finish from both crews. The Sydney University Sydney University crew looking very sharp. Entry into the water very crisp. And the UTS crew just sort of holding it back at the end of their stroke, allowing them to get up the slide a little bit quicker to up their rate a little bit more. This Sydney Uni crew rowing comfortably, probably around about 36 strokes per minute. Yeah. Clearly see the difference as well within their blade work, that the splash that's going in all consecutively in sync. And it will be the Sydney University #1 crew that will win this heat back to UTS. Followed by the Kings crew, who are just bringing it up the rear here. And as I said before, it doesn't really matter what you place in these races, it's all about your times. So the next crews that are coming down with the men's Open 8s is St Joseph's in lane 1, St Ignatius in lane 2, Sydney Rowing Club in lane 3, and Sydney University 2 in lane 4. And just confirmation there that St Ignatius is not competing in this race. So it will be St Joseph's, Sydney Rowing Club and Sydney University #2 crew. For these university crews and for these schoolboy crews, just a reminder that the Gold Cup is a 1,400 metre race, therefore they're not rowing as far as they usually would on a normal race day, making this very much a sprint race. So the university crews who are open so all of the age groups can range as old as they'd like are usually university students that are representing whichever club that they're rowing for.
So just looking at the times here from that first heat, that Sydney Uni 1 crew crossing the line in first place with a time of 4:23.97, UTS in second with a time of 4:26.88, and Kings in third with a time of 4:41.74. So you'd say, looking at this second heat now, it's going to be between St Joseph's and Kings for the final spot in this men's Open 8 if the Sydney Uni crew and the other Sydney Rowing Club crew, the Sydney Uni 2 crew and the Sydney Rowing Club crew finish first and second, which you'd expect as university and club crews.
Absolutely. A lot of these boys have actually come from these schools and these systems that are rowing in here, so it's great to have them back and come and compete once again. However, I will say that you're expecting these times to be pretty quick, and a lot of these boys actually you might have seen in various representation roles. So very great pedigree of rowing skill that we've got on show currently. And just a reminder that these gentlemen that will be competing a little bit later for the Men's Open 8 Gold Cup Challenge Trophy, which is currently held by Sydney University. And just to read out the winners of the last race, Sydney University won. That's Marcus Britt, Ryan Gibson, Hamish Danks, Elliot Simpson, Tom Anderson, Kieran Reich, Nicholas Miro, Henry Ryan, coxed by Danielle Petit, and coaches are Christopher Halliday and Tom Lorich and Donald McLaughlin.
Set up for a great finish here in this race.
Absolutely. We're looking like the Sydney Rowing Club and the Sydney University 2 crew are battling out for first place here. I believe the Sydney Rowing Club crew probably beat them around the turn. However, the Sydney Uni crew are known for a very strong finish. The St Joseph's crew, despite being up against university and club crews, are doing incredibly well. Really taking it to these crew. They're improving quite a lot, despite being several years younger than a lot of these boys here. The Sydney University crew seem to be taking a little bit back to the Sydney Rowing Club crew, but it will be a very tight finish, very fast race as well. The Sydney University crew rating probably about 6 points higher than the Sydney Rowing Club crew, but the Sydney Uni crew are probably not going to pip the Sydney Rowing Club crew. It will be the Sydney Rowing Club crew that will come through in first place in this heat, followed by Sydney University, then St Joseph's. A fantastic row by St Joseph's, given the fact this is a club race. And just a reminder that the five fastest crews will go through to the final, with the last crew being eliminated. So it would be St Joseph's and Newington that are vying for that last spot, and we'll just wait for confirmation from Luke to see what that time will be.
Yep, here we go. So we do have the official timings. So from the second heat, it was Sydney Rowing Club in first place at the time of 4:24.77. So they were just under a second slower than that Sydney Uni 1 crew in the first heat. And then we had Sydney Uni 2 in second with a time of 4:27 flat. And then St Joseph's in third with a time of 4:29.83. So they'll qualify ahead of the King's School, that fifth and final place, the men's Open 8 final. So the men's Open 8 final will be Sydney Uni 1, UTS, Sydney Rowing Club, Sydney Uni 2 and St Joseph's. They will be the 5 crews battling it out for the men's Open 8.
And that's St Joseph's crew as well, Luke. I might just add they've done it very, very, very quickly. And in fact, they've done it so quickly that they're only 1 second behind the UTS crew, I believe. So very quick time from the St Joseph's crew. Great row there.
You're going off the heat times, not just that St Joseph's crew, but all 4. The 2 uni crews, the Sydney Rowing Club crew and the UTS crew, we should be set for a really tight, a really exciting.
All within 3 to 4 seconds of each other.
Exactly. Should make for great racing.
That concludes the morning's racing. Time is currently 12:06 and racing is due to resume at 1:10 with the School First 8 B final. Thank you very much for joining us this morning on behalf of Dr. Paul Hine and the Rector, Father Thomas Renshaw. I'd like to thank you for joining us for this morning's edition of it. We will see you back here in about an hour and 10 minutes.
See you then.
There are 2 key drivers in Jesuit education, faith and scholarship. That's where they've resided for the last 450 years and that's where they will continue to.
And these are the things that I think extend the boys and manage to build that character that's sometimes a little indefinable and sometimes takes a while to develop and sometimes mightn't be evident until much later in life. But those aspects of Riverview certainly contribute to the all-round development of the man.
Strong, and I'll be your friend. I'll help you carry on, for it won't be long till I'm gonna need somebody to lean on.
A holistic education in a Jesuit context would have a number of different domains. The first would be a deep understanding of faith and of service, a commitment to scholarship, a concern for your fellow person, and a willingness to embrace all of those other activities that are part and parcel of this educational program.
You just call on me, brother, when you need a hand, 'cause we all need somebody to lean on. I just might have a problem that you'll understand. We all need somebody to lean on.
Many friendships here are forged for life, and I've noticed through my 12 years in the community and my probably 40 years of knowing Riverview men that those bonds are incredibly strong.
It's always been our tradition here to form boys who are thinkers, young men who will take all sorts of positions and assess them in truth and with integrity and come to a decision in conscience themselves and leave here with conviction. Ignatian spirituality is best summarised as finding God in all things, that God is not just locked up in a chapel like this. God is found in the everydayness of life. God's found in the other person.
Here, there is a load you have to bear that you can't carry. I'm right up the road. I'll share your load if you just call me. Call me.
So my message to the Year 12 boys is to make sure as you exit those front gates that you pause, that you look back over your shoulder, and make sure you know how lucky you are to have gone here, but make sure you look your parents in the eye and thank your families for choosing to send you here.
Just call me.
One of the great things about schools like Riverview is what could be considered a school of privilege, we believe to be a school of obligation. Rather than life just be an endless montage of experiences, we ask the boys to pause and consider deeply what those experiences are, and in that time is when meaning surfaces.
There's a sculpture in the library in the college, created by one of the school's old boys. And not only is inscribed, question everything, which is the starting point of any education.
It is then taken to what we would call a gospel level, where boys are asked to think about what role they have with the other. And so you've heard this term, men for others.
It's one of the most challenging maxims that I've come across. Go out and live a life that's at the service of the poor and the marginalised rather than the service of the self, and to use the gift of the education that you've been given to change the structures that keep the poor poor and the wealthy wealthy.
Every boy here needs to complete 70 hours of service. It might be aged care facilities, it might be homes for the disabled. We have a number of groups that go to the farthest regions of this country and live in Indigenous communities. Similarly, in Year 11, we have about half of Year 11 who go offshore.
I had done an immersion in Cambodia. I was kind of wanting to keep up that promise to myself that I was going to continue to be a man for others in Jesuit terms. So From the Ground Up is an organisation which focuses on enhancing social impact. We've built schools, health centres, we've built a home in the community.
I think reflection and the importance of contemplation, that's what's unique about Riverview education, is the spiritual formation and taking time out of everyday life to pray and contemplate things.
Hopefully we're turning not just the heads but the hearts of young men.
Recognising everyone's own human dignity, I think that's the base level for me.
Well, I think the boarding school is the heart of the school. It's a community within a community. The boys learn to respect each other's differences and grow into independent young men, and that's what the parents comment on, how much their boys have matured.
The life lessons you learn when you're there, it's like they're stored, and you become that greater man when you're 45. And I'll see James do things and I think, that's what that's all about. You know, that's where that's come from.
As a boys' school, we have a responsibility to raise boys to be respectful men. This is not just for themselves, but also to be active witnesses to ensure that other men act and behave respectfully.
If they're going to be men for others, it's not automatically going to happen outside of school. It's got to happen in school. There is a direct relationship between pastoral care and learning outcomes.
There is always a place for a young man to feel that there is somebody who will listen and somebody who will care.
The fact that students respect each other, the fact that they care for each other, is all part of the whole spiritual paradigm of the college. We live by the credo of cura personalis.
Cura personalis, care for the individual. That is, I believe, inculcated in the culture. It's more than words.
We look to those who don't have a voice and seek to walk with them, helping them to find their voice. It is about becoming friends with those on the margins, accompanying them, empowering them, and learning from them. A Jesuit education is about educating students who share the perspective of the Trinity, looking upon the world and seeking to make it more loving and more just. This is the gift that Jesuit schools give to the next generation.
They feed you well here at the
They
Cove
do.
Cottage.
They do, Michael. They do. So we've got the schools first 8B final coming down the course. We've got Newington in lane 1, Scots in 2, Grammar in 3. Newington holding a slight advantage at the moment after 300 metres.
This is probably the best water I've seen on the Lane Cove River in years. Very early in the morning it's pristine and mirror-like, but for the middle of the day in late summer, normally there's a bit going on by now. We've got a bit of wind chopping it up, but this is just fantastic, most benign.
Enjoying it out here, that's for sure, and as are the pleasure craft. Michael here gathering around the finish line. They seem to be multiplying, the people on those boats. I think there's been a few runs to the shore, and we've got pleasure craft right out there to about the 400 metre mark. Newington, the crew of Oscar Sutherland, Hugh Harvey, Thomas McLean, Max Elliott, Charlie Carr, Alexander Page, Angus Moses, Morgan Jones, Dominic Navati. They're coached by Christopher Holliday and Ralph Hobbs. Scott's Iwo Ellis, William Jenkins, Jake Delminico, Angus Tremlett, Sam Breckelman, Hank Baldassari, Ned Houghton, Wyatt Lee, Zachary Howes-Cox, and they're coached by Jason Baker. And the Grammar crew, Robert Russell, James Ireland, Andrew Brennan, Hunter Hyde, Jared Bresniak, Mackley Stalker, Joshua Zhang, Max Collier, Bryn Potter is the Cox, and they're coached by Michael Smith and John Russell. We're about halfway down in this B final of the school's first 8, and people might be asking why they're slightly out of order, why the 8's rowing, and then we go through back to the junior 8s. Well, a couple of the crews in the A final will be in the, or at least the St Joseph's crew is going to be in the men's open 8, which is later in the day. So they're giving them a bit of space there. Marshall's just asking the coxswains to separate there. Some close rowing there between Scots and Newington here in lane 1 and 2, and Grammar out there on 3.
Short second.
So Scots have ranged up alongside Newington, and they've probably taken around about a quarter of a length on them as they approach the corner. Scott's Cox taking an aggressive line in the corner and keeping that Newington crew nice and tight into lane 1, and they'll settle down and fight it out over the last 300 metres. But it is Scots in front. Newington now straightened up, are going to provide their challenge. Scott's in front. Strokes just ask him for another point or so with 150 metres to go. Newington aren't letting him out of sight.
Newington would have a couple of points on him here, Pete.
That's where the last challenge is going to come, inside the last 100. Newington taking it up another point, challenging Scott. Scott's got the look back.
The bow's on his 2-man. I think Scott's will hold on here.
Will be Scott's, Newington, around about half a canvas, and then back to Grammar in 3rd. So a very good row there by the Scots first 8 to win the B final here at the Riverview Gold Cup Regatta. Those watching at home, lane 1, or those lanes closer to, or the right side of your screen on the Woolwich side, slightly favoured at the finish. The finish line is on a slight angle from as you see it. It's not straight across from that little hut to the pleasure craft sitting out there. There's a mark on the shore near the mansion that was the Dodd household on the far side. Set for a start in the A final of the school's first 8. We're going to have St Ignatius in lane 1, Shaw in 2, Kings in 3, St Joseph's in 4. St Joseph's have made the final of the Open 8, so they will race in this race and then turn around and go back for the Open 8 a little bit later on in the day. And they're away in this race. Really expecting an exciting race across the river. Kings so dominant last week in the New South Wales Championships. Shaw Rode an excellent heat this morning, and St Ignatius on their home track. Would expect them to be right up there, as Joey's, given their performance in the Open 8 heat a little bit earlier today. You can throw a proverbial blanket on them at the moment. There is not much between all four crews after an excellent first 300 metres. Pressure coming in the middle of the course at the moment, probably Shaw and Kings. May have got a slight gap back to St Ignatius and then St Joseph's. So these crews, as they come down, the St Ignatius first 8, Rory Curtin, Jack Power, Nicholas Lowry, James O'Meara, Oscar Barigi, Thomas Sequel, James Whiting, Luca Malozzi, Luca Vecchio is the Cox, and they're coached by Matt Curtin. Joey's old boy and member of the 2015 winning Joey's first 8 crew. Shaw, Will Clubb, Henry Oxenham, George Chapman, Edward Nutt, Harry Scrambler, John Kenny, Corey Sloan, Charlie Marshall, James Smith the Cox, and they're coached by David Jennings, long-time coach there at Shaw, very successful. Kings, Nicholas Whalen, William Rogers, Felix Lay, Rory Menzies, MacArthur Bucknell, Sam Dugan, Harry Staniforth, Dimitri Duta is the stroke there, coxed by Lawrence Cleve and coached by Julian and Simon Huxley. Successful coaches last year, winners of the Heather River last year, and there are a number of crews, number of members of that crew back in this year's 8. St Joseph's, Ola Maroulis, Tom Summers, Joe Mangelsdorf, Charlie Hine, James Fredrickson, Quinn Dickinson, Jackson Gersoy, Maxim Maloney, Harrison Tongs of Cox, and they're coached by David Geely and Charles Rowe.
Looking like the middle of the field here, just grabbed the lead here now. Kings and Shaw having a very good look at one another.
And we've also got St Ignatius there on their home track.
Yeah, the bend will help them, won't it?
They may swing into this. Coxon's steered a gun barrel straight course to the corner and has given them every opportunity to get inside Shaw School on the corner, although Shaw...
Shaw look like they're just giving them, just taking a bit of angle away from them there.
They have. So the umpire's just keeping him a little straighter there. This is going to be a great finish here. It's probably Shaw at the moment, but Riverview are coming into it.
Shaw, the defending title holders, of course. Let's see what Riverview can do here on settling once they balance up.
Kings will have the swoop, but Shaw have turned for home, and it's very hard to run down a Shaw 8 when they're in front. But Riverview are attempting that inside the last 250 metres. Shaw have gone up another 2 points there. Strokes asked him for a little bit more, and they're up around 36 or 37 at the moment. Riverview have responded. Plenty of run in both boats. There's not a lot of panic in either boat as they settle down to fight it out. Kings now drop back to third, and then Joey's in fourth. It is Shaw in front. St Ignatius are going to get a big boost from the big spectator boat next to them. It's Shaw in front.
Got about 3 seats on them.
Bell. Taking another seat off them there with about 100 metres to go. And Shaw will win the school's first 8 here at the Riverview Gold Cup.
Gee, that was a good race.
Riverview in second, Kings in third, and St Joseph's in fourth. And St Joseph's crew will turn around and row in the men's Open 8 a little bit later on. So congratulations to the Shaw School, winners of the Centenary Cup, and defending their winning of the Centenary Cup last year. So that Shaw first 8 again, Will Clubb, Henry Oxenham, George Chapman, Edward Nutt, Harry Scrambler, John Kenny, Corey Sloan, Charlie Marshall, James Smith the Cox, coached by David Jennings. Second place, St Ignatius, Rory Curtin, Jack Power, Nicholas Lowry, James O'Meara, Oscar Barigi, Timothy Sequel, James Whiting, Luca Malozzi, Luca Vecchio's the Cox, and they're coached by Matt Curtin. And in third place there was the King's School, Nicholas Whalen, William Rogers, Felix Lay, Rory Menzies, MacArthur Bucknell, Samuel Dugan, Henry Staniforth, Dimitri Duda, Lawrence Cleve, and they're coached by Julian and Simon Huxley. So interesting race there, Michael. King's Crew so dominant last week at the New South Wales Championships. Perhaps it was a little short for them today, but cannot take anything away from the Shore School. Actually, ended up being quite a dominant performance.
Yeah, so each of those crews now have knocked out 3 1,400-metre hit-outs, and I'd imagine that their coaches there wouldn't be a lot of tactics in it. It'd probably be hit, go, and stop when you get to the other end. It'd be pretty well flat out from the get-go. So possibly not as tactical as the 2,000 metres up at Nepean at the Cirque course. So it's just very hard to draw any sort of form line from here into what we're going to see in a few weeks' time.
I'll sleep well tonight, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's absolutely right, yep. They could do worse than come up here and hit the buffet at the Cove Cottage, I've got to tell you.
Now the next race is going to be the school's Year 10 second 8. Because the two Year 10 fourth 8 and the Year 10 third 8 were straight through finals. So B and A finals. First 8. School third 8 this morning was a straight through final as well, which was won by St Ignatius. They're away, Michael, at the B final of the school's second Year 10-8. Scott's in lane 1, Sydney Grammar in 2, St Ignatius in 3. So that Year 10 second 8 from Scott's is Harry Hill, Thomas Norgard, Edison Lowe, William Martin, Carter Evans, Riley Dack, Jock Sides, Charles Brand, Tom Palins of Cox. Sydney Grammar, Michael Hugh, Kieran Hune, Torrance Zhang, Matthew Kelly, Matthew Sanderson, Oliver Dudley Smith, Wilbur Sproats, Luke Thurgood, TJ Abdul Saeed's the Cox, and they're coached by Kenneth Major. And the St Ignatius crew in this race, Judah White, Christian Armstrong, Oscar Pidcock, Jeremy Holmes, Hugh Kennedy, Angus Lenahan, William Hodge, Walter Walker, Harrison Boonis is the Cox, and they're coached by Gareth Deacon. Gareth coaches the Year 10 second 8 and also the
busy man, busy man, Gareth. And he enjoys it. Josh just pointed out to me then the time for that winning event by Shaw. They rode a 4:22. Now that gets him in front of the heat winners of the big boys, the Sydney Uni crew. So we think they rode a 4:25, didn't they, in that heat? So that's
correct. Yeah,
that's pretty towy. So I'm sure the big boys will be a bit quicker in this afternoon, but it's pretty good form there. And Riverview only 4:24, and King's back at 4:30. So, as we say, they've got another couple of minutes, or maybe a minute and a half in the boat after this up at Cirque. But yeah, pretty impressive rowing for schoolboys.
They're high quality crews, these 8s. All those senior 8s. It's going to be an interesting race up there at the head of the river in a few weeks' time. St Ignatius comfortably winning this B final of the school's Year 10 second 8. They'd be out by a length and a half, maybe 2 lengths at the 500 metre mark. Steadily moving further ahead. It's one of the biggest gatherings of supporter craft I've seen, Michael.
Like
here
the
at
halcyon
Riverview.
days,
It is,
isn't it?
yes, it is. It's like the old days. So plenty out there on the water, which is great. Boys would be loving it. They're cheering all the boats as they're heading out from the Riverview boat shed through them. They're getting
Still
plenty
worried
of
about
cheers.
Morpheus, I've got to tell you. That
There is a lot of
that's
people on the
bow-heavy.
bow of Morpheus, yes. I am concerned about that. But we do have St Ignatius holding a good lead here in the B final over Scots. Grammar back in third spot. I'll be enjoying the look back, these rowers back, St Ignatius back to the other crews. Enjoying these lighter conditions. Good blade work, it's a good looking crew this. This is a keenly sought division. Unusual that they sort of are in the B final. They look very good. And of course, while it is their home regatta, they'll be thinking about the head of the river in another month's time. No sympathy from the coxswain here. He's really exhorting his crew home. They're keeping their rate up. They're coming past Morpheus shortly, so they'll get a big boost there from the St Ignatius crowd from the bow.
Good boat, nice to the line. Good clearance.
The
They've
St
enjoyed
Ignatius are
that.
in the B final
Yeah.
there of the school year 10-8. Gareth Deacon's done a great job with those young men. Scott's in second and Sydney Grammar in third. So that crew from St Ignatius. That's Sydney Grammar crossing the line now. St Ignatius, Judah White, Christian Armstrong, Oscar Pitcock, Jeremy Holmes, Hugh Kennedy, Angus Lenihan, William Hodge, Walter Walker, Harrison Boonis of the Cox, and they're coached by Gareth Deacon. Scots, Harry Hill, Thomas Norgard, Edison Lowe, William Martin, Carter Evans, Riley Dack, Jock Sides, Charles Brand, Tom Palins of Cox, Sydney Grammar, Michael Hugh, Kieran Hune, Torrance Zhang, Matthew Kelly, Matthew Sanderson, Oscar Dudley Smith, Wilbur Sproats, Luke Thurgood, TJ Abdul Saeed Cox, and they're coached by Kenneth Major. We've got the A final of the school year 10 second 8 coming down the course, Michael. Full field of 4. We've got Kings in 1, Shaw in 2, Newington in 3, St Joseph's in 4. The action here is probably in lane 1 and 2.
I think so, yeah. I think
Kings and
you reckon
Shaw?
Shaw leading at the moment?
Yeah, correct. I concur. And then back slightly to Newington, and then Joey's, who are just had a bit of trouble there straightening. I think the umpire's got him, just getting him further away from Newington there on the far side of the course, or in lane 4.
Fairly attractive housing over there in
There
Longleat.
is.
I could understand that you'd want to get closer and have a bit of a look.
You may be drifting over there to have a look, Michael. You may be correct.
Are they just about? Have they just passed the North Shore boat shed by then?
They are.
Yeah, a few luminaries we know come out of those parts.
It's going to turn into a very good race, Michael. Shaw is in front, but Kings will have the drop on them on the corner, and again, the Shaw coxswain's going to deny the inside running as best he can.
Yeah, just looking at the line that the Kings boat will have to take from here. If the Shaw coxswain stays where he is, they're just going to be, while they won't be checked in running, it'll just play into their brain just a little bit. We got a good race here. I think it's going to be a very good finish.
So the Kings crew there in lane 1, Tulloch Salmon, Charles Whalen, Mac Mason, Cameron Schultz, Sam Camilleri, Grayson Odbert, Lachlan Jones, Daniel Payne, Fergus Lawson's the Cox, and Angus Burrell is the coach. Shaw, Oliver Davies, Oliver Beatar, Rory Hall, Piers Mendel, Max Gillian, Jamison Lyon, Jordan Elliott, Nick Stacker, Charlie Wars the Cox, and they're coached by Werner Pinar, Newington, Alexander Armitage, Noah Kinley's side, Will Salmon, Oliver Sutton, Callum Rickson, Leo Grippy, Alexander Cosmos, Edward Phillips, Zachary Cooper is the Cox, and they're coached by Zachary Scott. St Joseph's, Daniel Taylor, Max Moore, Sam Bashar, Thomas O'Brien, Ben Hannon, Jacob Goss, Nicholas Kalman, Jack Janney, Jasper Smeaton is the Cox, and they're coached by Benjamin Wiley. Here's a great finish here as they come around the corner. Kings holding a slight advantage to Shaw. They're taking advantage of that inside run. Then back to Newington, and Joey's will battle out for third.
Typically what we see here in these circumstances, Shaw with their excellent pedigree, go to their class, stick to their form, and they'll be using form rather than power to get themselves home here with good technique. Kings will challenge. If I'm in the collect queue, I think I'm on the sky blue just here at the moment, Peter.
Yeah, Kings are rating about 3 points higher than Shaw. Michael said there's plenty of effort in that Shaw boat, but they're just underrating the Kings crew, and Kings seem to have continued on with their momentum. That they gained at the corner and probably are moving away from Shaw inside the shadows of the post. It is Kings in front. Shaw aren't letting them getting too far ahead, but Kings holding around about half a length. In fact, on the line, they'll probably get out to just over a boat length. Yeah. So Kings first, Shaw second. Great go for
Good
third.
Go for bronze.
Between St Joseph's and Newington. Plenty of effort in both crews. They're rating almost the same. Just a lost oar there from... Oh, they're getting very close together here, St Joseph's and Newington. St Joseph's will just hold on to Newington, but there was a clash of oars there, and there was caused to be one of the stroke side rowers there. Joey's had to miss a stroke there with a clash of oars, but they still held on. And I'm sure if they didn't, the umpire might have had a word. But
like so the Tambourine days.
That was tight. That was tight, Michael. So a final of the Year 10 second 8.
Just got a message through from a dear friend who's at home today, who knows all about the rules of racing on the river, and right of way on the course as you were watching that last race. Closest to the pole has right of way. So if anything, if those two boats were close between Shaw and Kings, it would have been Kings that would have had the advantage. As it turned out, they stayed in front. It didn't matter anyway. But that's I want to just say thank you to Jim Tate there, well-known rowing aficionado and official, who's staying at home today, and we wish him well.
Yeah, special call out. Good on you, Jimmy. Thanks for the call. And that St Joseph's and Newington crews that clashed close to the line also clashed halfway up the course too. So a close battle over 1,400 metres there. There was plenty of space, and yet they still found ways to come together a couple of times. We've got
maybe a couple of those gentlemen may catch up again in maybe the 16 Cs later this year, Peter.
They could. So we've got the winners there of that Year 10 second 8, the A final, were the King's School, Tulloch Salmon, Charles Whalen, Mac Mason, Cameron Schultz, Sam Camilleri, Grayson Odbert, Lachlan Jones, Daniel Payne, Fergus Lawson's a Cox, coached by Angus Burrell. Shaw in second, Oliver Davis, Oliver Beadar, Rory Hall, Piers Mendel, Max Gillian, Jamison Lyon, Jordan Elliott, Nick Stacker, Charlie Warser Cox, coached by Werner Pinar. And in third place there was St Joseph's, Daniel Taylor, Max Moore, Samuel Basher, Thomas O'Brien, Ben Hannon, Jacob Goss, Nicholas Callanan, Jack Janney, Jasper Smeaton's a Cox, and they're coached by Benjamin Wiley. Got the B final of the school's Year 10 first aid, and coming down we have St Ignatius with a comfortable lead here over the crew from Sydney Grammar. Getting plenty of encouragement there from the spectator craft and from some of their peer rowers that are there. Quite a gathering there at the
that's lovely gathering
at the pole. And looking very comfortable here, this St Ignatius Year 10 First Aid. These races were closely fought this morning. Probably consider themselves a little bit unlucky not to make the final, but have made up, or the A final, but have made up for winning the B final quite comfortably. And that's the crew of Luke Bannerman, Luca Laspina, Sebastian Zuckerman, Thomas Hartman, Phoenix Graham, Charlie Harrison, Joshua Price, Ambrose Hennessy, Darcy Hallam's the Cox, and they're coached by Ollie Smith. They're crossing the line now.
Rowing very well. That's a lovely way to finish a race. They kept their form beautifully to the line.
And in second place was Thomas, crew from Sydney Grammar, Thomas Cranfield, Elliot Young, James Brew, Lachlan Struthers, Oliver Wang, William Ellis, Ben Fairbrother, Jonathan Lidgus, Paul Bradukas is the Cox, and they're coached by Stephen Tom. And we've got the A final of the school's Year 10 First Aid coming down the river. Again, this will be another tightly fought race. Action again seems to be on the Woolwich side of the course, or lane 1 and lane 2. It's Shaw and Kings battling it out. St Joseph's close by. Newington rowing quite a bold race over there in lane 4. Taking advantage of the slightly cambered start where the outside lanes do get a little bit of a start, because as we turn the corner, the inside lanes pull back that advantage.
Would you say, I don't think Newington are in front
they're
here.
In front. They're in front. They've rode a very bold race. And by memory, these are the 3 crews that were quite prominent at the Joey's Regatta a couple of weeks ago in this. Someone's got a loudspeaker giving him a kick on over there. I thought it was the umpire, but it's someone from the spectator boat.
Not sure how effective it is, but I'm pretty sure the guy who's making the calls thinks he's doing a great job. So
Newington in front. They're crossing over Joey's here, but I think he's got some clear water to be able to do that. And he's taken the line. Good aggressive coxing.
yeah, fantastic. Really,
Cox.
really good work. They'll have to be very good, but they could nearly steal this, because I'm pretty sure the crews on the inside wouldn't have expected to see them there.
So it is Newington in front. Both Shaw and Kings are throwing everything at them inside the last 300 metres. This is one of the best races of the day so far. It is Newington in front. The charge is now coming from Kings in the middle and Shaw on the far side. Newington holding their form nicely. Kings
a point
probably
higher
a point
here.
higher
Yeah.
and going again. The Strokes asking for another point. Newington looking to respond. It is Kings in front.
Yeah, the big 5 and 6 in the Kings boat have just gone. Here we go.
That is a very big Year 10.
That was just power.
They've
That's
probably taken a seat off them, but
Oh,
Newington coming back in the shadows of the post.
Die.
It's going to be very tight. Newington by around about half a metre. They hit the line.
Kings all there.
Kings to Newington.
Oh.
And then back to Shaw, and then back to St Joseph's. That was a really, really good Year 10 first aid. St Joseph's coming across in 4th.
Great race.
So the Kings Year 10-8, first 8 there. Just getting Newington in the shadows of the post. Campbell Wickham, Ethan Zhu, Louis Todd, Alfred McLean, Samuel Hines, Anton Teal, Tom Whalen, Charles Baker, Danis Galvin's the Cox, coached by Harrison Randall and Steve Edwards. Newington, Angus Edmondson, Harvey Carnegie, Mark Grilakis, Alexander Tetley, Toby Cameron Tavendale, Angus Mitchell, Hunter Elliott, William Fuller. They're coxed by Elvis Johnson and coached by Marty Nicholas. Back in 3rd place was Shaw, Alex Smith, Edward Kenny, Henry Connick, Ben Rowe, Liam McFarlane, Alex Hosking, Ben Muffet, Preston Scott, Mackenzie Fox is the Cox, coached by Weena Pinar. That's St Joseph's crew that was 4th in that race was Liam Massey, Darcy Williams, Matthew Goff Alex Negline, Matthias Maloney, Thomas Maloney, Finley Mitchell, Gus Cizolka, Flynn Bruin, and coached by Brian Payne.
Good call, Pete. Don't forget that there's social media or whatever it's called happening here, and you can come in and chat, and we'll try and do our best to call out your messages from time to time. We've noticed that the Marshall family have been very busy lately. They're all over it. So we'd like to hear from other people as well, please.
Yeah, anyone checking the live results, they're incorrect on the screen. Of race 67, it was the race we've just seen. It was Kings beating Newington and then Shaw. The results are showing Shaw and Newington, but it was 0.66, nothing in it. A little bit over a bow ball, so Newington really did fight back again inside the last 50 metres. We've got Schools 4-4 here, and it's just a row through from the Newington 1, which is the B final. So it's Taz Meldrum, Daniel Maxwell, Tom Carlisle, Gabriel Collingwood, Christian Ignatius, and they're coached by Stuart McDonald. So the Newington 4-4 coach taking the advantage there of racing conditions to give these young fellas a row through.
So much better for the kids now as well, isn't it? Because they've got all the data in the boat. They can see what they're rating. They can see what their speed is. They know how they're performing. So in a circumstance like this, the coach can say, I want you to get out there, do this for this, row that at that. And it's as good as a solid training session in the perfect conditions. So this will hold these kids in good stead. So it's not wasted.
Yeah, they are. Some big lads in that crew, Newington. They'll be better as the season goes on. Getting plenty of encouragement from the Newington supporter boat there. 7 or 8 strokes to go, so Newington just rowing through there in the B final. Taz Meldrum, Daniel Maxwell, Tom Carlisle, Gabriel Collingwood, Christian Ignatius, and coached by Stuart McDonald. This will be interesting, Michael, this Schools 4-4 race. It may be the battle between the Dave Dillon coached St Ignatius crews. So St Ignatius in 1, number 1 crew in 1, Shaw in 2, Kings in 3, St Ignatius number 2 crews in 4. So on your screens, those watching from home, lane 1's on the right side. St Ignatius 1, Shaw, Kings, and then St Ignatius 2. St Ignatius 1 crews Edward Kelly, Jack Mackin, Maxwell Whitaker, Connor Egger, Harry Kelly's the Cox, coached by Dave Dillon. Shaw in lane 2, Peter Bennett, Blake Fight, James Collier, Tom Blackwell, Alex Bishop. Kings, Angus Smith, Tom Exel, Joel Bradford, Lachlan Wong, Thomas Seaton Cooper, coached by Matthew Orpin, and St Ignatius 2, Max Barnes, Leo Edgerton Warburton, Angus McCaffrey, Thomas Harrop, Archibald Dean is the Cox, and they're coached by Dave Dillon.
Of course, in that Riverview number 1 boat, the Pride of Burrawa in the bow seat, and also the coxswain. So a couple of brothers there from a wonderful family. Will be having a pretty good night tonight if they can take home a silver oar. and looks very competitive for these review boats in this division as well, Peter. Obviously, Coach Dylan is still working out who's best, and I'm sure every kid in the Review 1 boat knows that every kid in the Review 2 boat wants his seat. So make no mistake, they will be trying.
100% correct, Michael, and it's a tight race. There's not much between St Ignatius there and the number 1 crew in 1. Shaw are really putting a great challenge there in lane 2. Probably back to the St Ignatius number 2 crew and then Kings. In fact, I think it's probably Shaw with that little surge in the middle of the race. May have taken around about half a boat length off St Ignatius 1 and will hold the lead as they come to the corner. Yeah, something just seemed to happen along the inside lane there. They were up on even pegging. Shaw just had a bit of a surge and just sort of caught St Ignatius there on their heels, but they're rowing themselves back into the race now. But it is Shaw in front. The Shaw crews are very hard to row down in front. Then back to King's now challenging the St Ignatius number 2 crew. Both those crews will push to the northern side of the course, or northern side of the buoy.
Be very hard to get from here, sure.
They've taken probably another half a length there in that last 100 metres. Really
clever mid-race surge.
Cox has probably got enough room here to take an aggressive line on the corner. Looks like Kings and St Ignatius number 2 are following him on that side.
Yeah,
I'm not quite sure.
We're all coming together
the
now.
The marshal's going to be particularly thrilled about that.
Oh, gee whiz. Oh, gee whiz. I reckon. Oh, gosh.
Shaw in front. St Ignatius number 1 just underrating them at the moment. Big effort coming through there. You can see on the stroke side of that Shaw crew, they're really trying to lift that boat out of the water.
Yeah.
St Ignatius now they're knuckling down to their work. Strokes asking for another point.
Looks like there's a plan here.
They're looking a little weary, but they've found another point or two inside the last 100 metres. Shaw hanging on, they're just starting to wobble just a fraction. St Ignatius will get a big kick from the Morpheus crowd on the big pleasure craft, but it is Shaw in front.
Review good to the line here in second. Again,
Review
using
racing
parlance. Looks like they need further. Shaw just got the sit, haven't they?
By around about a third of a length back to St Ignatius number 1, then back to Kings, and then St Ignatius number 2 crew. I'm sure any listeners that any language that comes through is not coming from the commentary box. There's some sensitive microphones that can pick up stuff coming from the competitors, but so apologies if you're hearing anything particularly fruity. But so the winning crew in that race: Shaw, Peter Bennett, Blake Fight, James Collier, Tom Blackwell, Alex Bishop's the Cox. St Ignatius number 1 crew in second: Edward Kelly, Jack Mackin, Maxwell Whitaker, Connor Edgar. Harry Kelly's the Cox, and they're coached by Dave Dillon. Third in that race was the Kings crew of Angus Smith, Thomas Engsel, Joel Bradford, Lachlan Wong, Thomas Seaton Cooper was the Cox, and the coach is Matthew Orpin. So we've got a full field of the school third four final. This is a straight through final, so no B final, it's a straight A final. St Ignatius in 1, Shaw in 2, Newington in 3, Kings in 4, St Joseph's in 5.
So just in that scurry there, Peter, I failed to notice that the King's crew may have missed the mark at the pole there and come on the Hunters Hill side of the course. So, but it didn't affect the result, so I don't think that affects any of the outcome. So that's a bit interesting. So
getting
the coxswains have got to remember that, haven't they?
They do. I'm getting some information from some of our listeners.
I've got a man who's
there is a
keeping
man.
me up
There
to
is a man
speed.
dialing in with some information, and it is quite correct. And I wouldn't doubt him because
Well,
he
he might have a
understands
bit of
it.
FOMO, that man.
He
you know?
does. He said they can cross. The umpire, the discretion's left with the umpire.
Correct.
If the umpire doesn't think it's affected the result, then he wouldn't have disqualified
Yes.
it. But that was interesting. There was an aggressive line taken there by the King's Cox.
Well, it was like someone had put all the free pies and sausage rolls on, and they're all in the scurry.
Really inside. So we've got Schools third, 4 coming down. We've got Riverview in front. Shaw again rowing well in lane 2. Kings out there in 4 are probably closest to those two, just slightly back to the crew from Newington and then St Joseph's. Gonna be another cracking race here.
That's the King's in good shape here, aren't they?
Yeah, Kings are rowing. I wonder if he'll follow what he's.
He'd want to go. He'd want to be coming to us now, wouldn't he?
Yeah, that's right. I wonder if he'd do what he's made in the 4-4 did and take the
Well,
line. He may be far enough in front of
I
Newington,
suppose
but
he may not, is that marker a little bit blown over?
Looks like
they
it's
may not be
fallen.
able to see it.
they'd be
He's
getting
straightened
plenty of
up now.
reminding from the umpires, I would have think. But coming to the corner, St Ignatius looking to avenge their schoolmates in the 4-4. This third
look,
4, this Dave Dillon crew, full of running as they hit the corner and they go around a length in front.
Yeah, look at that.
Probably Shaw, then back to Kings, Newington, and then St Joseph's.
King Shaw for second should be a good go here.
Could be a
I
good go.
reckon.
But it is St Ignatius in front on their home track,
Yeah.
enjoying the inside lane. Shaw aren't letting them get too far away. In fact, I think the Shaw Strokes found another point, a couple of points there in rating. He's up at 31 now. Riverview at around 29. King's probably underrating both of them out here at 27 or 28, getting plenty run of the boat. A lot of these crews are conditioning themselves for the longer races, but it is St Ignatius in front. This has been a very successful crew this year, winning very well at the St Joseph's Regatta a couple of weeks ago.
Did they win last week at the States? Do we know?
There wasn't a
they didn't. Okay.
third 4 race, although I think they made the final. The actual
They've
A
actually
grade
really
final.
gapped that very well over the last 300 metres.
Very good row by the St Ignatius third 4, and they'll win comfortably. 2 lengths back to Shaw.
Well, they're pretty happy too. You'd put them into your multis, I think,
yeah.
for the head of the river.
Kings in third. Sensible advice, Michael. Sensible advice. Then back to Newington and the crew from St Joseph. So that St Ignatius third 4, Willie Ryan, Harrison Lloyded and Flynn English, Gabriel Turner, James Razor Cox, they're coached by Dave Dillon, Shaw, Jock Fenwick, Remy Cameron, Max McAlpine, Cam Thurgood, Hamish Longstaff. Was the Cox, Kings, Peter Zagas, Lachlan Smith, Isaac Rumble, Daniel Wall, Aidan Trans the Cox, and they're coached by Matthew Warpen. Newington in force, Daniel Martin, James Gestowski, Zach Foreman, Cameron Rennie, Steve Ilopoulos is the Cox, coached by Stuart McDonald, and Joey's Jackson Basho, Luke Broughton, Massimo Finese, Julian Fitzgerald, Benjamin Clark is the Cox.
Just one
We've got
boat here.
another row through here, is it? The B final of the second 4. I can only see one crew coming down, and that's the St Ignatius. People might ask, why don't they just combine the finals? It gets a bit tricky when it gets more than 4 or 5 boats on such a tight course. That being said, this St Ignatius crew was expecting to be up against Scots, so the Scots crew must have been a late scratching. So instead of combining the final up there, the A final, it's a row through here for the St Ignatius second 4. I'm sure Pete Warren's given them plenty of instructions to do what they need to do. Yeah. Yeah, some long-term watchers of GPS rowing be asking where Sydney High. We haven't seen any Sydney High crews in the senior races anyway today. So hopefully we'll see some crews closer to the head of the river. It'd be great to see them up there, and likewise crews from the Armidale School. Gareth Deacon, who coached the Sydney High first 8 last year, is coaching the St Ignatius second 8 that were victorious earlier today, and they're going to be in the A final shortly. But on the course now is the St Ignatius second 4 having a row through. That's Harry Grant, Liam Sullivan, John Ray, Fabrizio Antonelli, Oscar Dominguez is the Cox, and coached by Pete Warren. Getting a warm reception as they go past the spectator craft, including the Morpheus there that St Ignatius parents are on. They're rowing right out to the finish.
Young Coxon there, isn't he? He's driving them to the line.
Yes, he did not give them a rest at all, so they'll be happy with that. Coming down the course now, we're going to have the A final of the school second 4. This is racing for the Uni of New South Wales trophy. Current holder is St Joseph's College. We've got Shaw in 1, Kings in 2, St Joseph's in 3, Newington in 4. It's a fairly dominant performance by this Shaw School second 4 this morning in the heat, and they're producing it again here in the final. They're holding around about a length back to Kings, probably Newington in 3rd, and St Joseph's, who are the defending champions, back in 4th place. A Shaw crew of Hugo Patrick, Oscar Mulbauer, Benjamin Duddy, Jackson Bowers, Sam Warburton's the Cox. Kings, James Davis, Axel Lindemann, Julian Burke, Sam Thompson, Henry Fagan's the Cox, coached by Robert Black. Newington coming 3rd presently, Jamie DeBotton, Finn Grove, Matthew Potter, Anders Koskela, Oliver Low's the Cox, and they're coached by Aidan Smith. St Joseph's in 4th place at the moment, Alex Quick, Joshua Rodriguez, Ashton Courtney, Kobe Ashby, Henry Crawford's the Cox, and they're coached by brother Anthony Boyd and Mr John Reading. And as we mentioned earlier today, plenty of experience in the coaching team there from brother Anthony and John Reading of that St Joseph's crew. But it is Shaw, full of momentum hitting the corner, holding a good lead over Kings, and then back to Newington and St Joseph's. They were very strong in the heat this morning, and they've continued that form into the A final, racing for the Uni of New South Wales trophy. In fact, I think they're taking more water off Kings and Newington. And have extended that lead to nearly 3 lengths inside the last 150 metres. Hopefully those folks who can't make it today are enjoying what is an excellent live stream here from the team at Riverview.
Loving
doing a wonderful
technology.
job.
Loving it.
Fantastic. So those living in regional areas or other parts of Sydney who can't get in today must be enjoying this, and they're enjoying a strong second 4 here from the Shaw School. They'll be taking plenty of confidence into the next few regattas and into the head of the river. It's quite a dominant victory. Kings in second, stuck to their work well. Newington will finish 3rd, and then back to the crew from St Joseph's in 4th, who were the defending champions, or their peers from last year were the defending champions, so St Joseph's 4th. So Shore School, winners of the Uni of New South Wales Trophy. Hugo Patrick, Oscar Mulbauer, Benjamin Duddy, Jackson Bauer, Sam Warburton's a Cox. Kings, James Davis, Axel Lindemann, Julian Burke, Sam Thompson, Henry Fagan's a Cox, coached by Robert Black. Newington in fourth place there, in third place, Jamie de Botton, Finn Grove, Matthew Potter, Anders Koskela, Oliver Lowes, the Cox, and coached by Aidan Smith. So we've got a little break now till we have the B final of the school's first four, and I'm hoping we've got a couple of starters. I can see Scott's on the starting line. Supposed to be Scott's and Sydney Grammar, but I can only see Scott's.
Where are you looking? So see the big colonial house. Do I go to the right of that? Okay.
No inside.
No.
You look up at the bar, where the bars are.
Where? Oh, the Woolwich bars.
Yeah.
Ugh. It must be.
For the line. Casino. See Scott's.
Oh, so you come from the big tower. Okay. Oh, yeah, that is the Woolwich bars.
Yeah, it's almost outlined. Start line's almost outlined to the tower. It's straight onto the Scots. See. So we do have a start in this B final of the school first four, and it looks like it is going to be a row through for the Scots College. Grammar was supposed to start in that, but they've had enough for the day, and Scots will have a row through here in the school's first 4B final. So their friends and supporters will get a good look at them. That's Michael Geisler, Ethan Kligman, Noah Matani, Christopher Sassine, and Archie Lowe is the Cox. The A final after this, expecting a full field of Shaw, St Ignatius and Josephs and Newington. They'll be racing for the Sydney University Cup. Getting to the pointy end of the program here. Not too many races after, schools races after it, then we've got a couple of Open 8s races. Perfect conditions. These young men would be enjoying this at the moment. As much as you can enjoy a rowing race. So quiet, Michael, you can hear the champagne corks popping on the spectator craft.
Well, it's certainly been a soiree Saturday afternoon. There's no doubt about that. They've just.
It has.
Do these boats, do they endure any sort of long-term impacts from overstressing one section of the boat?
I don't know. I do get concerned about that St Ignatius boat. It is there's a lot of weight to the
Do you
bow
think
of it.
they've QR code?
Hopefully so.
Because look at them.
So we do have this Scots first four coming down the river. I'll have the company of the umpire's boat for the full stretch of the race. But again, like some of the other row-throughs we've seen today, coaches will be monitoring what they're doing, stroke rates and speed of the boat and various sections of the rate, so they'll analyse that. They won't waste the opportunity, that's for sure. Some of the mildest conditions I think I've seen for a Riverview Gold Cup. Very little breeze to speak of. If anything, it's a very, very mild following breeze, maybe a slight sou'easter. Just behind the this row through, we do have a full field for the A final of the first fours. Racing for the Sydney University Cup. We'll have Shaw in lane 1, St Ignatius in 2, St Joseph's in 3, and Newington in 4. Working hard, this Scots crew. This Coxon's not letting them off the hook. Executing the race plan their coach would have put out for them.
It must be a great feeling for them as they round that pole and they see that red and yellow check flag, that they know that they're within the shadows of the post, because pretty tough by yourself. But you're right, Pete, the coxswain's imploring them to on for greater things.
So as this Scots screw come inside the last 150 metres, we do have a start in the A final. Getting a good cheer, the Scots crowd from the St Ignatius boat. Coxswain's riding them home. That's a tough ask
It really
for a road
is.
through like that. So well done, the Scots.
It's a long way home by yourself, isn't it?
It is. Michael Geyser, Ethan Kligman, Noah Matani, Christopher Sassine, Archer Lowe as the Cox, and they're happy. They're
happy.
I'll sleep well tonight. So, school's first fours away, racing for the Sydney University Cup. Current holder of this was Scots. So it's Shaw in 1, William Wolfe, Lockley Clayton, James McCready, Charlie Black, George Bishop's the Cox. In 2, St Ignatius, Jack Bannerman, James McNamee, Jago Lambert, Matt Collins, Henry Burton's the Cox, coached by Pete Warren. St Joseph's, Sebastian Castaldi, Henry Crawford, Kyan Trindle, Xavier Thomas. Gabriel Lucciarelli is the Cox, and they're coached by John Reading and brother Anthony Boyd, and Newington, Samuel Moresby, Angus Whiteman, William Chandler, Ryan Gleeson. Nick Wadland is the Cox, and they're coached by Aidan Smith. Some tight racing in the heats this morning for these schools' first fours, and I expect the same in this final.
Early on here, Pete, you got Newington in front.
Newington rowing a bold race.
Side.
They're rowing a bold race like their first 8 did, their Year 10 first 8 did. They're taking advantage. You draw those 3 and 4 lanes. If you can get out to a bit of a start, you can have a look back at the other crews for quite a distance. Riverview really knuckling down to their work in this sort of middle section of the race. Have probably taken about a half a length offshore. They're in second, and then St Joseph's is thereabouts in fourth. Just back behind the other three crews. But again, this is going to be a keenly raced 4, and it's Shaw challenging St Ignatius and Newington. Shaw here in lane 1. They start their run for the corner with the umpire on their hammer here to make sure they don't drift too far away.
So that's the Newington's challenge here, is that they've got to be to the Tambourine Bay side of that marker. They may have clear water on Joey, so he can take a tighter line, but that's going to play right into Riverview's hands here. And Riverview look to me like they've got the sit on shore, so Shaw will have to find a bit of a gear to challenge here, even though they've got the bend.
Correct. And it is St Ignatius in front.
Yeah.
Now, even before the turn.
Yeah.
And they're full of running as they hit the corner. On their home track, it's Pete Warren trained crew. As we mentioned earlier, these St Ignatius crews do tend to find another gear on their home track, and they're in front. But Shaw are going to chase them home. Newington just clearing the buoy there. No, they didn't. They just hit it slightly.
No,
but
that'll take the edge off their day.
Take a little bit of edge off it, but that may stop their momentum there. But it is St Ignatius in front. Shaw in lane 1 will provide the challenge inside the last 150 metres. Plenty of noise coming from the supporter craft. But this St Ignatius first 4 been prominent in recent regattas.
I think this result reverses the final of 2 weeks ago.
It does.
Yeah.
It does.
But again, the extra 600 metres could be the world of difference.
Correct. But on their home course, in front of their home fans, crew from St Ignatius, inside the last 100 metres.
They're a good boat, Peter. That's a very good Review boat there. Peter Ward should be very happy with them.
Will win and have won the Sydney University Cup. Second, Shaw. Third will be Newington. And fourth will be St Joseph's. So that's St Ignatius crew: Jack Bannerman, James McNamee, Jago Lambert, Matt Collins, Henry Burton's a Cox, coached by Pete Warren. Shaw in second, William Wolfe, Lockley Clayton, James McCready, Charlie Black, George Bishop's the Cox. Third was Newington, Samuel Morsley, Angus Whiteman, William Chandler, Warren Gleeson, Nick Wadlin's a Cox, coached by Aidan Smith, and St Joseph's there just finishing Sebastian Costelli, Henry Crawford, Ken Trindle, Xavier Thomas, Gabriel Lucciarelli's the Cox, coached by John Reading, and brother Anthony Boyd. An excellent addition there of the school's first 4.
Still, I'd imagine amongst the kids, the most sought-after thing is the famous Riverview Silver Oar. Of all the gongs these kids can win on any given Saturday, I think that would be the one that's most prized.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough. That's a fair call. We've got a full field here of the school's third 8. St Ignatius in 1, Shaw in 2, King's number 2 crew in 3, and King's number 1 crew in 4. My hope, Michael, from this morning is that King's number 1 crew found their 8th rower. They rode through the heat this morning with 7 rowers in what was a tremendous effort.
It could be a coaching tactic.
It could be.
No.
It could be.
You really
so hopefully
appreciate that 8th man in that boat.
You do. They're appreciated at the moment because, to my eye, they're just shading St Ignatius. The King's number 1 crew in 4, St Ignatius in 1. The umpire is going to have his or her hands full here because these crews are squeezing together inside the first two lanes there by my line here. I think the King's crew has been straightened up a little bit in lane 4. They've moved back out towards the northern or Lane Cove side of the course.
I'm going to say they're pointing towards the very, very pleasant Longleyville Hotel.
That might be. That might be. But that little bit of straightening has allowed St Ignatius just to come on terms with Kings. As I said, it was a brave row by this Kings crew this morning with 7 rowers. And it would have been a challenge for the young coxswain, I would have thought.
Well, yeah, I mean, if they're all rowing well, he's going to be hard on the rudder most of the race, isn't he?
You would hope so. You would think so, yes.
Do you reckon he's got enough on them here?
It's going to be a good race, this.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be a good race as they come around the bend.
They might steal this. I think.
St Ignatius in 1. It's Arthur Webb, Maxim Bambagidiotti, Angus Holmes, Rocco Rizzo, James Good and Samuel Fleming, Thomas Finlayson, Sterling Graham, Jack McConnell's a cox, and coached by David Hogan. Shaw in lane 2 is Jackson Curtin, Demetrius Garrigonis, Edward Ellis, Finn Beachley, Tom Westwood, Adam Watson, Toby Campbell, Lachlan Watson, Lachlan Marchute is the cox, the King's number 2 crew, Tom Bell, Royal Beacole, Will Collins, Samuel Hill, Henry Cox, Thomas Boland, John Robinson, Lachlan Horn, Kemba Wilson's the cox, coached by James Tyree and Stephen Luca. King's number 1 crew, Alexander Verzeus, Charlie Deacon, Oliver Bucknell, Andrew Chatfield, Ollie Andrews, Lachlan Prater, Lachlan Costello, James Byrne, James Hurley is the cox, and they're coached by James Tyree and Stephen Luca. Is St Ignatius in front?
Gee, Peter, the coxswain took a phenomenally good line. It was beautiful. From where we're sitting here, just the way he took that bend, it was just fantastic. And look how close Kings are. So it was very good rivercraft there, and that should get them home.
So St Ignatius up by around about a length. Happy to report that there are 8 rowers in this King's number 1, third 8 for the final.
And I'm going to say the 2-man's looking very fresh.
And they are fresh. So St Ignatius in front. Plenty of depth in this St Ignatius shed this year.
Very good shed.
Enjoying their home course.
That's a good boat again.
And you would suspect they would be very confident heading to the head of the river in a month's time. But St Ignatius will win the school's third 8. And they're delighted, as they should be. Kings in second. Shaw in third. And then it'll be back to the Kings number 2 crew. So the Kings third 8, they were very excited.
That's very nice.
They were very excited and deservedly so, I think.
Was there a Bob's bonus on that race?
I don't know. But they were excited, Michael. It was, I think the fact that they rode through Kings probably gave them that additional energy.
I know they can't buy the coxswain a drink, but a good can of Coke wouldn't go astray because he really did do a great job for them there.
You know this course well, the Riverview coxswains, and that's King's number 2 crew finishing off. Well done, lads. So St Ignatius winning the school's third 8. That's Arthur Webb, Maxim Babiotti, Angus Holmes, Rocco Rizzo, James Gooden, Samuel Fleming, Thomas Finlayson, Sterling Graham, Jack McConnell's the cox, and the coach is David Hogan. And they'll pick up some of their own silverware here at St Ignatius. King's number 1 crew, Alexander Verzeus, Charlie Deacon, Oliver Bucknell, Andrew Chatfield, Ollie Andrews, Lachlan Prater, Lachlan Costello, James Byrne, James Hurley, coached by James Tyree and Stephen Luca, and Shaw in third place there, Jackson Curtin, Demetrius Garrigonis, Edward Ellis, Finn Beachley, Tom Westwood, Adam Watson, Toby Campbell, Lachlan Watson, and they're coxed by Lachlan Marchute. So we've got the B final of the school second 8 coming down the river now. Newington in 1, Scots in 2 and Grammar in 3. Yep, 3 there. So we've got some more messages coming through on the line there. Another one from Rob Brick. Great commentary, Boakes and Dotty. My Landry enjoying the racing, waiting for the big one. That would be the Sydney Uni Open rate where Marcus Britt's there in the bow seat of that Sydney Uni crew. But it is Newington in front here. Back to Scots and Sydney Grammar in the B final of the school second 8.
I reckon just a bit more of a breeze starting to knock into this course now, Peter. There's just the those mirror-like conditions we had of about an hour ago just starting to depreciate. Just see a few wind shifts across the course here. Don't think it's going to knock them around too much, but it's just a tiny little variable that could make a difference, particularly when we get to the big races, which you can see the Luke and Josh are going to call the Gold Cup, by the way, and as we're sitting here waiting for this final to finish, you can see the big boys are heading back down the course, and they've all got the game faces on. It will be a good race.
Well, the 8's heading down there for the start of the men's Open 8, but coming down the river here, we've got the school second 8B final. Newington comfortably in front here. That's Angus Dunstan, James Blakeman, Tom Chanter, Archie Gillies, Noah Tange, Henry Taylor, Jeremy Webb, AJ Whitnell, Will Nicholas as the Cox. And they're coached by Joe Beaucare. Scots in second at the moment, George Teffrey, Bo McMaster, Trefan Stamboli, Hugo Hart, William Jabulis, Samuel Hughes, George Caligiros, Jacob Alcock, William Chang's the Cox, and they're coached by Dustin Butler. The Sydney Grammar crew is Todd Potter, Charlie Balderston, Daniel Maynard, Finn Brownlow Zerson, Oliver Zwang, James Brew, Archie Osborne, William Polybar. Donald Chung is the Cox of that crew and John Russell's the coach. But it is Newington, who only just missed out on the A final today by 0.25 of a second, so you would expect them to be fairly dominant in this B final, and they are.
Coach Joe looks like he's had a bit of a word to them. All the eyes are in the boat. They've got more to do after this, as we all know, but I think he'd be pretty happy with how they're finishing off here.
They look good, this Newington crew.
They look like they're rowing to a pattern as well, Peter. They're just not flogging themselves. It's pretty controlled effort here.
Good challenge going on for second there between Scots and Grammar, and Scots are challenging Grammar inside the last 200 metres, but it is Newington. So Newington in front with 150 metres to go. Stretching out now.
Run. Good boat.
Rowing it right through the line. I'd say they'll be looking closely at their time after this. Newington winners of the B final of the school second 8. Scott's still holding off Grammar in a very competitive run for second.
Something hit something then.
Scott's in front. Scott's second and Grammar third. In the B final of the school second 8, that Newington crew, Angus Dunstan, James Blakeman, Tom Chanter, Archie Gillies, Noah Tange, Henry Taylor, Jeremy Webb, AJ Whitnell, Will Nicholas as the Cox, and coached by Joe Beaucare. We've got the A final of the school second 8, which will be Michael and I's last race of the day.
Got a message here from Tim Duncan, who's saying he's very much enjoying watching the racing from overseas. What do you reckon? Tim Duncan might be in America if he's watching this time of day.
I suspect so. We've got St Ignatius in 1, Shaw in 2, Kings in 3, Joey's in 4. The Shaw second 8 have been very impressive this season. As I think I mentioned earlier in the day, they actually made the final of the actual New South Wales Open Schoolboys, so where they competed against other first 8s and crews from interstate. So, and they've taken that form again into today, holding a leave over St Ignatius, but there's not much in it.
Definitely a little bit breezier now.
Yeah, a little bit of a cross. This will be interesting when the open eights get out here a bit later on. Shaw in front as they hit the corner. But the challenge will come from St Ignatius in lane 1. Both crews now turned and straightened. Shaw with the look back on St Ignatius. That's where the challenge is going to come from.
Nothing like having the sit is there. They can control terms here. Riverview definitely going to have a push, but I think Shaw have just got enough to hold them off, and they'll just control terms here.
Just found another point or two in rate there, Shaw, inside the last 250 metres. They're up at 32 or 33 now. St Ignatius responding.
Yeah.
But it is Shaw in front.
St Ignatius going to get clear. Can have some impact here and try and get the Riverview boys home.
Some big cheering coming from the spectator craft, but it is the Shaw School. They're in front. About 6 or 7 strokes to go. In fact, have probably taken another seat inside the last 100 metres. So Shaw will win the school second 8. St Ignatius second. Kings will run third. And St Joseph's fourth. So those crews...
I think Riverview can take a bit of heart out of that, right?
That was a great race. Yeah. That Shaw crew, winners of the Sydney Raper Memorial Trophy, whose current holders were St Joseph's. So that's Shaw, Nick Maddo, Noah Holt, Tom Hebblewhite, Hunter Shepherd, Tom Galligan, Lawson Banks, Thomas Waite, Max Gill, Jeremy Warburton, and Peter Costa is the coach. St Ignatius, Orlando McDermott, Lachlan O'Brien, Angus McKinnon, Daniel Morris, Joseph Maguire, Thomas Goodman, Thomas Drudge, Lachlan Easton, Sam Carney's the Cox, and they're coached by Dan Noonan and Gareth Deacon. Third place there was Kings, Angus Wickman, Felix Douglas, Fraser Waite, Nicholas Witheridge, Ben McKenna, Cameron Webster, Tom Watts, James Farrington, Sebastian Kladnick's the Cox, coached by Jack Cook. St Joseph's in fourth. Thomas Madden, Xavier Ball, Nicholas Newsom, Malcolm Deegan, Harry Dunn, Ollie Baxter, Jack Cullen, Matt Moulders, Patrick Grundy's the Cox, coached by James Allen, who head boatman there at St Joseph's College. So Michael and I will sign off. Thanks for having us here at St Ignatius.
Hand it back to the A-team and get Luke and Josh here to finish off the day. Thank you very much, everybody. That was really enjoyable.
Thank you all. We'll see you next year.
No, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. Josh DeAngelis with Luke O'Brien here to call the final 2 races, the Women's Gold Challenge Cup and the Gold Challenge Cup, the Women Opens 8 and the Men's Open 8 for the final 2 races of the program here today. Been fantastic racing all day. And we're just awaiting the start of the Women's Gold Cup race. Might take this opportunity currently to thank all the officials. All the parents, all the friends that make this day possible, all the marshals, all the boating officials. Without the support of all those tireless volunteers, it would be impossible to have a day like today. And so I'd like to take the time to acknowledge all of those people that make this day such a great day. On behalf of Dr. Paul Hine and Father Thomas Renshaw, SJ. We'd like to welcome you and also say thanks for being with us here in the 138th edition of the Riverview Gold Cup.
And while we wait for the Women's Open Race 8 race to start, we will thank some of those people. So the Regatta Organising Committee, people that put on today's regatta, people who set up the course, organise the marshals. They do a great job. So that's Dan Noonan, Chris O'Brien, Philip Elborn, Marie Marr, Peter Warren, Jim Bustede, Robert Marsh and Paul Brogan. A big thank you to them, because without them this event's not possible. And also to our Rowing New South Wales race officials. So to our marshals, our officials down on the finish line, our officials up here at Cove Cottage, who are inputting all the results into the Rowing New South Wales website, our starters up the start line, making sure the boats all starting nice and straight, everything's nice and fair. So the jury, Guy Bickwell, Brian Guthrie, John Johnson, Mun Lum, Andrew Millican, Steve Sherry, Gregory Smith and Graham Walker. So a great job from everyone down here today to get this event going despite the difficulties of COVID. And it's great to have you all tuning in. We've had plenty of shout outs for a lot of the Schoolboy crews today. Keen to see some shout outs for the Women's Open 8 race and for the Men's Open 8 race, wherever you're watching in from. Whether you're a Sydney Uni fan, a Sydney Rowing Club fan, or a UTS fan. Make sure to get those comments in for these final 2 races, these marquee races of the event.
Well said, Luke. I think it's an opportune time to also say that it's disappointing that we can't have you here physically with us in person, spectating and shouting. Obviously, we've got the pleasure craft, which you can see on the other side of the river, which have provided some great entertainment and some great support for all the boys and girls that are rowing in today's race. So hopefully we can do this all together next year and celebrate as one. COVID has been one thing, in many ways a variable that has changed the lives of all, but one constant remains, and that's the Gold Cup, the 138th edition, and we'd like to thank all of you for tuning in online, wherever you are. Please keep telling us where you are, give us some feedback if we're talking about anything for these last 2 races. And just to reiterate, we are waiting on the start of the Women's Open 8, race 78, for the Women's Gold Challenge Cup, and it's currently held by Sydney Rowing Club. And we've only got 2 entrants in this race, and that's Sydney University and Sydney Rowing Club. And we're just waiting that start. Both crews being in lanes 1 and 2 will go inside the pylon. To the right of your screen, you'll see the pylon and the buoy. They will be on the right-hand side of that buoy that's in the middle. And the marshals are just trying to make sure that they give both crews a fair advantage when it comes to the start line. As we mentioned before, the start is staggered, given the fact that there's a big dogleg turn, a unique dogleg turn within this race. But for these rowers, this 1,400 metre race will feel very much like a sprint. So we're bound to see some very fast racing from all crews involved. We've just had a comment in from Andrew Gannon. Gano, thanks very much for tuning in, mate. To those that don't know, Gano was a part of a crew, was part of the winning 2018 Riverview coaching staff for the first aid after 47 years, I believe it was. I was fortunate enough to be coaching the third aid that year with Gano's watchful eyes looking over all that was Riverview rowing. He's also just made a mention to the 1997 Riverview Gold Cup race win, which they won against Mossman Rowing Club in the final of the Men's Open 8. Stroked by none other than the MRC of Rowing, Dan Noonan. So the race is underway now. And there is a boat that's currently occupying the course, so we're hoping that they can vacate the course in time for the last 2 races.
At least they're not kicking up too much wash to affect those rowers.
But the 2 women's open races are Most certainly underway. With Sydney Rowing Club leading Sydney Uni at this point in the race, Sydney Uni do have the advantage of coming round that pylon to be able to have a better line, but given that both crews will have that will have a similar advantage being on the inside line, it will make for a very interesting finish.
Looks like they've got about a length lead, that Sydney Rowing Club crew at the moment. Back to Sydney Uni, maybe slightly more.
Within these sorts of races, given the fact that a lot of these rowers are a lot older than the schoolgirls and the schoolboys, you'll definitely see a lot more speed coming out of the strokes. These rowers are usually incredibly drilled, waking up every morning, training about 9 times a week, morning and afternoons, only getting one rest day, and that usually happens to be Sunday. So it's a big commitment to continue after school. So my hat goes off to all the competitors across the 2 races, and especially here, which it looks as though Sydney Rowing Club have a commanding lead over the Sydney Uni boat. But within these races, anything can happen. But it is fantastic to see such a great quality of rowing for the Women's Gold Cup.
I'm just hoping they haven't been impacted by all. Looks like one of those spectator crafts is just slightly pointing onto the course. But it doesn't seem to have affected them too much.
Sydney Rowing Club seem to have actually pulled out in front of the Sydney Uni crew, but I do believe, Luke, you might be right, that they've had to take evasive action from the craft on the water, but the lead at the moment seems over a boat length. So an absolutely commanding row here by the Sydney Rowing Club girls team.
They're looking very strong. But as I said, they had that lead of about a length and a half, about 400 or 500 metres in, and they just continued to extend on that as we've come around the turn now. Looking to go back to back here for the first time for Sydney Rowing Club. This would be. They can manage to hold on here.
These races are usually very tight affair, but I would have to say, coming down now, the Sydney Rowing Club, barring any major catastrophe, are going to come through and maintain this lead over the Sydney Uni crew. Fantastic row from these girls. The coxswain just reminding their crew to stay tall, stay long, making sure that the power is going throughout their legs, in through the water. Commanding row from the Sydney Rowing Club.
Look at a great crew.
Fantastic row. And it will be the Sydney Rowing Club crew that will retain the Women's Gold Challenge Cup for 2022. That crew being Evie Thompson, Talissa Noak Driver, Lily Gavin, Caitlin McManus Barrett, Neve Graham, Grace Cipher, Isabella Scammell, Lauren Graham, Hannah Coap, who's the Cox, and coached by Lockie Carter, Donovan Check, and Brendan Longman. And congratulations to Sydney Uni. Fantastic row by them as well. It's Sophie Graham, Madeline Vag, Chelsea Prout, India Hobbs, Emily Shepherd, Grace Turner, Sophia Whiteman, Eleanor Price, Talia Barnett Heppels is the Cox, and they're coached by Alfie Young and Jack Hanley. So we're now waiting on the final race of the day, the men's Open 8 race. The marshals doing a very good job at the moment, just trying to line both crews up.
We have the official timings for that women's Open 8 race. And the Sydney Rowing Club crew finished across the line in a time of 4 minutes 53.39. Back to Sydney Uni in second with a time of 501.16. So a margin of 7.7 seconds there. Really decisive margin.
Fantastic row there.
And make sure to stick around for the live stream. We will have, for both the women's Open 8 and the men's Open 8, the crews will come up to collect their gold oars. We will have that on the live stream, and they'll also
have the official presentation.
The official presentation with the trophies on display as well. women's and the men's. So they're all lined up on the table.
Just a little bit of trivia for those watching at home. The last Schoolboy crew to win the men's Open 8 was Shaw in 2004. So, as we've noted before, whilst this is an open race, it does include the Schoolboys. So we're getting universities and clubs versus some Schoolboys. And I believe the St Joseph's were in this race. I'm just trying to see if they're up at the line. It is very common if they know that the competitors they're up against are potential state representatives and national representatives, that it may not be worth rowing.
I can see them getting set up there in the marshalling area. So they will row. The Joey's crew will come down, and that's a great effort considering they rowed just over an hour ago in the Schoolboys 8 final as well. So that's a short turnaround there to then come up against university and club rowers who are quite some years older than them and have that experience and that strength as well.
But as with anything, Luke, anything can happen.
Exactly.
I think it'd be exactly right. It'd be incredible to see a Joey's crew lift the Riverview Gold Cup. We can check that. We've got our stats man.
I'm having a look through the program to see if Joseph ever won it. I can see 1950 St Joseph's College won it. That's when they won. Trying to see if there's any years sooner than that. Gosh, 1950 was a long time ago. Yeah, there's only 2 Schoolboy crews who have done it since the turn of the century, and that was Kings in 01 and Shaw in 04. And then... And then a long dominance by Sydney Uni and Sydney Rowing, often trading it. In fact, Sydney Uni won... That was that famous... Was it 6 or 7 regattas in a row Sydney Uni won, from Sydney University Boat Club won from 09 to 2013, including the 2 regattas in 2011, the March Regatta and the December Regatta.
Sydney Uni will be looking for an upset here. It's incredibly common that these crews hold a very distinct rivalry. They're often lauded as the 2 best rowing clubs within Sydney, if not Australia sometimes. Therefore, any opportunity to win any sort of silverware over one another is definitely an opportunity that they do not take lightly. Furthermore, as Luke mentioned as well, they've been trading wins, trading this trophy between clubs for many, many years. So the reality is that here, if Sydney Uni can take and snatch the Gold Cup out of Sydney Rowing Club's trophy cabinet, then that would be a fantastic effort from that crew.
Marshall's just instructing one of the boats down to the finish line to get off the course before the race gets underway, so we shouldn't have any issues there. And fair play to the skipper of that boat. He's going to get off the course here and create no wash at all as he does so.
We shouldn't be too long from a start up now. It seems as though that all crews are lined up and ready to go. Plenty of shout-outs for Finn on the text line. Go Finn, whoever you are. Looks as though the crews are coming to attention. Probably to add, it seems as though they've given the preference to how they've been timed to the inside and outer lane. So St Joseph's, unfortunately, will be coming down from the 5th lane.
That as a result of them having the slowest time of the qualifying crews, yes.
Yeah. But stranger things have happened. Therefore, it'd be great to see if St Joseph's can take out a victory here, albeit with very slim margins of chances. The reason why these races do take a little bit longer to start is obviously when there's silverware on the line, we try and make sure that the start of each race is as perfect as it can be. As we said, it's a staggered start as well as a staggered finish, plus the fact that we've got a dogleg within the middle of the course. Absolutely amazing conditions for rowing. There's a slight tail breeze, but the wind has dropped completely, which means we should see very quick times, but also nothing should be able to get in the way of any sort of rowing boat coming down the river. There is another boat just currently sitting in the middle, which I think the marshals will clear on very soon. But all in all, this should be a fantastic race.
Talking of Schoolboy crews to win the Riverview Gold Challenge Cup, comment here from Richard Luxford. First school crew to win the Gold Cup was Sydney High in 1938. I'm going through my program here and he's correct. They were the first. Sydney High School in 1938, the first schoolboy crew to win the Riverview Gold Challenge Cup. Great bit of trivia, I always love New Zealand winning the 1925 Gold Cup. They sent a crew over.
And rightly so, they may actually do that again. If they open the borders, that is. I've got a question there from Amy about the start. The start is up pretty much opposite the Longueville Ferry Wharf. So across the line there, there's a virtual line that's been drawn across from the Longueville boat shed all the way across to Mara Sisters at Woolwich. They've got a little boat shed down there, and that makes up the start. So it's an angled start, as you can probably see coming down the river right now. So we've kicked off now in the men's Open 8. Hard to split all the crews at this stage in the race, but it looks as though the Sydney and Sydney University 1 have both come out very quickly, with UTS also very close to the front of the pack. You're probably noticing there's 3 marshal boats coming down. That's because within these races, coxswains like to show their prowess and often get their elbows out and try and make other crews make a little mistake with getting very close to them. The marshal will be watching that intently to ensure that there's no protests or no re-rows as we had in 2019.
For those of you watching on at the live stream, you might not be able to see the Sydney University 1 crew in lane 1 at the moment because of the way the camera's angled. But it is great to see one of those pleasure crafts just moving off the course now, and you should see them coming into view just about now.
It is the Sydney Rowing Club crew that it's in first place, but the UTS and the Sydney Uni 2 crew seem to have clashed doors or have had a little bit of a kerfuffle in the back play there, but have now straightened up. But it's looking as though St Joseph's may have been given an advantage from that, and maybe sitting in third place next to Sydney University number 2 crew. So it is Sydney Rowing Club currently in first place, with Sydney University just a little bit further back in second. However, Sydney University do have the better line for the finish.
Joey's looking really strong here, and you're right, I was looking on my screen that UTS crew are all over the place. I think they got in the way of that Sydney University 2 crew, and Joey's have really benefited in lane 5 there.
So now you can see the Sydney Rowing Club coxswain is now starting his turn towards the final turn, as well as the Sydney University crew. The St Joseph's crew have managed to take this line perfectly, pushing the Sydney Uni crew as close as they can to that buoy, with UTS having to bring up the rear as a result of some coxing, which I don't believe they'll be too happy with after the race. But it will be the Sydney University crew and the Sydney Rowing Club crew. I believe the angle probably favours the Sydney University crew, but I would put my money, if I was a betting man, I'd be putting my money on Sydney Rowing Club to come home here, but it'll be a very good finish.
You could hear the women's crew from Sydney Rowing Club trying to spur on their counterparts in the men's race, trying to see if both crews can claim the double once again here. And it looks like they have about a quarter of a length lead here back to Sydney University.
And it will be, I mean, there's another race going on within this, the race for third place. The Sydney University 2 crew and the St Joseph's crew battling out for third place.
Great push there from the Sydney Rowing Club crew.
But it's looking as though it will be the Sydney Rowing Club crew, barring any major catastrophe, will come home and be the winners of the Men's Open 8 for the Riverview Gold Challenge Cup. And St Joseph's must be applauded for a fantastic row.
I think that Joey's crew got pushed wide a bit there at the end by the Sydney University 2 crew.
But a fantastic row for a Schoolboy crew. They even take it to the Sydney University 2 crew, as well as the UTS crew.
So Sydney Rowing Club go back to back in the Women's Open 8 and the Men's Open 8. A big congratulations to them.
Following the two races that we've just seen, there will be an awards presentation of the Women's Gold Cup and the Men's Gold Cup, so please stay tuned. That will be live streamed. And that concludes today's races. Fantastic race, barring any protests or any sort of controversy that comes with the race that just occurred. It will be Sydney Rowing Club retaining the Women's and Men's Gold Cup.
So that Sydney Rowing Club crew was Andy Hoffman, Maximilian Crowe, William Delaney, Harry Crouch, Angus Aitken, Bradley Graham, Declan Glendinning, Torrin Olsen, coxed by Teresa Harris, coaches Donovan Check and Shane Mulvaney. Big congratulations to them.
Fantastic row there. We've got the Women's Sydney Rowing Club crew coming in to collect their gold oars and also to present them with the Women's Gold Challenge Cup.
I'd say the men's crew will follow them in as well once they've...
Absolutely. It's always fantastic when they get the double. Sydney University must be applauded for a fantastic race all the way to the end, but Sydney Rowing Club too strong today.
We are just waiting on official confirmation of the results in the Men's Open 8 race. And as soon as we get those results, we will give it to you. We'll give them to you along with the official timings and the margins. But yes, please do stay tuned for the presentation of the gold oars to the winners of the Women's Open 8 and the Men's Open 8. And that'll be done, I believe, by Principal Dr. Paul Hine.
Dr. Paul Hine will present the trophies to both winning crews. Got the women's crew coming into the beach right now. Fantastic to see such a great effort from both crews. And you may be able to hear that in the background of the commentary. Both crews cheering each other on. Fantastic row from both crews. As I said before, two premier clubs in Sydney, being Sydney University Boat Club and Sydney Rowing Club, for a very long period of time. It's fantastic when they come down here and race so formidably. An incredible row and rewarded justly for their efforts. So please stay tuned for the presentation of the gold oars to all crew members, as well as the Gold Challenge Cup for the men and women.
A few more comments coming in on the live stream as we bring to an end today's events. Nice comment from Paul Keary. Older Ignatius members have enjoyed watching the live streaming of the Review Gold Cup Regatta. Thank you to everybody. And Claire Courtney, great race. Congratulations to Sydney Rowing Club. Well done to Joey's. Well done.
And thank you to James Benson as well, complimenting us on our voices.
Yeah.
I've been warming them up all morning.
That's
so
very
thank you
kind of
much.
him.
Very kind.
Oh. I think we'll have a good chat about the results tonight.
Still waiting on the official results. We're hearing that there may be some changes to the order that we announced that finished. However, we will let you know as soon as that comes through.
Only to the minor placings, I believe, but we will wait for the official
Yes,
words.
nothing to the major placings. The winner, as it stands currently, is the Sydney Rowing Club men's crew.
And as the Sydney Rowing Club Women's Open 8 make their way up the hill to collect their gold oars, you can see now the Sydney Rowing Club men's crew make their way to the beach as well for their presentation. Thanks, Michael Marr. That's a nice comment from him as well. Voices like warm honey, boys, he says.
Thanks very much, Mikey. Mikey and I rode together from 2007 all the way through to 2012. And a round of applause now for the Women's Open 8, Sydney Rowing Club, Evie Thompson, Talissa Noak-Diver, Lily Gavin, Caitlin McManus-Barrett, Neve Graham, Grace Cypher, Isabella Scammell, Lauren Graham, coxed by Hannah Coap, and coached by Lockie Carter, Donovan Check, and Brendan Longman. Congratulations, girls. So that's the winner of the Women's Gold Challenge Cup, retained by Sydney Rowing Club for another year. That is the Sydney Rowing Club crew of Evie Thompson, Talissa Noak-Diver, Lily Gavin, Caitlin McManus-Barrett, Neve Graham, Grace Cypher, Isabella Scammell, Lauren Graham, coxed by Hannah Coap and coached by Lachlan Carter, Donovan Check and Brendan Longman. Congratulations.
I'm sure there'll be celebrations long into the night at Sydney Rowing Club this evening after doing the double.
Still waiting on some official results to the minor placings, but the men's crew are now just making their way up. But we'll have an official presentation by Principal Dr. Paul Hine.
Sure, there'll be a big group photo of both crews together with their oars and both trophies.
Coming up the hill now, some very exhausted Sydney Rowing Club men's rowers, with the presentation to begin shortly.
We do now have the official result from race 79, the men's Open 8 race. And Sydney University 2 were removed from the race, which means St Joseph's finished in 3rd place and UTS in 4th. But no changes to the major placings. Sydney Rowing Club winning that race and Sydney University 1 in 2nd.
So now presenting the Sydney Rowing Club crew of Andy Hoffman, Maximilian Crowe, William Delaney, Harry Crouch, Angus Aiken, Bradley Graham, Declan Glendinning, Torrin Olsen, Cox by Teresa Harris, coached by Donovan Check and Shane Mulvaney. Congratulations to the Sydney Rowing Club, retained the Men's Open 8 for the Gold Cup Challenge. Congratulations to the Men's Open 8 winners, the Sydney Rowing Club, the Gold Challenge Cup, currently retained by Sydney Rowing Club. Well done, gents. Congratulations to Sydney Rowing Club once again. That ends the broadcast for this afternoon and for today. We'd like to thank you very much for joining us wherever you are in the world. I'd like to just do a quick thank you to all the marshals, all the officials, all the volunteers that make this event possible. And on behalf of the rector, Father Thomas Renshaw, and the principal, Dr. Paul Hine, we'd like to thank you for being a part of such a great event today. And we hope to see you again in person next year. Thank you.